Hello and welcome to BierTier German Engineer. Yes, we are finally back a week later with episode 2 of our Frosty Planet Pack extension. And we will have a lot of work to do, my goodness. This base here, it's not in shambles necessarily. I mean, it looks pretty decent for a beginning, but it's certainly not what we want it to be. But before we do anything else, let's take a quick look. Who do we have in chat already? We have Elfie, we have Emery, we have Jazz, we have Brandon. Hello, Brandon. We have Rez, and we have Croc. And hi, What Techie also is here. Very nice to see all of you guys in chat. You guys know it. That's what I enjoy the most. And Kai is here as well. And KC Drew. Always nice to see a few names that I don't necessarily recognize right away. Kionis is here and Killjoy is here as well. Like I said, it's always nice to see you guys in chat. And it's always nice to see a few new names as well. How's your Saturday going? Very well, actually. I'm half an hour late because I'm just coming back from my girlfriend's sister's reveal party. So that is definitely a very good thing. Is the German engineer in Germany? No, the German engineer is from Germany, has been born and raised there until he was 21 years old, and then he moved to the United States and has been there ever since. But yeah, definitely German though. That is not just a trick or anything. I'm as German as it gets. Just happen to live in the States and speak English. Somewhat decent at least. Yeah, alright, let's take a look around here. Where did we leave off? Of course, 7 days have passed, basically, so we need to take a look around. Same age as I was when I moved from the UK to the USA? That is amazing. Yeah, I was 21 at the time. Perfect age, because you were allowed to drink beer here. Okay, so up here on the top is our flux farms, both of them. The top one here still needs to be a little bit populated, and above it we have more pike apple bushes just for food right now. Obviously we need to do something about that. They can't stay like that forever. Right here in the middle we have 2 great halls. That's always nice to see. And just below it we have a little bit of research going on with a few massage tables, because we did have some trouble with stress. I may or may not have given out a couple too many skill points here or there, but we will see that we don't make that same mistake again. We also have our rock crusher going. Of course, the usual suspects, eggshell to lime forever, and the Bamos patty as well. And that's roughly it right now, because we really don't, well, have anything else. So that is also something we need to change really, really quickly. You can call me Sunny. I loved your last stream. Hey, that is awesome. Sunny, thank you very much for that. I truly, truly appreciate the kind words. How old do you have to be to drink beer in Germany? Beer is legal in Germany at 16 years old. But nobody cares about that, so it is really whatever. Will your reveal party happening in oxygen not included? No. But I can tell you, it's a girl. Right here, we have our metal refinery. And with the metal refinery, we are trying to melt this entire area. If that is going to work out or not, I guess we will see eventually. But at the moment, it is questionable. We are also trying to pump out this gas right here. Last time around, after 8 hours of streaming, I kind of had a little bit of a brain fart. Because the only reason why we have so much carbon dioxide is in here, that it freezes right here, it runs down here, then it melts, and it can't get back out. Because of the liquid. It's basically somewhat of an Escher waterfall for gases that we built here on accident. So all we have to do is, yeah, get rid of this little bit of ice here. Just don't name your niece after someone in chat. I don't think I have a say in that. When I was a kid in Germany, the bartender would serve you if you could look over the bar table. That is correct. I was able to buy a bottle of vodka, and that is not a joke, at 11 years old. It was a dare of one of my friends. And I tried it in a gas station, and the cashier, she didn't bat an eye. She didn't give a crap. As long as I have the money, let's go. And then last but not least, over here on the right side, we have our bedrooms combos. Of course, the wash basins and the outhouses will have to go here eventually. Can't leave those in here forever either. That was to be a temporary measure. And now, in cycle 91, it is still there. So, yeah, there's that. And then right below here, we have our, well, ice melter as well as our spalm. And what do my eyeballs see here? What happened with our spalm? What is going on here? Did those break? Yes. Apparently, when we started it up, these two pieces of pipe here broke. And we have a little bit of water in here. Okay then. So we definitely have to fix that. At the moment, it doesn't really matter too much because we should be okay. Let's take a look in our breathability. Yeah, okay. Maybe I'm wrong about that. We may have to do something about it after all. First and foremost though, let's turn on the second one. And also, what I also just realized is going this route right here is completely pointless and makes no sense whatsoever. So let me change this here. Right here. We're gonna put in those radiant liquid pipes. And then the rest of the pipes down here on the bottom, we are going to rip those out. They really need to go up on this side of the base. I don't know what I was thinking. It needs to go over here. So yeah, that is a problem. So let's do that right away. Right here with this pipe. Can we just go straight across? Is there anything stopping us from doing so? I don't think so. So let's make that happen. Let's come straight across here. And actually, we will need some kind of buffer. So let's put in a couple of gas reservoirs. Where could we put those bad boys? Maybe right here and right there. Should get the job done. Just smack dab right there in the middle. Hook this here up. And then come straight up. One more. There we go. Through our base. Let's make it the same height. Just so it looks somewhat equal maybe. All the way to right there. And then of course, gas vent here. And maybe, what would be a good location? Maybe roughly... probably a little bit lower, yeah, something like this here. 2 gas pipes, or better to say, 2 gas vents right here. And even this gas vent right here, I really don't like its location. It's really just putting all the oxygen in this area right here, where we really don't need it. We need it out here in the base. So let's change that as well. There we go. Let's get all of this stuff here built, first and foremost. Now, of course, we need a few pieces of ladder right here to make that all happen. All right, dupes, you already have plenty to do? That is going to be good, for sure. I was buying cigarettes at 6. Actually, under supervision, you're allowed to drink beer in Germany already at 14. That is correct. Under supervision of your legal guardians, that is, though. Gotta be your parent. Cannot be just anybody, if I'm not wrong about that. It was common for parents to send children for the cigarettes. That is also very, very true. But yeah, what can we do? That is the world, at least we grew up in. Hopefully the kids nowadays have it a little bit better than that. Because even I as a German have to say, buying a bottle of vodka at 11 years old, that is a horrible idea. Horrible idea. Okay, let's take a look down here on the bottom. We have those temp shift plates, and we just built them out of granite because, well, the truth is we didn't have anything else, but now we do. When we take a look in here, we have the granite right here, and it has a thermal conductivity of 3.39. And that's what we are after. We want to have the thermal conductivity as high as possible. So let's see if we can find something better, like iron. The iron that we are creating up here, we might as well utilize it immediately to transfer this heat here a little bit better. But do we have something else? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, we are probably SOL on that one. So iron is what will have to do the job. So let's see. We should be able to start on the right side because there's not a hell of a lot. Maybe. That's probably the best thing. And replace these 3 right here immediately with iron. Yes, that cost us a lot of iron, but we're going to get all of it back, so it's no problem at all. Of course, to make that happen, we do need some ladders. Hopefully not this one right here, because I do want to melt this here. And as soon as we make it over here, we have one more benefit, because we can take the heat that is in here, those 46 degrees, and inject it into this area here as well, with the help of temp shift plates. And that is, of course, without releasing all of those zombie spores in here. So I think that should be on the agenda relatively high, so we can start melting this here a little bit better. And then on top of everything else, the relative temperature right here is our friend. With this slider right here, you can see we can change this view here pretty drastically. And I'm trying to find something like, yeah, maybe this here looks nice. We have abyssalite at negative 39.5 degrees, followed up by abyssalite at negative 3.6, and then on the bottom 32 degrees. This layer right here of negative 39 degree abyssalite has to go, or our water will never stay fluid. Abyssalite does say it has a thermal conductivity of 0.0, but with fluids, that is not true. So as soon as we can, we need to rip as much solid material out of here that is not snow or ice. So that is most definitely on the agenda as well. Let's do that right away as a matter of fact. Let's dig all of this stuff here out that is not snow or ice, and then get rid of this top layer here all around to make sure that the water that we are melting is actually staying molten. Otherwise, it's gonna be kind of pointless. We can see it right here. Water drops down and immediately refreezes. That is not helpful. And then one more thing, the debris is also going to be our enemy in this case. We need to get rid of it. So in base, we are going to grab us an automatic dispenser. And we are really just going to put it anywhere. It doesn't really matter too much. For example, right here. We are going to put it right there. We are going to turn the infinite storage up here on the top off and make sure that everything that gets picked up down here on the bottom will just be moved right there and not any higher. That will save a hell of a lot of time. Yeah, I think that is a good start. And while we are at it, our carbon dioxide here is getting more and more, so we need more tiles right here for more LVO Veras as well. So let's put in a couple more here. Let's just dig all this stuff here out. Let's leave it too high space and put in one more. Cannot hurt, just to be safe. And as soon as we have all the stuff here free, we are going to put in more of them. That is what we're looking for. All right, so far so good, I would say. Even right here, we can put another row. Might as well do so while we're at it. Very good. Okay, well, let me take a look in chat again. Now that I've stopped rambling about what we need to do, everything should happen now all by itself until we can move on to the next thing. Well, here in the UK, there is no minimum age if drinking at home as long as adult supervision. I refused to go for the 6 when I was around 12. Parents was mad at me. My uncle thought it would be really funny to let me drink a whole bottle of vodka at 9. Yeah, that's that generation, isn't it? Gabriel says, I'm back. Ever heard of binging with Babish? Binging with Babish. No, that tells me absolutely nothing, Gabriel. Sorry. I don't know what that is. Are there steam vents in this DLC? Why not just use that for water? There are some kind of vents. So we can take a look at that real quick. What we have already found. By the way, let me show you another little trick. With the slider right here, if you go all the way to the left, this is what it looks like. Everything's hot red. But when you take a look here, a couple of things are not. And that is all vacuum. But there are some exceptions right here. The neutronium also sticks out like a sore thumb. So we're gonna use that to our advantage. We're gonna find everything. We have a water geyser right here. Problem with water geyser is the water comes out at a whooping 95 degrees Celsius. We don't want it hot in here, we want it cold. So that is not what we are after. Let's see if we can find us something else. What else do we have around here? Don't really see a hell of a lot. Up here on the top, we have two right beside each other. Let's see what we got here. In the first one, come on. We have a polluted water vent right here. That could be helpful. I'm pretty sure that outputs at 30 degrees if I'm not mistaken. And a second leaky oil fissure. Let's actually take a look at this bad boy right here. Let's dig over here and let's see what we can find. Very, very simple. Just something like this here. Let's go all the way through here. Leave that open. And one higher. Actually, we can't do that because we don't want all the snow here to drop down on us. May actually be smarter to go one lower all around. Let's do it this way right here. That should still work. And we should still be able to see what's going on here. They won't be able to get past here. We will have to find a way, maybe around the bottom. But we should at least be able to click on it to see what it gives us. In the meantime, though, what else do we have? Two more over here. Very nice. Don't think we looked at those yet, have we? That is a carbon dioxide vent. And this one right here is another polluted water vent. So we have actually two polluted water vents, basically at the same height, more or less. One on the right side of our ladder and the other one pretty far away on the left side. Anything else going on here? Yes, of course, our copper volcano, we already unearthed it. We just don't have the means yet to properly tame it. But I hope we will acquire those means today. And it is right beside a infectious polluted oxygen vent, which we will ignore at least for the time being. Anything else over here on the left? I don't think so. Yeah, that should be everything that we have. So now you know what vents we have already found. What's the tree up front of the polluted water geyser? This here is the bonbon tree. It is a new addition to this DLC. They grow wild up here in space, and they do have a connection for a pipe. They produce something called nectar, and as soon as they're full, they need a lot of light for that. They just release that nectar into the pipe, and the pipe transfers it right here into our infinite storage. And just in case you're interested, this here is what that stuff looks like, and this here what it was it. And this here is what it does. At 160 degrees, it becomes steam and sucrose, and at negative 82.5 degrees, it becomes ice and sucrose as well. And again, produced by the bonbon tree, and if they are domesticated, they need 100 kilograms per cycle of snow to produce 80 kilograms of nectar. Don't let Keonis hear that you're going to ignore the O2 vent. I said for now. Later on, we're probably going to use it for something, but at the moment, that is not necessarily number one on the priority list. Something that is on the priority list, though, the more carbon dioxide we are getting down here, and slowly but steadily it starts to add up, we need to find us a way to get our atmosuits in. Let me see. We have 20 units of reed fiber, which means we could build a total of 10 atmosuits. And we should probably do something like that. Right here we have our wild bammas that are just running around, and all they're doing is they're getting shorn. And only once in their entire life, because we're not going to tame them, at least not yet. So that is what we have to work with right now. Eventually, of course, we will build a proper farm, but for that we need to produce at least a little bit of ethanol. So that is certainly something that is okay. I'm pretty sure that Brandon actually meant words. Not Keonis, but I know what you meant. Down here on the bottom, the carbon dioxide is better, getting better. Unreachable build. Why would you be? Okay, yeah, because this here is not built. That is okay. Let's turn the speed up to medium, and that should make this here a little bit faster. Of course, these pipes here keep breaking. We will have to do something about that as well, rather sooner than later. But for right now, I don't really care too much, because if I just open this here up completely, it will just release all of this carbon dioxide out here, and it will flood our base in no time. So that's why I'm a little bit careful with doing what I said earlier. Is it words? Yes, that was words who so desperately wanted me to tame that bad boy. Let's plop in a couple of tiles here to make sure these gas reservoirs are actually in the appropriate location. And then, yes, right here, we are already looking very good. Just need to connect this here in a second. First of all, I want to make sure that all this here has been built. Theoretically, though, we could already fill it up the gas reservoirs, so might as well do that. Actually, let me switch this around here. And then right here, these are the pipes that I'm going to use. We're just going to snip this side off, and we're going to turn these two here on. We're going to say 750 grams above. This one here is 750 grams above as well. That should now be more than sufficient to get all this stuff out of here. And that into the appropriate directions. The piping that we don't need anymore, we are going to tear it out completely. And the middle pipe right here, we will probably eventually going to use that bad boy to fill up our atmosuits that will be somewhere in this area. So yeah. Those are normal pipes with... Yeah, you do have a good point here. Those are actually normal pipes. I thought I built them insulated. Apparently I didn't. That was the last thing we did in the last stream. We can't just replace them. Well, let's see. All of this stuff right here on the right side is in danger of freezing. The left side shouldn't matter too much because we are generating heat over here, so we should be okay. But other than that, I really need you guys to work on this here a tiny little bit faster, though. As a matter of fact, a lot faster. Because right at this moment, all we're doing is more or less wasting the heat that we are pumping in here. That is certainly something we do not want to do, if not absolutely necessary. The reason is that I want to melt all this stuff down here on the bottom, because it's a lot in a very small space that is somewhat blocked off from the rest of our base. So this is the perfect opportunity to do something like this. And second of all, we do need more water up here. Badly. For the time being, what we can do is, of course, we can build temp shift plates made out of ice. That is always a good idea. In the long term, that is not going to fly. Let's just build all of these here. Better too many than not enough. And then a 3. Let's go back to the absolute temperature, so it looks like exactly what we are used to. Okay, so far so good. And hopefully, slowly but steadily, the pressurization in the base should also pick up once again. That should work like a charm. Just very shortly here, we will have to get back in here because I do want to turn on a third electrolyzer. Yeah, right here. The ladders are being built. As soon as the ladders are in, Croc is saying it in chat right now, dig the bottom, then we can easily melt ice there. That is very, very true. But first of all, we actually need to get there. Actually, we can already get there because there is something behind there. That is actually almost the same bloody color than carbon dioxide, but it is actually sandstone. Could barely tell. Yeah, we do need atmosuits though. Very, very badly. The 95-degree water geyser seems like the solution to all water and ice melting issues. You would think so. But we need to be extremely careful. Because right here, our pike apple bushes have an upper temperature of negative 14 degrees. So as soon as it gets any hotter in our base than negative 14 degrees, our food source is a goner. And that is true for basically everything. Let's take a look at the bonbon trees. Bonbon trees, maximum temperature negative 15. And the third new one is, let's find this one right here, the plume squash plant. Also negative 14. So how we are generating heat, where we are generating heat, and how we are containing it are some really, really important questions that you need to ask yourself every single time you are introducing fresh heat into your base. Which is also the reason for those radiant gas pipes right here. And speaking of the devil, over here I forgot him. What I do not want to do is pump 5-degree oxygen into our base. That is very detrimental. I want to make sure that we keep the heat somewhere down here and not up here. That is the reason why I'm putting in those radiant liquid gas pipes. And we can just replace these right here, just straight across here with those radiant liquid pipes. Radiant, not liquid pipes, but radiant gas pipes. And we should be able to see a difference here. Let's see, the gas is now already at negative 19 degrees. And I can guarantee you it doesn't come out of here at negative 19 degrees. Maybe we can see that as well. We're starting out at, 5 degrees, just on the other side. All right, so far we are looking pretty decent. Elfie says, got to be careful not to dig down in the cold areas and have all your CO2 freeze. You mean kind of like this here? I'm well aware of what you're talking about here. Let's see, can we already see a dent? Yes. This ice here is going to melt very quickly, and we can introduce the heat from this area here as well. That is quite a lot of thermal mass with a little bit of fossil, which we will need as well. So all of that here is going to be extremely helpful. Also, more temp shift plates though. I want to replace them once again with iron as much as we can. For example, into this general direction right here. What else can we do? Let's see, another piece of ladder right here. So we can dig out those 2 tiles of granite. And maybe another iron one. Is there a good location for it? Yes, right there. Just gotta replace this one and this one. Not entirely sure if we have enough iron to do all that, but at the bare minimum, we are working on getting more and more. Let's bring this one here back up to 25, so they're constantly working on it. That is what I want. And it says here, building melted, don't worry about it. Those are our ice melt shift, plates, temp shift plates, I mean, of course. And they're melting, of course, immediately and become water for our basin right here, which we're currently only using for electrolyzers. So that is also a very good thing. Something else that we can do in the meantime, though, is something that we currently don't have is, well, like I said, bathrooms that are properly plumbed in. That is going to be a very easy solution. I want to build us a infinite storage to keep all the polluted water, especially keeping in mind that we have polluted water up here. The polluted water vent at 30 degrees, that will come in handy, because 30 degrees we can handle. 95, though, is a little bit hot. We will see. How you're running Bamos staple on a couple wild plants? I don't. I just put them all into this area because it is, technically speaking, a stable. All it has in it is a shearing station, so I can only get the reed fiber out of here that we actually need, or better to say, that we can actually obtain very, very easily. So, what they're doing, if they're crowded, if they're starving to death, I couldn't care less. So, this just is a random location that we chose last time around. Or right now. And what we could do, for example, is we could go a step further. And this Bamos right here has scale growth 100%. You can literally just move it down here. Same with this one. Move it down here. And do we have another one that we have available? I don't see one. Actually, right here. So we have 3 more. So we can just bring 3 more into this area right here and shear them. We have plenty more running around that we cannot shear because their scale growth is only at 25%. Yeah, basically all across the board. Those are not helpful to us. Therefore, we're going to leave them alone. And later on, we will make sure that we actually tame them and ranch them for real, I guess. All right. We can move one above to have opportunity to grow scale. There are 2 carrots. Does that actually work? Because as far as I know, they don't grow at all when they're wild. Isn't that right? Or do they only when they're not crowded? Because it says you're wild 0% per cycle, and I don't think they grow at all no matter where they are. Do we have one running around? For example, here we have 2 plants and 2 Bamos. 0% growth. Do we have an example for that? Here we have a plant. Just 10%. Okay, so that could actually work to basically move them around, back and forth, cycle them through here to get more, at least very slowly. Let's try that out. They fixed the bug with them this week. They could go up 1 tile, but not down 1 tile when walking. Seriously? That's hilarious. That is absolutely hilarious. I didn't even know that. And I didn't see that in the changelog either. And we have Schlop Ore becoming a level 3 engineer, the highest tier I have on my channel. Thank you very, very much, Schlop Ore, for the support. I truly, truly appreciate that. As a matter of fact, the only other level 3 engineer we currently have is Jazz himself. That is awesome. Jared Real says, I learned so much from you. Thank you. That is why I'm doing it. I love to hear that. Thank you so much. And I'm truly happy that my content here helps you out at least a tiny little bit. That is what I'm all about. And my entire channel, really. Okay. Down here on the bottom. Is there anything being done? We really need those damn atmosuits. I need to stop stalling and actually plop them in. What I had in mind for that is we're going to put some tiles just above right here. Something like this. And then maybe 2 high should be more than sufficient, and put in more tiles. Something like this here. Dig all this stuff out. Dig all this stuff out here. 3 tiles high. You know what? Actually, let's get the uranium first. Before we do anything else. Before we dig out this area right here, because we won't be able to reach it anymore, at least not easily. Let's dig this here out. That should be helpful, so we have access to the uranium. And once we have that, we are going to continue right here in this area. Because right here, I want to make sure that the dupes can come down the ladder on the right and on the left. And then right here in the middle, put on their suits, come down to the bottom story, and then continue on their merry way, wherever they want to go. Flopper says, hey everybody, and bitteschön. Thank you once again very, very much. Dankeschön in good old German. I truly appreciate that. They do grow from consuming their food plants, I believe, but compared to Dracos that grow from simply being in hydrogen, Bamos are a one-time shave if starved. If starved, yeah, apparently so. Are we still in a stable now? Oh, plenty of space. Let's grab one of those bad boys here. This one here has 29% growth. And move him up here to the top. Let's see if we can do that with a higher priority so we can actually check this here out. We don't have enable auto harvest on, right? That's not what I wanted to do. Nope, very good. Don't want to harvest it. Want to have it eaten. That would be very nice. And we will see if we put that bad boy up here. I guess every time we happen to scroll by here, I will just take a quick look. If this bad boy right here has its scales grown to 100... Wait, what are we doing? Where are you going now? Wait, what? Why are you... Oh, I know why. He moved him right here, but not right there. That's why. Yeah, sometimes. Do we need doors there? No, I don't think we do. We are in a stable. No need to have a door here or anything, so we should be golden as it is. It looks like the uranium is coming along. Just dig it all up. And we should be okay. Somehow I got distracted though from what I actually wanted to do, which is first check this here out. I'm not gonna bring on a dupe right now, I believe. I mean, we could theoretically, but only if it's a really, really good one. And I already see Slow Learner right here and Flatulent, so that ain't happening. We're gonna go with Copper for this time around. But the next dupe is reserved for Schlop ore. There's no question about it. We just need to find a somewhat decent one. And then the next one will be reserved for Schlop ore. So, right here in this area, what can we do? I don't just want to build a normal infinite storage. I want to also be able to get rid of this stuff right here, this kind of polluted water that's just sitting around. Let's see if we can come up with something along those lines. Highborn Chase is here. Welcome to the chat, and thank you very much for joining. How are you doing today? Let's see, let me think about this. How can we do this? We do need some doors, obviously. Not just normal ones, though. Let's give it a 2 wide space here, that's for sure. There's no choice. And then bring it... let's see, so we can walk along here. We will need some floors. Let me just put that in here, made out of anything, so I can see what it looks like. Some manual airlocks. Right here, so we can walk underneath it, and 2 away. 2 away should be good. Let's make it a little bit bigger than usual, so we have extra space available, a little bit higher as well. The only thing that we need now is 1 more here, 1 more there. We could theoretically build 1 here, and then we have this space right here. Yes, that will work. So right here, we're going to build us 3 more, and here 1 more. We are going to build us the infinite storage that has an input right here, but also at the same time a liquid compressor built in. So we can use a bottle emptier to get rid of those polluted water bottles that we may eventually encounter, and already have. Let's see if that will get the job done. We will let the dupes just do their job here. Right at the moment though, what we don't need is this. All we're gonna do for right now is build us something that looks kind of like that, and then tell the guys to go all around here and get rid of everything in this vicinity. Then once we have all that, we will see what else we can tear up with this system right here. Obviously, we also gotta test it. Currently, that's just, well, in my head, I suppose. And then we will see if that works out the way I imagine it or not. Can somebody, please, build those 2 tiles? I would truly appreciate that, because currently, you're not a room, and that's something we do not want in any way, shape, or form. And by the way, in case you have nothing else to do, get rid of all this stuff on the ground as well. Much better. And as soon as we have this here and we have tested it out if it works the way it should, if we can, I guess we will have to wait a long time actually until this entire area here fills up until we can properly test it. But from a theoretical standpoint, we should be able to check it out, no problem. Okay, so far so good. Also the uranium has been dug up. Now we just need to come along here again, 3 high, that is what we need. The only thing is, and I want to build this here somewhat in the middle, that would be nice. So right here, that's the middle. Right here and right here. we're going to leave these two spaces open. We're going to put a ladder on one side and a fire pole on the other. And speaking of a fire pole though, for some reason we never extended this one all the way down, which we should also do while we are at it, just to speed up the dupe movements a tiny little bit coming down here, so they don't have to walk down on a ladder. It's never a good thing if they have to walk downwards on a ladder. Scale growth is at 10%. It's up, or better to say, 10% per cycle, but we're currently up to 31, so that seems to move. And with the extra BAMs that we have put in here, we are now up to 35 units. So we can build this here now exactly as I imagine it. Atmosuit's built out of iron. We don't have iron right now, obviously, because we just use it down here on the bottom. But we will get more in relatively fast and relatively soon. That is going to be helpful. Too much liquid down here, seriously? Well, get rid of this one tile right here. And didn't we have a storage for polluted ice, or am I wrong about that? We do have one over here, polluted ice. So let's put this here on sweep. We don't want any polluted ice here in this area to actually melt. I'm just going to put it on everything. This one here is set on a number 9 priority, which will override the number 5 priority for the pickup. So they should pick up the ice first and bring it straight over there. We will see if that works out the way I hope it does. Okay, so far so good. If we have this here sorted out, we can move on to the next project. And the next project is going to be getting us steel in. Now that we have the uranium, we can go ahead and tear out all of these zombie spores. That's going to take a few cycles though, so might as well do that rather a little bit earlier than a little bit later. As soon as we have this ladder right here, we can corner dig this tile right here. This tile right here, through this corner right here, not a problem. And the spore kid will die a horrible death, exactly as that should be, as a matter of fact. So that is another very good thing for us. All that's left after this point is a couple of ladders, so we can get rid of all this mass right here that we don't want in this area. Yeah, down here on the bottom. It's just a big problem. Due to all the carbon dioxide, the dupes not being really able to breathe anywhere, everything takes a hell of a lot longer than I would want it to be, which is why we are working on this area right here. I may have to give building, just right out of the box, a little bit higher priority. Let's make it a 7. So the building tasks are being done right away when I tell them to do it. That would potentially be helpful. Because usually if I want to build something, I would like to have it done fast and not wait for it for the next 2 decades. The polluted ice is being dropped off over here as that should be. That's nice. And also, to get rid of that carbon dioxide that I just mentioned, how about you build me those farm tiles here with a little more speed? Just a notch. That's all we need. Where's over here? That is not on the priority list anywhere near as high as the LBO Veras that we need down here on the bottom. Looks like the liquid carbon dioxide here is somehow, and I don't exactly know how, sorting itself out. I assume due to that stuff that's laying around on the floor. But at the moment, it could be a hell of a lot worse. But now they're putting in the farm tiles, and we should be looking a hell of a lot better here very shortly. Very good. We have our hydrogen generators right here, our petroleum generator right there, and our ethanol up here on the top. We also need to produce more ethanol. That is most definitely also on the agenda. So the no space material sour gas boiler just started. Now some testing, and then it will be the next forum topic. That is awesome von Rheinland. And by the way, that is a beautiful point for a reminder about the Discord channel. Yes, I do have a Discord channel with a wonderful community with people like von Rheinland, who loves to build all sorts of different stuff. Like he just said, a no space material sour gas boiler, and he puts it into the forum. There are many, many other people, including myself, that are always happy to help out with any kind of problems that you may encounter as a at least somewhat new player to the game. So if you are a new player to the game, feel free to stop by there. Chess just put in the Discord link. And if you're an experienced player, we can never have enough of those either to help other players out with their builds and their own ideas. But regardless, down here on the bottom, we still need to get rid of the stuff right here, guys. Let's give that also a slightly higher priority. This here looks good. So let's go to stations. And what I have in mind is an atmosphere checkpoint here and an atmosphere checkpoint there. And then each one of that gets 5. So here 5 and here 5 for a total of 10 atmosuit docks. So we will have 10 atmosuits down here. And that should hopefully be a game changer for us. As soon as we have this, we can send as many dupes down here because we have to go a hell of a lot lower. We haven't even discovered the half of it. So this is what the map currently looks like. There, I would assume that the bottom is probably somewhere in this general area right here. So we are far, far away from the bottom. So we need a lot of dupe labor in that area down on the bottom. So yeah, our atmosuits will be the trigger that will make that happen. But yeah, one more thing. We need to get these electrolyzers here up and running, if we like it or not. At least one of them. Not necessarily 2, but at the bare minimum 1. So let's see if we can fix that here relatively quickly. We can change atmosuit checkpoints for empty suits only. That will have to be done. Right here, clearance vacancy. That has to be done. If we don't, the dupes will just plop it on the floor. Like if these 5 here are full and they want to go to the right side, they will just put him on the floor. We don't want that. That is very, very true, Croc, and absolutely necessary. Also, how much oxalite do we have? 10 tons. Getting there, that's for sure. We wanted to fix this here. There are several ways that we can do that. Each and every one of those ways involves getting rid of the gas reservoirs, and that's most likely what we will have to do, or yeah, we don't really have a choice, so that has to happen. The only thing really that matters. And that'll be a problem with this wire right here anyway. Because the potential load is at 1980, and this wire right here is not really made for that. We need some power over here, because we are just going to use our airlock door very temporarily right here in this area. For that, the gas reservoirs on the bottom have to go. And that's totally okay, and doesn't really matter too much, which is nice. Because all we have to do is extend this one pipe here, through here, and bring it all the way up to the top. And as a matter of fact, all the other pipes that we currently have here, we can rip those out without any regrets or problems whatsoever. So let's do precisely that for right now. As a matter of fact, if we can stop carbon dioxide from going down here, we wouldn't even have to do that. We could literally just open it up and it wouldn't matter. As long as we don't get carbon dioxide in here, we are golden. Even with carbon dioxide, really, it wouldn't matter. You know what? We are going to save us deconstructing these here. And in F7, we are going to save us deconstructing all of these here. Let's see if we can make that happen. If we literally just come in here. Theoretically, I don't see a problem of, yeah, what could possibly go wrong here. All we need is a piece of ladder right there. Let's do that right away, before we do anything else at all. The only thing, of course, that we can't have, really, is this connection right here. And, what is it? This connection right here. There we go. Only fun fact of the day, temp build lasts for 500 cycles. That is correct. A temporary is a word that is very relative. Very relative. Can mean something completely different to me than it does to you. Oh, it's a legitimate thing to say. Let's increase the repair as well. And let's make sure we mop this here up with the highest priority so we can close it back off. Come on. Somebody come by and fix it up for me, please. You can make a one wire bridge only to burn out, and when we have more power on that wire than 1000 watts, bridge is like a fuse, less random wire breaks. That is actually a good idea. I'm planning on replacing this here though, because if we are continuing to using the shear station, also the shearing station here was meant for it to be temporary. But if we now have a way to actually get these mammoths here to slowly but steadily regrow scales, then we might as well use it up until we have a real farm up and running. So let's grab this here. Let's clean up everything here. And let's actually turn these here on. Just for right now, so we don't immediately break it again, because the one downfall is that we are getting a lot of cold oxygen getting into this area. And that is something that we do not want. It keeps just breaking over and over again, and that is a problem. If they're turned on, that won't happen. We can turn them back off the moment we are closed back up. Dizzy says, or Dizzy Diana says, I always thought temp meant until I can be bothered to do something else. That is the actual definition. I would agree with that. There we go, everything's repaired, get rid of the water, and of course the igneous rock as well, and then we're gonna close it back up right away. Very nice. And that'll fix it. A little bit of hydrogen is gonna escape, but nobody cares about that. Come on, grab the rocks. Anyone? Jonas is here. Another 360 kilograms, or one more dupe. Barris himself is coming and getting the job done. Now we just need to build these two tiles, and the problem is fixed. Very, very nice. Okay. Very, very good. Any tips on playing new asteroid with spaced out? This asteroid right here, you mean the frozen one? If you were to go for all achievements, the bigger question is probably, what do you want to do first? You want to do a locavore or carnivore first, if you're literally trying to attempt both of them in the same run? I mean, that would be the very first decision that I would make. So, right here though, let me do this before I forget about it. These two here are now running basically for nothing. At least one of them is. There we have it. This one here can be turned back off. We need to keep our water consumption as low as we can up until we have the water down here on the bottom more and more molten. That is the general idea. Already we have polluted water though. We do need to get rid of that ASAP as well. But yeah, other than that, that is probably the very first thing that I would ask myself if that would be something that I would do. Which one do I want to go for first, and how would I do it? Because that is probably the biggest issue that you will encounter if you attempt a run like that. Right here, gas bridge. Come on. There's a tile of pea water waiting to be unleashed there too. Yes, I see this one right here. I hope we can get around it. If we can melt this top area right here and get over here, then we can hopefully mop that up before it causes any harm down here. Also, we did talk about this abyssalite right here at negative 39 degrees. We need to get rid of it, but not right this very moment. How much do we have in here? 250 kilograms? If we dig up one single tile of snow of 10 kilograms, which we can most definitely afford, at that point we can mop this up. Why are the Atmo suit docks placed like that? Because I have two ladders coming down here, and in this particular case here, that just felt right and looks nice. As soon as these here are done, powered up, and have oxygen in them, all I'm going to do is basically go right here into this area and make sure that these three here are gone. That is the only reason. I do that on both sides. The dupes will be forced to put on the atmosuits, come down here, and then go along either left or right on their merry way further down towards the bottom. That is why I did that. Okay, getting there, slowly but steadily. What is going on with this gas pipe? Oh, yeah, we have not turned these here on yet, of course. But the other two are pumping very nicely, and even if we should outproduce them with the electrolyzers, the nice thing is the electrolyzers will just turn off by themselves. So As soon as they reach max pressure, we can see it here very briefly flashing up every once in a while. It doesn't matter how many pumps we have running. It's never going to cause any problems in a properly built spawn like that. Right on the right side, we have clearance always and clearance always. Now it should be correct. Because it is a little bit confusing, by the way, guys, and oxygen not included. You can see it says down here clearance always, and it says suited duplicants may pass even if there is no room to store their suits, and you would think that is what's selected. But no, this is what you are going to select when you click on it. What really is selected is up here on the top, and it says here status clearance vacancy only. Suited duplicants may pass only if there is room in a dock to store their suit. And that is precisely what we want. Like I said, in my opinion, that is highly confusing between the two, but it is what it is. And as long as you know about it, it's not that big of a deal. Last but not least, some heavy water wires through here. Obviously, not that nice with decoration, but other than that, it's totally fine. Croc says, to crew go, start mining asteroid fields and mutate seeds as early as possible. This takes the most cycles. That is actually very true. I didn't think of that. Because, yeah, I forgot about that achievement. The mutating cycles takes forever. Quite literally. Gumdal says, yes, it is quite confusing even after playing it for so long. I know, even I get caught by it. Not all the time, but every once in a while it does get me. So that is precisely why I'm always pointing it out when that situation arises. Because it gets me just like anyone else. It just happens. We do need to get rid of this polluted water down here, though. That has to happen. Because right at the moment, water is actually not immediately freezing anymore. Which is a good thing, but also a bad thing at the same time. Looks like we got the polluted water out. Very good. Just gotta be a little bit more careful about that. Basically from now on. But it looks good. Right here, our spore kit has been annihilated. Exactly as that should be, as I just said. And right now, we have right here abyssalite. And when we take a look, abyssalite has a radiation blocking of 43% and algae of 24%. So having this abyssalite right here is detrimental to what we want to do. So what we are going to do is we're going to build us a mechanized airlock made out of uranium ore, and we put it in place of this abyssalite. The algae will keep the zombie spores contained, and the mechanized airlock door made out of uranium ore has radiation. We will be able to see it once it's built, and as soon as it is built, it will slowly but steadily annihilate all those zombie spores in this area for us, and we don't have to do a damn thing. Very nice. GMO OK. Yeah, that's the name of the achievement. Hate that achievement? Yeah. The first game I tried a 100% run, did good, but never finished it. Down to 3, well, 4 now achievements left. I mean, for a first attempt on an all achievement run, I would argue that is amazing, actually. A lot of people never make it that far. Healthy. That is nothing to scoff at in any way, shape, or form. I guarantee you that. And Croc says, beer, by the way, thanks to you, I almost bought Timberland. I put it on my wish list. You mean Timberborn, probably. I put it on my wish list and waiting for the promotion now. That is awesome. It is a great game, honestly, and the developers are still putting a hell of a lot of work into it. So I have no reason not to highly recommend it. Very honestly. Jess says, I certainly haven't. There you go. The proofs are right there. It's just, it is hard. It's meant to be hard, and that's just what it is. Over here, before we run into problems, we need to build us another storage bin right here. To be able to reach that, we need a piece of ladder. Probably right here should do. And then right here in the middle, we are actually storing flox fawn eggs and bleach stone and no oxalite. We're going to store anything in there. It doesn't matter. And we're going to do that to all 3 of them. At the highest priority, number 9. As soon as an egg comes out from our floxes right here, the dupes will pick it up and put it over here. Is that optimal? Obviously not, but it is the best we can do for right this very second. So it is what it is, and we will live with it for a tiny little bit longer. But guys, you really need to take care of those outhouses right here up until we have this build here completed. So Kiona says beavers and bridges. What more do you need? I agree. 100%. How much iron do we have? 1,300 kilograms. So we can at the bare minimum start to make us the first few Atmos suits right here. At the end, I mean, I'm just gonna put 10 in here because it doesn't matter. We will need them one way or another. I want 10 of them. And what I also want to do is right away is repair Atmos suit forever. We want to have that done. If something breaks, we want to repair it up until the point we run out of fibers, which obviously right now is a problem, but hopefully we can fix that soon. Martin Delp says, good evening from Germany. Nice to catch you live. Martin, thank you very much for joining. And I'm glad too that you made it. I know it's a little bit late in Germany, always when I'm streaming, but you know, that is actually why I chose this slot at 3 p.m. my local time. Because so you guys in Europe at least have a chance to catch me even though it's late. Very nice. 3 new achievements. I didn't even see them all. Hatch a new critter from an egg. What did we hatch? Not entirely sure. 100 cycles. We got that one too already. Are we at 100? We are at 100. Croc is 100% right. And Croc has also been a level 2 member for 4 months. So Croc, of course, thank you very, very much for that support. I truly, truly appreciate that. And our airlocks are almost done. I bet we got a morph shinebug. That may well be. If we got one, it should be in here, though. No? Anywhere else? Could be anywhere on the map, though. Not worth looking for it. Not important either. So, let's talk about this bad boy right here for a minute. First of all, let's do that with the highest priority. Clean it up. That is why your stream is a bit earlier. Thanks for your consideration for Europe. I do know from my analytics on YouTube, of course, that I do have a lot of people in Europe, a lot of people in Germany, of course, a lot of people in Poland, but even a lot of people in Spain, surprisingly, that do watch my videos. So yes, I do stream on Saturdays, at least earlier. During the week, I can't stream earlier because, well, surprisingly, I do have a full-time job. When I stream during the week, it has to be in the evening, and unfortunately, that's bad for Europe, but it is what it is. I can't help that. But on the weekend, I'll make sure that as many people at least have a chance to catch me live if they truly choose or want to do so. Let's get it out of here. In the meantime, though, we can put already in what we need. There are a couple things. Obviously, we will need a liquid pump built out of literally anything. Let's make it cobalt. We do have the space. Should we put 2 in? Does that make sense? Does it matter? What would I ever need 2 for? Ah, you know what. Not gonna hurt anything. Let's put 2 in. Let's put out 1 pipe over here and the other one somewhere here so it's reachable in any way, shape, or form. That's all that matters. And a little bit of power. We're not gonna do anything with this anytime soon, so it literally doesn't matter at all. And then put in some wires as well. More importantly, though, what we really need in plumbing is up here on the very top a liquid vent. The liquid vent obviously also needs some insulated pipes and probably just straight across here. Because eventually it will come from mainly this wall right here. That is the important part. And then in automation. In automation, we will need some automation wires, and I could automate that, but it's really not worth the trouble for as little as we're going to use it. We are going to put 3 signal switches right here. Very, very simple. And on top of that, we are just going to grab us in plumbing, of course, the bottle emptier that we mentioned before. So we can fill this infinite storage right here with bottles, but we can also fill it normally with our liquid vent. That is the idea. Katerina is here, says hello from the USA. I just found your channel yesterday, so hello. That is truly awesome. Not Katerina, Katerina, I guess. That is awesome that you could join, and I'm really glad you found the channel. That's amazing. And yes, welcome to the stream. Bad news, seems the boiler has a cooling problem. It generates enough, but I have problems of getting it into the cooling chamber. I can't imagine. I can imagine. I mean, trying to build a sour gas boiler without space materials is definitely a challenge, but if anybody can crack that challenge, I know for a fact, it's you, Von Reinland. I do know that for a fact. Let's set all these to deliver suits. Which ones actually get delivered doesn't really matter in any way, shape, or form. In what order. Let's just turn them all on. There we go. Not to the last one, apparently not. And at this point, we can go ahead, and we already prepared for that. In automation, we can just grab us a automation wire, because these here, we just snipped it off. So no dupe is required to actually hook them back up. Now, all of our gas pumps will be running, and the middle ones will be providing oxygen purely down here to those docks. Literally that simple. And it looks like, yeah, this wire right here is already on the brink of dying. We knew that would happen eventually, we just didn't know when that would be, and we do not have enough actual stuff here available to actually rebuild it right now. Well, it is what it is. Can't help with that right this very second. The metal refinery ran out, that's why. Let's give it another 50. Let's go for it. We need heat down here. We don't want to see any blue, we want to see red. And as soon as we can, we need to go for steel. Of course, for that we need iron. We can actually already make 80 steel, or 800 steel, sorry. So we should do that. Do you plan on going to space? Absolutely, we will go to space. There's no question. First of all, though, we need to make sure that this base here is fully sustainable. That is always my first goal before I do anything else. That is the most important part of it. We need to be able to generate power, we need to be able to generate food, and we need to be able to generate some kind of metal. And then, once we have that, once I can leave this planet right here completely unattended for, let's say, 30 cycles in a row, because we have to go to a different planetoid and build some fancy project, I can do that without any issues. That is always the idea. Right here, in our printing pod, I haven't even inspected that thing. I always forget about that. Let's choose another blueprint and let's see what we have here. We have rocketry +8 with a super duper hard digging and increased air consumption. Don't want to do that right now. Rocketry's a little bit early for that. We have Quinn, digging, doctoring, and ranching. With decreased term resistance, nobody cares, but an aesthetics design skill. We should take a look first before we do anything, if we actually have a dupe available for that or not, because the truth is, I do not know from the top of my head. And we have nails over here for digging, tidying, and operating. Also very good, with electrical engineering already at tier 2, and a lot for operating and tidying, so that would be a perfect dupe for another engineer. Allergic reaction to fluorescent, nobody cares. Cannot do doctoring, nobody cares about that either. So, nails right here would be probably the perfect new dupe. I think that is a perfect dupe for what we need right now. Digging, tidying, operating, that looks like great to me. So, nails, we're gonna choose you, and you're going to be Schloppohr. Pretty sure, let me double check in chat that that's how it's written. Yes, it is. Very nice. And Schloppohr, once again, thank you very much for becoming a level 3 member, and welcome to the game. While we're at it, let's take a look in here and immediately give Schloppohr right here a new skill. Let's see, where are we gonna go first? Probably, yeah, let's do directly improve tinkering. Yeah, let's go straight down here. Improve carrying comes after, and mechatronics engineer eventually. So let's give him the hat, and then let's head back out of here. That should be good. Building broken. What is broken? Oh, this wire right here. Yeah, of course. I mean, until we get to the point where we have another opportunity to have any kind of shearing going on, we're just going to get rid of this wire right now. We can always rebuild it later, but right at the moment, it's just a nuisance. So let's get rid of this bad boy right here, and let's do it quickly. We don't want to be held up by that constantly. And we also don't want to waste any resources on repairing it for no particular reason. So that was just a temporary solution. It worked for what we needed. We got our reed fibers in, and that's all we needed. Leave it unattended for 30 cycles. I couldn't imagine such a thing. When I first played Oxygen Not Included, my dupe walked into my water source to sleep and drowned itself on the first cycle. Yes, guys. That is the game we all love and play constantly, in a nutshell, right there. Love it. That sounds 100% correct. That's too good. Too good. This one right here, these two, we are going to disable. right now. Get rid of this stuff. And as soon as they're disabled, which is now, we can come down here. This one here is now turned on. And all that stuff that we told the dupes here to pick up will now go with a higher priority maybe. All the way up to the top, just into right here. It's better up here than down there. We just need to get rid of it, because all this debris is just in our way and not helpful in any way, shape, or form. And by the way, the mechanized airlock here has been built. So let's take a look. We can see the radiation right here. It's only 13 rats per cycle. And that correlates to only a 1% deaths per cycle rate. We can build a couple more mechanized airlocks around here to help with that. But we're not in a hurry. The truth is, how long it takes to get rid of those germs right here, don't really care too much. That is not the end of the world. What is the problem though is I do want to get rid of all this granite right here. Anything that is not ice needs to go rather quickly. Right here we are going to come... What did this random ladder here add up right there? Or end up right there. Not entirely sure how that happened, but it doesn't matter too much because we're just building them in the right location so we can then go on with our temp shift plates a little bit further. Very, very soon we will have our Atma suits here available and we are going to start using them, which will speed up the process down here immensely. That is going to be a complete game changer. I've lost count. I've had that happen. I gotta admit, when finding the water pocket for the latrine. Yeah, I can see that. But yeah, usually once I have the base in a state where I can literally leave it for many, many cycles at a time without looking at it ever, that is usually my point where I then have no problem in going to space permanently. We will go earlier, obviously. We need to go to space to get us some data banks, for example, for research. But to actually establish another colony somewhere, for example, that'll have to wait. What do we have in here? We have 2 different gases in here. We have 3 different gases in here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell the dupes to lock all of these here, to make sure nobody accidentally opens them. That is always detrimental to a build like this. But we're going to leave this one here open. Let's do that. And let's do it quickly. There we go. The doors are being closed and opened as ordered. Very nicely. This one here open. And then, of course, these ones here on the side all need to be locked up as well. Very good. All with the highest priority, so we actually can get it done. And then for right this moment, obviously, I don't know why I closed these doors right here. We're just going to open them. And we're going to say right here, liquid, polluted water, number 9 priority. And you got stuck in there, didn't you, Doc? Okay, no polluted water yet. Open it back up. Get the hell out of there. And lock it back. You dupes. Always the same. We still have this one bit of carbon dioxide in here, 20 grams. That is not what we want. So we're going to get rid of it. Everything's locked now. We are golden, so we can turn this one here back to polluted water. Number 9 priority. I love how he did that while drooling. I know, right? We can force half oxygen to go through first atmosphere, Doc. First use most oxygen from the pipe. That is very true with the setup that I built right here. Barely any oxygen will go over here to the left. So we should be able to rectify that later on when we need it. But right at the moment, it doesn't really matter too much because I also started filling up these atmosphere docks here first. And it does actually matter when you click on deliver, when they are getting delivered. So I did that deliberately from the right to the left in this particular case. Are you building a liquid exterminator there? Who is scalding? Are we producing some heat now? Well, wouldn't you look at that? That's what we want to see here. The only problem is now that the dupes are walking through without atmosuits and getting scalded. So we kind of want to see it, kind of don't want to see it. Is what it is, though. Admiral, you gonna make it? That's fine. Maybe we should give this middle refinery here just a quick pause. Just a moment for the dupes to clear out most of this debris right here. because the atmosuits are still not functional, at least not enough of them. But yeah, if we have dupes like Schloppo right here, which are brand new to the game, that's the speed. That's what we get. Can't do nothing about it, other than building a door here and disallowing the dupe from going in. But yeah, that is not something I'm willing to do for it. Those few things that are laying around right there. Right over here, though, you asked me if that is a liquid exterminator. No, this is not a liquid exterminator. This is just an infinite storage, which allows us to fill it either with a liquid vent, or with a bottle emptier, or both. At least that's the idea. Truth be told, I've never tried anything like that. That just came to my mind, and we will see if it works or not. I guess that it's going to be a little bit of trial and error here. But in the meantime, we can start deconstructing down here on the bottom, the outhouse and the wash basin, and actually put in true, real bathrooms. So we're going to do that very gradually, slowly and steadily. Down here on the bottom, we can go into medicine, grab us a sink, plop it right there, and then we can go into plumbing, grab us a lavatory, and plop it right there. And then down here on the bottom, this pipe right here is currently feeding our electrolyzers, all of them. Is there water in here again? How? How does that keep happening? Right at the moment, everything's flowing in, everything's warm enough. It should have not frozen. I truly am a little bit flabbergasted by this here. Also right here, it shows us the different materials that will never be used. So, yeah, I'm not entirely sure how that happened again, but here we are, I suppose. Regardless, though, not our concern right this moment. We do need some piping that comes up here. And we're going to build these water pipes all the way up here to the top. All we need is right here and right there an input. And we can just already replicate that all the way through. Here, and then right here as well. Because eventually, all of them will look the same. And if we can already put it in, well, might as well. So let's do precisely that. Very, very simple. Just like this. There we go. One more. And then bring it down and connect it up right there. That is what we want, and that is what we need. All across the board. Okay. You guys build all this, and once it's done, we can just replace all the rest. Right at the moment, we still need him until it's done, but for right now, it's okay. So adorable how they waddle. I know, right? How are we looking CO2-wise in our base? Yeah. We are now full up until roughly right here. That would also be because I never planted any more alveos, which I wanted to do about 12 cycles ago. I think we started in, what, cycle 90? Now we're 12 cycles later and I still haven't planted any. So there's that. Yeah. Like I said, if I say something and I don't do it right away, chances are that I'm getting distracted by 10 other things. And I usually do the same thing at work. If I say something, I do it right away. So yeah. Can we check for a new blueprint? Yeah, we can. We have been here long enough for now. Let's check it out. What do we have? What kind of gloves are we getting today? Yeah, grape glovelets. Wrist coverage is so overrated. I agree. That is the reason why I never use any bloody gloves. In the game, at least. So yeah, there's that. Okay, the temp shift plates right here are not looking too shabby on the right side over here, except the ice that's on the very top. Everything is molten very nicely. Just need to get rid of this one right here. Do we have more iron available to us? Looks like the answer is no. We haven't built any. We need to turn it now back on. Something like this here. Down here on the bottom, all the stuff it says it can't move. Why do we have storage unavailable? I am truly curious about that. Oh, it's sleet wheat grains, because we have not set it up right here in our fridges, I would assume. That is a cooking ingredient, sleet wheat grain. You are now allowed to get up here, so we can get you out of there. Almost want a project list in the game where I can put down a project, the items to make for that, and then put a dupe on working on that project. I know, right? I considered using my work software, which is called Smart Sheets. Use it for the game before. Next time, before you open blueprints, think of something more useful. Okay, I will try that. I will try that. How are we going down here? And Jazz with 5 gifted memberships. Jazz, thank you so much for your continued insane support. I truly appreciate it. Bear, Leonardo, R. Short, Truian, and Matthew all got a free membership from Jazz. So if you're here and in chat, how about you say thank you? I think Jazz would really appreciate that. Right here, we're gonna dig this stuff here up. The less thermal mass we have sitting around, the better it is for our project down here. Diana says the only issue would be because you set a dupe to set project wouldn't mean the dupe would ever do the project. Yeah, that's very true. I hope and wish every time I open mine for the cool rock crushers. Do I have a rock crusher blueprint? I have no idea. The answer is no. Of course not. The moment you said cool, I already knew it. That ain't happening. Okay, the 2 laboratories are built, and as soon as the laboratories are used, we are just putting it over here in this area. For at the moment, we're just going to leave it wide open, so we can have the appropriate gases here accumulate. But as soon as we have that done, we're just going to close it off completely, and we are done with it. William is currently in the bathroom. We're going to give you a second to get out of there before we start the deconstruction. And then slowly but steadily, once again, go up with our laboratories and our sinks, and that should be the end of that, at least for right now. Laboratory, sink, deconstruct and deconstruct, and we will just keep on going like this until we are on the very top. Do I have a blueprint for the wash basin? No. For the outhouse? No. Lavatory? Absolutely not. Sink? Nope. Matter of fact, don't even know if any exist for that stuff. Just wanted to check anyway. This one here, you don't even have to empty it out anymore. Just get rid of it. All the piping is built, so we can just plop in whatever we can, wherever we have a space for it. Come on, there we go. The sink, as soon as it's done, direction is only left. Come on, guys, get it done. We're scalding again on the bottom. What are we tearing out now? Truly don't know. This one piece of ice here, I would really like to see completely annihilated. That would be very nice. But at the moment, at 1.9 degrees, we need a couple more degrees for that. But on the left side here, we are also making a dent into it. And then we can finally dig out this one layer of abyssalite here that will freeze our ice over and over again. And we're making also more iron, I thought. What are you doing with the iron? Mr. Jenkins, where are you going with it? What are we building with it? Ah, the exosuit. We have still one more atmosuit that is due to be made. So yeah, we gotta look at that as well. As soon as that's done, that is why it's not accumulating. That makes no perfect sense. And down here on the bottom, I think we're almost ready to actually start using our atmosuits. A tiny little bit more over here on the left. I just want to have it all ready to roll, so we are not in a bind here. And then we are good to go. And the other thing that I want to do is put another couple of gas reservoirs in, just to have some kind of buffer going on here. Maybe right here and right there, that should get the job done just as it is. We're just going to change this piping right here slightly to come into here, out of there, and then straight back up. As soon as this is built, we're just going to get rid of this middle section right here, and we are good. Just so if the atmosuits should ever be full, we at least have a little bit of storage right here of 1,000 kilograms that we have access to at any given point. You should have enough dupe of blueprints that you can turn them into filaments and they get the blueprint you want. Probably so, yes. You have probably enough laying around, but yeah. There's a funny mod for the toilet called the Golden Throne. If you build them out of gold amalgam, the dupe will get a crown. Seriously? That is funny, actually. That is funny as hell. Yeah, let's pump in a little bit more oxygen down here on the bottom. A little bit more. And we're going to start using that. Our water storage, though, is getting low. I really wish those 2.9 tons right here would explode just like everything we have in the storage bins right here. What's the temperature at 2.2, negative 3.2, 3.3. So yeah, we should get about another 12 tons here very shortly. That's going to be good. Another sink and another sink. And slowly but steadily, we should be able to produce a hell of a lot more polluted water that we can store in this area right here. Only problem that I'm seeing is it might be freezing if we don't get more in. Slowly but steadily, because right here this wall is a negative 30 degrees. I don't really care about the oxygen around here. The heat transfer is very slow on that. But the wall right here will transfer its cold into here, or better to say, we're going to lose the heat, to be more precise here. So what we may want to do is just come over here to the other side and maybe, just maybe, dig this stuff here up. Something just like this here. Just so we have another layer of some kind of gas in here and not directly a layer of... what are you doing down here? What are you doing down here? There's nothing that should compel you to come to this area anymore except this one tiny little piece of granite right here. Yeah, I'm truly not entirely sure why that is, but they're dupes, so it's always kind of hard to tell. But we got rid of most of the thermal mass. At this point, right here, when we take a look into the churn overlay, there are no churns here. So what that means is we can, without a problem, dig into right here, get the fossil out, and also release this water down here. The water is at a nice 45 degrees, so that's very nice. And then down here on the bottom, dig me up this abyssalite. The pump is now in overheat damage as well. I also don't think we need it anymore when I look at this here, so let's deconstruct this bad boy. I think it has done its job very nicely for our purposes. Actually, I can leave that here. Just down here on the bottom, we don't need it anymore. And then F7, we're also going to get us our resources back right here as soon as we can. Are we on the atmosuits? Are we still building one more? No, we are not. Didn't I build 10? Didn't I say 10? Could have sworn I said 10. So where's the last one? I'm truly curious what happened. Croc actually is wearing one. That is what happened. Alright. Unequip your suit then. Somebody come pick it up and put it in there. And as soon as that happens, we are going to turn the system here on very, very simply. Might as well do that right away, as a matter of fact. As I said, right here, all we have to do is these 3 tiles have to go, and these 3 tiles have to go. And at that point, the dupes are forced to come over here, go through the Atmo checkpoint, and then move out. Of course, you try to do what I just... let me go. Yeah, there we go. I don't want a dupe to come along here right now and pick up another Atmosuit, so we lose it. There we go. So far, so good. Coming over here and tear this stuff here out before somebody goes upstairs. Please. There you go. That should work now. Exactly as expected. And the dupes are now forced to use Atmosuits if they like it or not. Very nice. No more scalding. No more problems. That's what that looks like. Okay. That should, as I just said, speed up the process down here quite drastically, which is very, very nice. And we can take another look into our relative temperature overlay. Let's get this here back to show us what's happening. Something kind of like this here shows us very nicely that we still have abyssalite here at negative 39 degrees. So that is what we still have to tear out. So let's do that right away. All this stuff right here, all around, we want to get rid of it, including this one tile right here. And then right here, we still have one tile. We're just going to replace it with probably an insulated tile somewhere right here. That should be absolute perfect for our use case. Obviously, that stuff right here first has to melt, but the moment it does, we can do precisely that. What happened to my dupe? I don't think nothing happened to your dupe. Your dupe is still kicking somewhere. Right here. A little bit sick. Probably from food poisoning. But other than that, you're doing just fine. We have dug up a little bit of snow, which is okay. And if you now take another look into our F3 overlay, now we are on a warm layer of abyssalite, as that should be. Very good. Now, last but not least, get rid of the stuff that's laying around right here once again. And then we should be golden to move on. Very nicely and very simply. The only question that I have, why is this here an unreachable dig? Because a dupe cannot stand on here because we have a piece of abyssalite in the way, that's why. Just a piece of ladder right here. We'll solve that problem and give us access to this fossil right here. And now that we have fossil, we can also go to the rock crusher and find us, let's see, fossil to lime forever. That should give us a little bit extra lime as well. Can you give us new atmosuit blueprints? There's one pointy from the Frosty. There's one. Let's see. Where do we have a dupe? A dock. Atmosuit. I don't see one. All I see is the two we already have. The citrus. And the puffed. But I don't see a new one, Croc. I don't know. I would if I could. Let me put it that way. Let's get rid of this temp shift plate right here. We don't need it anymore. Same with this temp shift plate right here. Don't need it anymore. And we need one more iron one though. Right here. That should help us transfer the heat into the ice that's down here on the bottom. The puff is awesome. I know, right? We should really only have puffs here. Slowly but steadily we are getting iron back in. So that is very nice to see. And we are still putting all the stuff from down here into this automatic dispenser right there. That is, of course, just there for saving time, and right at the moment, this here has been done. And we can get rid of this here as well. Very good. Making progress. Our base is full of oxygen, so much we don't even know what to do with it at this point. So that's a very, very nice. We can see even this gas reservoir here is starting to fill up, which is only one indicator, and the indicator is that we're producing too much. I'm pretty sure I'm going to go ahead and turn maybe this one here off. Temperature is more than hot enough. Let's have one over here and one over there. And we still have water in here, so we will have to get back in here really quickly and get rid of this water again. Still don't understand where it came from. Not gonna lie to you. We don't have a breakage in the pipe, so where the hell did it come from? Would it work though? Yeah, it would, but it's still 2 tiles that we are losing effectively, so we are gonna fix it properly. Temp shift plate is being built. That should inject a lot of heat over here to the left very quickly. Of course, first it needs to heat up itself because it's very cold iron that we currently have. But as soon as that is done, we are transferring a lot of heat over here to the left side. Our zombies spores are down to 500k. Getting there as well, slowly but steadily. And up here on the top, we still have one single piece of carbon dioxide. That is truly annoying. Truly annoying, actually. The only way to get that out is to open up this door right here, which will cause, of course, the polluted water to come out as well. So, let's dig us a little hole right here. That has to happen. And then turn down the speed and open up this door here very briefly. Let's see. Once we have a dupe that comes by, maybe I can coerce that dupe to stay there and help us out for a little bit longer. The Dizzy is coming. Opening up the door. I'm just going to tell you to move right here. That was maybe not far enough. How about onto the top? And I would really like to see... Yep, that is what I want to see. Now, Dizzy, can you move back here maybe and immediately close that door again? That would be nice. No, of course, that would have been too easy. Somebody else will come by hopefully soon. Schlop ore, our slowest dupe, of course. How else would it be? That sucks a little bit right now, but thankfully we can just very easily put it back in. Kind of like this here. Come on, somebody. There we go. Thankfully we still have our bottle empty here, so we are basically just playing the merry-go-round and putting it right back into the top. And we do not need to disinfect this bad boy up here in any way, shape, or form. We have 500 kilograms in here. Let's just dig a little bit into this general direction right here so it spreads out a little bit. And then we can also mop this here up and put it back in where it belongs. There's another piece of carbon dioxide in here now. I really hope we are luckier with that one, but probably not. We will see how it goes, though. Too much liquid. Still too much liquid. Not too much liquid anymore, so we can save us that. Mop it all up. All across the board. Very nice. And put it in there. Perfect. Yeah, those two here in the back are almost getting nothing. And what Croc was talking about, what we can do for this here is, we can come with this pipe one higher and just connect it right here into the middle. So one blob will go to the left and one to the right, which will equally distribute the oxygen instead of just pumping it in from one side and have nothing over here on the left side at all. So yeah, hopefully they will build this here quickly so we can make sure we have the 2 extra atmosuits available to us rather earlier than later. Yeah, right here. Slowly but steadily. That is a lot of mass, a lot of extremely cold mass that we have to heat up. So that will take a hot minute. But at the same time, iron to steel, we can now make us 12 of them. So that is precisely what we are going to do. Because that will introduce a hell of a lot more heat. And I mean, quite a lot. Here we have 382 grams of crude oil. And in here, we are at 399.6. That's why it currently says awaiting coolant. There should be 2 full ones in there. Apparently we didn't grab this tiny little piece right here. You've got to be choking. Yes, the hot pipe will also have to be moved more to the left. You're correct about that. But currently I'm more worried about what happened. Because I know for a fact we used to have 800 kilograms in here. Now we don't anymore. What do we have in this wall here? Nothing anymore? Nothing anymore. I mean, is it worth it? That's my question right now. Is it actually worth it to try to put those 300 grams into here or not, for what we are doing? But the hot pipe right here, you're 100% correct, can go further over here. As a matter of fact, all the way over here. Can't just plop it into here, and as soon as it's built, we're going to tear the middle part out. And we get, of course, our iron back. That is always a nice thing. And even this pipe right here, as a matter of fact, we can do it differently. We can bring this insulated pipe over straight to right there, maybe. Not exactly like this, but more like this here. Snip all of this here off once all of it is built. And then just rip all this here out. That makes more sense. Yeah, that's what we're going to do here. Okay, down here, making progress. And as soon as this pipe here is moved, that will make a huge dent into this ice here. Basically instantly, especially once we start making steel. Like, that temperature is nothing to scoff at all. And we can already see the water that we have right here. That's another thing that we can start doing. We can immediately start pumping it, because it will take a hot minute. Not gonna lie. That will take a hot minute. Let's see. If I just come with a normal pipe through here, we can even reutilize part of this pipe here, instead of just ripping it out. Yeah. Let's do exactly that. We can just come into this pipe here, use it all the way to maybe right there. We just need to find us a way to bring it up here, which would probably be right there. Yeah, that's where we need to get. Let's build us one more ladder right here, so we can get on top of here. And then replace one of those ice tiles right here with a normal tile, maybe right around there. I think that's what it was, wasn't it? Nope, one further to the right. There we go. And dig up this piece of ice. And down here it is currently nice and warm, so normal pipes should be good enough, I assume. Therefore, let's come across here. We can already tell them to put it right there. The only way to reach that, though, is of course another piece of ladder that lives right around here should work. There we go. The system here is almost done. Very good. And now in F6, as just mentioned, just a little bit of snipping here and a little bit of snipping there, and we will be good. Comes through here, down there, back up, and we are golden. Which will also give us back the iron right here from our temp shift plates. So we can use it for something, well, more useful, I guess. And then in F6, we're going to rebuild this entire pipe and rip out the two pieces that we don't need anymore. There we have it. And we can see everything goes now really quickly. The Atmo suits make an insane difference. Very, very nice. But starting latest right here, probably even earlier. Nah, that still works. We need to start using, unfortunately, insulated pipes, which will cost us a lot of resources to go all the way to the top of the base, but there's really not a hell of a lot we can do about it, so yeah. What can we do? No point in complaining. It just needs to happen one way or another. We need to bring it all the way up to, at the bare minimum, right there, in the liquid vent, to drop it then onto the ground. Very, very simple, but of course will require some labor. A little bit of heavy bottom wire will have to come in here as well. There we go. And then last but not least, the bridge right there is required as well. And the moment all this is built, it can start pumping. We are ready to receive all of this water down here on the bottom. And that should last us a good amount. Just judging, each and every one of those ice blocks right here has 1.1 tons. And just taking this area right here, those are already 42 tiles, so 42 times 1.1. And we have a hell of a lot more than that. So we should be good with that for a hot minute. This here has been done as well. We can snip this here off. And as soon as these tiles here are empty, just use the top pipe and forget about this piece right there. Slowly but steadily, it is most definitely starting to come together. We have a frosty printing pod right here. Let's take a look. We have fried mushrooms. That would probably be a good idea. Another dupe. We are at 15 dupes though. Slowly but steadily, we need to chill out a little bit on dupes. But if you have a good one, I won't say no. Decreased bathroom speed, don't really care. Increased agriculture suit wearing. I mean, having a fast dupe. But other than that, doesn't really help us much. Decorating and farming. Let's check on a decorator. That would be good. Farming +3 plus agriculture down here on the bottom. Decreased medicine, no one cares. That would be good. That would be good. Let's see. If that is a good dupe, or better to say, if we don't already have one in art, we are going to take that one. And I don't see anyone. Actually, Elfie right here. But Elfie right here already has a morale need of 8. Sending Elfie all the way down here is probably not going to be too good in the long run, especially if I want to squeeze improved farming in there as well. Out of all the dupes we have, it has to be Elfie. Yeah. 15 by cycle 108. Oh god, my anxiety. Hey, we're trying to get stuff done here quickly and not wait all day. You want stuff to get done quickly, you need a bunch of dupes. I think we're gonna grab this dupe. But let me see who doesn't have a dupe yet in chat and is a member. And if we don't find anybody like that, then somebody who is just active in chat will get one. I found somebody. Martin Delp doesn't have a dupe yet. Martin, you're gonna be in again now. Let's see. Martin Delp, you're going to be our newest decorator. Let's bring you on and let's say hello to Martin Delp in the game. Our wonderful decorator who will become very, very handy very shortly, because down here on the bottom, to get to this amber fossil, and more importantly right now, this fossil fragment right here, we need a Masterworks dupe for that. So that's going to be good. David Blackwell is here marked safe from being active in chat. Have you actually said anything? Because if so, I have missed it. I'm pretty sure. Let me take a double look right here. No, I don't see you anywhere. You have actually just been lurking today. Which, yeah, does happen sometimes. And it's no problem at all. We cannot rip this one out. This one we still need. But yes, now that you said something, if there's another dupe, it's yours. Very nice. You're an unreachable build, of course. We can fix that with a ladder right there. And we should be golden. How is this here coming along? slowly but steadily. And we are building from both directions, so that's totally fine. And right here, the alveolators are doing their job now. Just a matter of getting this here out, so we have a little bit of a better exchange. And yeah, look at this. We can immediately see it. Building that many of them in this area here made a massive difference. Drastic. Them artifacts are good to remove CO2, freezes them. Which artifacts do you mean? You mean the fossil right here? Well, this here is not the fossil for it, though. Because that's the warm one. At 42 degrees. Or do you mean the anti-entropy thermal nullifier? That could also be that you mean this one right here. At the moment, though, that is also the reason why I chose to freeze, or better to say, melt this area. If we have to introduce more cold later on, it's right there. We just feed it a tiny little bit of hydrogen and we are good to go. At the same time, how is our ethanol looking up here? We still have plenty for this one single petroleum generator that is hooked up to literally only one single power transformer. So, yeah. And it's a wire that only has a potential load of 960. What is this random ass wire here? Let's get rid of that as well. You're literally doing nothing. Deconstruction, perfect. Jess says, don't forget to do the YouTube thing and press the like and sub buttons if you are enjoying yourself. The algorithm overlord hungers. That is correct. Thank you very much for reminding me, Jess. You guys, if you have been here before, know that I'm really bad at my job. My job is to ask you to subscribe and like. And I barely ever do it. Because I'm having more fun playing the game and talking to you guys in chat. So, Jess is correct. If you haven't liked and subscribed yet, I would highly appreciate it if you could do so. Because it's free. It doesn't cost anything. And of course, if you're a subscriber, you will be notified about the next stream as well. If YouTube works, that is. Which it usually doesn't. We could try to open this manual airlock right now, and could try to get that out before we are overflowing down here on the bottom. Let's open this bad boy here up, guys, and see if we can get rid, once and for all, of this damn one piece of carbon dioxide right here. That would be very nice. Come on, leave. We both know you want to leave. Get out of there. Get out of there. Get out of there. No, get out of there, I said. I know you're hiding behind the door. Do I literally have to open the other one on the other side? Seriously, though? Is that the game you're playing here, carbon dioxide? Okay. I guess we're gonna play the games after your turn. That CO2 packet is the enemy villain of the stream? Yeah, for real. There it goes. And never return, will you? So we can now lock both of them. Hopefully, if nothing else in here. If it's oxygen, it's not the end of the world. If it's carbon dioxide, though, it could be a problem. Especially if it's only 20 grams. Because 20 grams will be annihilated. There's another piece! I don't even know anymore at this point. How about we close this one? And close this one. We do that here. So once it's out, it will never return. Railroad says test. Yes, the chat's working. It is surprising, I know, but it does work. Either way, though, welcome to the stream. Come on, carbon dioxide, get the hell out of there. And stay out once you are out. Go down. Go down. There we go. Now you have no way to return. Let's try this one last time. You gotta be joking. As it has to be a joke at this point. And of course, Disney is also trying to commit suicide while at it. Get out of there. 10 times speed. There we have it. Close this one here first. And then this one. There we go. And now leave me alone. I'm laughing hard as I play this CO2 game all the time. We all are. Constantly. At all times. Thankfully, again, the oxygen right here, I don't care about it. It is at 400 grams. That is sufficient. That I can work with. But 20 grams of CO2, that ain't it. That ain't it. What do we have in here? Still more steel, still more iron. Steel hasn't even been touched yet. Probably not before the iron is done. That makes sense, and that's okay. Primas is here, says, hey Bier, glad to catch you live on YouTube. Love your videos, making oxygen not included a lot easier for me. Grüße aus Hamburg. Greetings from Hamburg in Germany. That is awesome, Primas. Thank you very, very much. And yeah, that's why I do it, because I love helping people in oxygen not included. So you telling me this truly makes my day. Every time I hear it, makes me truly happy that my videos help you guys out with this game, because truth be told, it can get pretty complicated at times. All right, we're pumping water. I see it moving now, actually. Didn't notice that before, and just at the right time, we are getting low in here. That's not a joke. Probably should melt some ice too while we're at it. So let's build us some more temp shift plates here. Built out of ice. And plop them all along here. And while you're at it, plop them along here as well. 2 rows. Ice is something we are most definitely not lacking. So just grab it wherever you can find it. Build temp shift plates. And we are just going to ignore the error messages up here. The error messages that will state that the building has melted. Which is precisely what we are trying to accomplish in the first place. So we are making a dent into it over here, though. It is getting warmer. Considering all the way over here, we are at like negative 20 degrees, and right here now we are at negative 4. That is making a difference. We can also get rid of a little bit of extra thermal mass right here. Or maybe not. We have a little bit of polluted water right here now. Is it? Yeah, it's little enough that we can actually get rid of it. I thought there was granite down here. Was that ice? Did I not pay attention for that? I guess I didn't pay attention, but that's fine. What else do we have? We can disable oxalites go next to the hot pipes. Very true. That's just a waste at this point. Matter of fact, we can probably deconstruct it. Don't need it anymore at all. Highwall says I have to go for now, but I've had fun. I'll be sure to subscribe and like the video before I leave. Bye for now. I truly appreciate that, Highwall, and thank you very much for joining. Like I said, it's always nice to see new faces in here. And now we have more polluted water that we can handle. Yeah. Should have done something about that a little bit earlier, maybe, but I thought that was granite. Was that a polluted ice tile? Yeah, that's what tricked me, apparently. But that is okay. Not the end of the world. Even if we pump it up into the tank, it's not gonna really do too much harm. No big issue at all. Do we have something in here? Yeah, a tiny little bit. Look at this tiny little bit right here. Even if it makes it all the way up to the top, we can just mop it up on the top as well. I just want this one piece of ladder here to be built. That's the one thing that's really annoying. The constant error messages for the building melted if you use temp shift ice. Temp shift plates made from ice, I mean. But what can you do? What can you do? By now it should have made it almost up here. There we go. It's in there. Let's mop that piece up here as well, so we can get rid of it. We're good. I think, let's double check here real quick. Everything else is ice, with the exception of this one tile right here. And this time I am paying attention. Tile, abyssalite, obsidian, obsidian. This here is not going to go nowhere. And we don't have anything else anywhere. No, we truly do not. Good. That's what that should look like. What's the temperature overlay down here? Yeah, now it looks a little bit warmer. But of course, the true overlay is right here. That is what it actually looks like. And we can kind of see how we are transferring the heat right here. Thanks to the temp shift plate, out of the liquid in the pipe, straight into the ice, but also into this tile right here. And another piece has molten right there. Just in this very second that we looked at it. Once we are done with making this iron right here and we start making steel, it will go even faster than that. Much faster, as a matter of fact. See, the polluted ice tile looks like granite. It really does. And that's why I missed it. I thought that this tile here was granite. I literally did. That is not a joke. I could have sworn it is. But other than that, everything else still looks pretty decent. There are still more tiles to be built. Water is coming in drastically. That should be the last temp shift ice plates that we will need for a hot minute right here. So that should be good. Because we are currently gaining a hell of a lot more water than we are actually pumping out. So that's very, very good to see. That's where we want it to go. The only thing, in the meantime, if there is ice laying around anywhere in these areas right here, grab it and put it right here into those storage bins as well. And then right here, mop this water up while you're at it as well. There you go, your 20th like today. Never mind, it didn't update for me. Yes, YouTube does that. YouTube really needs to put some more development and money into their live streaming, honestly. Not gonna lie about that either. Because there's a lot of issues that I hear from you guys about, for example, how the chat works sometimes. And obviously, that is not a good thing. Not at all. Yeah, we're getting there, especially now with this next tile over here. That will be very helpful. 10 more iron to go. We are up to 3,000 kilograms. Very good. It's all coming together very nicely. What could we tear up next? That's the bigger question. I would say up here on the top, yeah, we are slowly but steadily getting more nectar in. Obviously, with those wild trees here, it takes a little bit longer. But that's totally fine. It's not like we don't have the time for it. We don't need it for anything right now. Other than that, though, what I really want is a little bit more ethanol. And we need to come up with a way to do this. And the only way really to get that is with the spigot seal. Last time around, and when I say last time around, that was still during the beta, we built a full spigot seal. And when I was thinking about it a little bit more, I was like, does that actually make sense to waste that much on resources? When we take a look at snow, we have 77.5 tons worth of snow right now. Obviously, there is some more around here, and we are getting it also through meteors, but only 20 kilograms per tile. When we dig it up, it's only 10. So that's not really a hell of a lot. So we need to dig up 10 tiles of snow up here on the top to get enough for one bonbon tree for one whole cycle. We need to do something different. Diana says, are you planning on using the nullifier? We may use it for something eventually. Right at the moment, it's just for if we need to cool this area here back down, we're just going to hook it up to a little bit of hydrogen. It's that simple. But eventually we will do something. What are those pipes at the surface? The pipes at the surface right here are for those brand new bonbon trees from the update. They actually have a liquid output port for the nectar they're producing. And when we follow those lines here along, they end up in this infinite storage right here. Until we filled it up, though, it will take a very long time. But we decided we're going to go for an infinite storage just so we have it in case we need it. Yeah, that's how those bonbon trees here work. There are a couple new ones right here, right there, and right here. So we should probably come back up here and try to put those into our possession as well. Let's see if we can make that happen relatively easily. Gonna be a bigger problem than I expected, actually. Right here, just like this should get the job done. Just like this should get the job done. And over here on the right side, we are good. Except for this one right here. We just need to be careful that we don't dig up tiles like this one right here. For that, we need a ladder that goes all the way to right there. And then put in our pipe right here. Very simple and straightforward. We don't have to do anything else. The trees will do all of it by themselves. As soon as the branches here are grown, even if they get covered by more snow or ice, they just get rid of it by themselves. So you literally have to do nothing at all. Just in the beginning, though, you may have to help them out a little bit until this branch is actually fully grown. Do we have any more issues like that? Doesn't look like it. Don't see anything. Yeah, it's a set it and forget it type of deal. Either way, though, we were talking about spigot seals. Spigot seals need 40 kilograms per cycle of stored nectar, and then they give us 40 kilograms of ethanol. And if they die, they give us 50 kilograms of tallow. And tallow is a brand new thing in the game, which we can use in food. Let's take a look here inside of the... Do we not even have it unlocked? Take a look at the research. Where is that bad boy? Oh, it's up here, the deep fryer. We don't have the deep fryer yet because we don't have any applied sciences research yet, but that is not an issue as well. We will get that very shortly going for us. But when we can make some fancy foods with it. For example, some plume fries. But yeah, for that we will need to breed them. And we can get a little bit of ethanol out. And that ethanol is really just a side product for me. I'm really after the tallow. So let's see how we can make that happen. And especially where. I'm considering an area like right here, maybe. Maybe below this petroleum generator right here. That may be a good enough area. What else do we have here? I just need to remind myself, is it the standard 12 tiles for the spigot seals? I believe so. Yes, crowded when a room has less than 12 tiles of space for each critter, which means for 2 of them, we need to have at the bare minimum 24 tiles. And one bonbon tree right here produces 80 kilograms per cycle. So with 80 kilograms per cycle, one tree can feed 2. We are probably going to go with 4, which means we need a total of 48 tiles for 4 of them. Question is just, where can we make that happen and how? Let's see what we can come up here with. For example, down here on the bottom, let's just build us some kind of outline and see what size that room would theoretically have. 90 tiles right here. That is way too big. Or too big is actually not true. Better too big than too small. It's actually more like 72 right here. Do we already have access to the Mercury ceiling light? No, we do not. What do we need for that? Let's take a look. We need also applied sciences research. So we should probably work on that, because we do need the Mercury ceiling light before we do anything else. I thought for some reason we already had it. So we need to make this here happen. And we're going to do that very easily. Let's take a look in our radiation overlay. Maybe we can use some natural occurring ones if they're close enough together. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Only over here, and that's too far away from my comfort. How many do we have? Of course, seeds. We have 4. That's plenty. That is more than enough for our case. Question is just where do we plop that bad boy? That is, of course, our research station. We could put it, for example, just down here on the bottom. How is our carbon dioxide right here? Let's go a little bit higher with it. Where can we put it? Maybe just right above here. Yeah, that could work. Right here we have snow tiles. We can reuse them. Not like this though. What am I doing? There we go. 5 tiles high. And let's put us a floor in. And above this floor right here, we're also going to put us some doors in right here for good measure. And more doors up here on the top. The only question is, for our use case, would it be better to go to radiation and use the radiation lamp, or should we go with the Wastewater? It really doesn't make too much of a difference, quite honestly. We do have uranium. How much do we have of uranium? 500 kilograms. Yeah, the lamp basically needs nothing. How long is the magma plate of a volcano? 9 tiles. On a 10th tile, you want to drop it. Or it goes 10 tiles, let me put it that way, if that's what you're asking. The Golden Knight is here. Very nice. Haven't seen you in a while. Definitely always glad to see you, though. Still, though, considering how we are going to do this, trying to come up with the easiest way to get applied research in really quickly. In phosphorite, we have 22.8 tons, which is also required for the pike apple bush right here. 5 kilograms per cycle. Yeah, I don't know. Do we have any more phosphorite laying around? I mean, we get some from the Bamus patties. We can take a look at that real quick. Bamus patties give us 32 kilograms of phosphorite and 88 kilograms of clay for 120 kilograms worth of Bamus patty. So that is helpful. All that undug uranium would be good for bolts. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm considering right now. Do I go with the radiation lamp, which only requires 16.67 grams of uranium per second, which is really not that much? Or are we going to go with the Wastewater setup? You know what, for right now, let's do Wastewater and let's do it down here on the bottom. There are actually 2 that are already naturally occurring. We're gonna leave those alone. So, let's go ahead and see if we can make that happen. How much do we get out of those 2? Those are already 600 rats. I missed those 2 earlier when I looked around. I only saw these over here, but these 2 right here are actually predestined. Yeah, that's what we're going to use. Easy. Very easy. So that's what we're going to do. Right here, we're going to build it. We're going to already tell this Bamus right here to come up here so we can shear it as soon as we put in a power cable, that is. What do we have available? Not Mercury, preferably. There we go. So we can shear us one more, get a few more fibers in. We are down to 13 units. So what we get out of you is definitely going to be helpful. And then right here, we're just going to make it very simple. In radiation, we're going to grab us a red bolt generator and plop it right here. Red bolt generator is then going to fire its red bolt over here to the right side. Somewhere, let's go right here. And to get into here, and to not stand in the way of that red bolt right here, what we're going to do is we're just going to come straight above it. And then right above it, we're going to build us a couple of ladders along here and have a dupe come down here. Very simple. Doesn't have to be fancy. It just has to work. And then, of course, we need power to come along here. And we can plug it straight in. And then power along here as well and plug it straight in. That's all that's required. Done deal. Easy. Talk number 27 said I geotuned a large volcano with 5 geotuners. Hilarity ensued, everything melted. I can't imagine. German proverb, it doesn't have to be fancy, it just needs to work. That is correct. We're here for efficiency, not for beauty. And the question that I'm just asking myself is, yeah, let's do that smarter actually. We already have this area right here where we can go through. It can get us a little bit more uranium on the way. Let's do it differently. Reason being is that I'm saying that we already have atmosuits on down here, and this area here will eventually fill up with carbon dioxide and will slow us down. So let's have the dupes come here, over here, and then up instead of down. There we go. That is a much better mousetrap for what we're trying to accomplish. All we have to do is come right here and take this out. And then, of course, with our power wire right here, we can just come with this power wire here straight along, even through here. That's totally fine. And bring it up there. That is, in fact, a better mousetrap. Costs a couple more resources than before, but it will be better. Made a mess. You gotta be joking. You literally built this wall that I just built, or that I just put in temporarily to see what it would look like. I never meant to actually build that. That is on me. Okay, that one is on me. Can't really blame the dupes for everything. Not in this particular case. The only thing that will still be left over is, of course, then once we have this here built, dig all the way through here and get rid of all the stuff so we can come straight through right here with our red bolt. And theoretically, a dupe should never have a reason to come into this area right here and be hit by a red bolt at all. Down here, we are happily melting away, making quite some nice progress. I'm going to build one more temp shift plate made out of iron right here. That will help even more. Are we making steel yet? No, not yet. Tiny little bit longer. Tiny little bit longer. But again, iron is our friend in this case right here. So we're not complaining about iron, that's for sure. Right here, we can now go ahead and dig most of this here out. All of it, as a matter of fact. Nothing stopping us. And even this tile right here can go, so we can get to those 2,812 grams as well. Very good. Definitely making a hell of a lot of progress right here. The only thing is that bothers me is that error message here constantly. Yes, there's a piece of pipe in there, and yes, we will eventually rip it out, but it doesn't have to be right in this very second. How is this here still an unreachable build? Explain that to me. Because of this tile right here. That's how? Okay then. Our storage here is slowly but steadily filling up, which is, once again, totally fine. Nothing to complain here. How much do we have in here? 65 kilograms. We can just open this here up real quick, dump it, and close it back up. Very nice. And our water storage is starting to look a hell of a lot better, I would say. Okay, and we just need to get this research here going. And while you're at it, dupes, get rid of all the stuff that's laying around here. So you do not ever have any sort of reason to come in here and step in front of this rat bolt that we get from those Weasebirds right here. The only thing that I'm wondering, would we get more radiation? I don't think so, if we tear out this one piece of snow right here. I guess it wouldn't hurt anything though, so we might as well try it. Let's check that out, just out of curiosity. We are currently at 629 in this tile. If I rip out this one piece of snow, will it make a difference? We are out of ore. What did I build it out of? Iron ore? Really? We're out of iron ore? Don't we have plenty of that stuff laying around? We just haven't dug it up, really? Yeah, right here, for example. That is a good catch, Croc. Would have probably taken me another couple minutes to realize that. Put in some floors. And start digging here a little bit. Iron ore. We should definitely not be short on iron ore. Should not be. But I guess here we are. Let's dig up more of that stuff. So we are not going to have any problems here in the future. And we are starting now to make steel. Now we will make a dent into this here in absolutely no time. It's going to be great. How much can we make? 85 kilograms. Shouldn't we be able to make more than that? Not entirely sure, I guess. Mechanized airlock. Let's build us another one. Let's build us one. What would be a good location for it? Maybe right here. Made out of uranium. That is important. To speed this here a little bit up so we can get to this fossil fragment right there. All we need for that is, of course, Martin right here to level up so he can become a master worker. Very nice. Let's build us another piece out of iron right here. And another one right down here on the bottom as well. Do we already have one here? No, we don't. Good. Let's build us one. We just need to slowly but steadily move over here with our temp shift plates, and we should never have a problem. Yeah, there is one. Apparently, we pumped a little bit up here. And it's too much to be mopped. That's okay, though. Yeah, a total of 350 kilograms. Can't mop that. But it's no problem at all. Because this stuff here is actually polluted. How can it be polluted? It came literally out of right here. It didn't come from anywhere else. So how exactly can it be polluted? Well, doesn't matter too much, because we don't use our water for a hell of a lot. Should be okay, as is. What I'm really waiting for is for this here to fill up, but that'll take another hot minute. We will need another piece of ladder, which we need to build. Yeah, don't have a choice. Right here. That's the only way to actually get there. Let's build us one right here to speed up the process. Some see water, I see future oil. That is then the next plan on the list. As soon as this water here is gone, we will dig our way through here and see what's down here on the bottom. Also, use the supply teleporter input. We saw that before, but now we have a better view of it, I guess. And with our steel right here, we will immediately start taming this copper volcano, but we need more. We do need more. It is currently dormant, so that would actually be perfect. But we do need more than what we can build right now. So that is going to be a slight issue. But nothing that we can't handle. But yeah, more and more ice melts. And we can build even more. How much iron do we have right now? Let me check it out. 660 kilograms. Well, as soon as you find more, or better to say, make more. Let's put another 20 in here. Build me those 2 tiles here as well. We can always move our radiant liquid pipe as well. So, there are so many options available to melt ice. It's not even funny, really. We could, for example, go ahead and... yeah, bring this pipe right here. All the way over here. Bring it up through here. And bring it over. It's basically all we would have to do. Golden Knight says USA oil. Where? Oh, God. If we build it like this, which we will, we can get rid of those 2 plates right here. That should be helpful. And then in F6, give this here. Build me the piping before you build the temp shift plates. That would be the idea. Very, very good. Yeah, thankfully with our Atmos suits, it's a complete piece of cake. So how are we doing down here? First of all, did we get more than 629? Nope, this tile here made no difference. Now we know. The dupes have no chance of getting in here from the left side, therefore they have to go around the bottom, which means we can now go into research and grab us our Mercury light right here. That's what we are after right now. Everything else comes after that. Didn't I say, build me the pipes first? Apparently that didn't work out. Well. Slowly but steadily. They're building it though. Let's see if we have enough for all the pipes. We are needing 10 kilograms. Somebody grab me those 10 kilograms, please. Because they built the temp shift plate out of ice. That is not what we want. I guess it doesn't matter too much either. That's totally fine, as a matter of fact. They will just melt. I sure hope that Mercury light doesn't consume mercury via vaporization. No, it doesn't. But there are a few nifty tricks to this thing. And we will explore all of them. There we go. Here's our first hot crude oil coming through. Right here on the bottom it still has 220 degrees. And up here on the top, it's down to 80. And all that heat, of course, has to go somewhere, and that somewhere is obviously right here into this ice. As soon as the temp shift plate has molten, that is. Gotta keep that in mind as well. In F6, though, let's get rid of these pipes right here. Every piece of iron that we can get our hands on is a good piece. Change to ice. I don't know why it would change it to ice out of all the things. I guess because I used ice before. That would be the only reason that I can think of. But other than that, it's looking good. While we're at it though, nothing stops us from actually starting to build the outline around here. So we might as well do that, I would say. Let's see here. What do we need? First of all, of course, we need some insulated tiles. That would be helpful. All we need right here on the right side is 2 of them. What are they built out of? Igneous. That's fine. And on the left side, we shouldn't need a hell of a lot more than 4 of them. Not like this. Dang it. And then right here on the 5th tile, we're just going to come up to the top of the volcano. Right here, we need the inside to be 3 high. Literally this simple. That we can do right away. Nothing stopping us from doing so. And then above right here, we're going to have 2 steam turbines, which we can use, of course. We will need some plastic for it, but we will take care of that too. But this is what this entire build here is going to look like. Pretty simple and straightforward as usual. You know it. Hopefully at least. That is my version 3.0 tamer. That works like a charm for each and every metal volcano. Also, before I forget it, can't build this one tile, or the dupes won't be able to get through anymore. There we go. Actually, this ladder here needs to move one over, because we need those 2 tiles right here, so our wall is actually gonna go through right there, to be very precise. Gonna dig along the top, and then also build us a ladder through the rear, so we can reach everything. What's the geyser next to it? There's a polluted oxygen vent. We're just gonna ignore that for right now. Yeah, I can just build this here at will. We have all the time in the world. Really not that big of a problem. But we were talking about plastic. This nectar right here will be able to help us with that. Because its property is, it is a plastic monomer. And when we take a look, let's see, have we unlocked that bad boy yet? I haven't even paid attention. The polymer press should tell us that it needs as an input, and it says it on the very top there, requirements, plastic monomer, 833.33 grams per second. Which means this nectar right here doesn't just have really good thermal properties, which we haven't even looked at yet. Let's do that not here, but here. It has a specific heat capacity of 4.1 and a thermal conductivity of 0.6. Let's remember those 2 numbers for a second. 4.1 and 0.6. When we take a look at polluted water, 4.1 and 0.58. They are basically the same. The only real difference is the freezing point. Negative 20.6 degrees on the polluted water, and the nectar is at negative 82.5. And it evaporates at 160 degrees. So it's basically just a better version of polluted water. And we can make plastic with it. Isn't that nice? I think that's truly great. Not gonna lie. Our short says, thank you so much for the gift, membership. It's nice to see you live. I typically watch the VOD. Do you have enough Weissbier for the stream? There's always enough Weissbier. And don't thank me for the gifted membership. That was WK Jazz right here with 5 gifted memberships, and you were one of them. So yeah, isn't that nice? WK Jazz says, summons words. Who is suffocating? What? Where? How? Why? For what reason? Don't get stuck over here. Freaking dupes. I am going to build a sconce right here. Oh, 1 oxalite sconce right here. Straight for our dupey friends. Let's make that a high priority. Build that thing right away, so you don't die a horrible death. Ivan Chase says, wow, that's impressive. Yes, I know. Nectar is quite OP if you ask me. Also, we have a colony achievement that has been there for a while. Replace all outhouses and wash basins in the colony with lavatories and sinks. So there's another one for the books right there. That is very, very simply or very easily achievable. Admiral Akbar is here as well in chat. Welcome to the stream, Admiral. How are you doing? Glad to see you again. Yeah, once the outline is built, we will tell the dupes right away to clean everything up, so they can do that in the meantime. Of course, though, down here on the bottom, we are now almost golden. There are a couple more pieces that we can pick up, but that is basically the rest of it. there's nothing else left here that we could even pick up, even if we wanted to. We are going to utilize this automatic dispenser here for a few more seconds, and then we're going to go back to our normal infinite storage. Just don't do what I did and put it in a refinery as a coolant loop. You remember, we actually did that in the beta, on stream. We tried it, and it did work pretty well if you pay close attention to it. You just need to be careful, then you can actually use it. Not for steel, though. Don't use it for steel. Admiral says, good, happy to catch the life again. That's awesome. And I'm definitely happy to have you here as well. Okay, so far so good. How is our research going? We are making progress, 9 out of 20. Right here, and that works just fine. We can add a tiny little bit of automation to it, maybe, if nothing else. Right here, we have an output that says, sorry, the output is right here. Sends a green signal when its rat boat storage is full. That sounds good on a piece of paper. Doesn't help us, though. We're going to go through here to roughly maybe right here. Then we're going to build us a knock gate. Right there. And then continue with our automation wire. With this setup right here, very simply, we are telling this repel generator right here to turn off when our material study terminal is full. That's all we're doing. Very simple. Also, let me take a look into the skills. It's Croc currently that can use it. Where's our second researcher? William Lai. We can give him field research and applied sciences. His morale is a little bit low, but he will hopefully get over it. Other than that, though, I think those are the only 2 researchers we have. That's also more than enough, but having 2 that can use the machine is definitely better than 1. The only question that's still left is make sure that they're not both in the same schedule, which they currently, of course, are. How else would it be? We're going to put you, William, onto night shift. And other than that, maybe 1 more dupe down here into the night shift. Who could we use down there? We already have Brandon as an engineer. That's good. Yeah. Who are we going to put down there? Maybe Martin. Martin can go to night shift. There we go. Now we have an equal amount of dupes in both shifts. Also, how many beds do we have? We have 4, 8, 12, and 16. So we have exactly 16 beds for 16 dupes. If we bring on another one, though, we will have to do something. Printing pod. Let's grab us some dirt. We already have 16 dupes right off the second. I don't think we need another one. Oh, nice. I flew too close to the sun. You may have. Hi to all the peoples and the dupes. I would have joined sooner, but guess what I was doing? Working on my porch. Of course you were, John. I hope it's making good progress, though. And I hope it's looking exactly the way that you want it to look. And Hush Baby says, oh, I'm not late. Episode 2? No, we are still here and we are still live. Croc says we can use it for steel, but only in 1 loop and then dump it. And do this also with cold water from the slush geyser. I mean, if you then dump it, of course, yeah, then, but yeah. Other than that, don't use it for steel. Icarus says, no, that was me. No, that's genuinely funny. Genuinely funny, cause true. Let's rip all this stuff here out while we're at it. Don't need that anymore, that's for damn sure. And Martin says, I'm a night owl as well. Why else would I be here at this time? Exactly. So I was like, you are predestined to become a night shift dupe. Admiral says, you make playing this map too easy. Try playing it 4 times and still can't survive until building the spawn. Well, what are you dying from? Let's ask that question first before we talk about anything else. Are you dying from lack of oxygen? Because if you're dying from lack of oxygen, LV Vera's right here are your best friend. And even right now, when we take a look around the map, there is so much oxalite here that we haven't even dug up yet. Everywhere. All over the place. So much of it. You basically just need to strategically dig up your oxalite whenever you need it. That would get you past Probably, as long as you don't go completely overboard with dupes, 50 cycles easy, I would say. Easy 50 cycles. Just by using the oxalate that's buried. But yeah, other than that, how much iron do we have? 2,000 kilograms, which means let's build us another temp shift plate right here. Obviously, down here on the bottom, we are losing a little bit because we are injecting the heat into those obsidian tiles, which is not optimal. But, you know, you can't always go 100% efficiency. Just is what it is. But eventually, we will get through here. We are adding heat. We can see it very nicely. And there's really not that much left. That is our goal, for sure. Down here on the bottom, at least. We have several other goals, but the goal down here is to melt that stuff and pump it up to the top. I never grow one LV Vera, I go fast for the spawn. That is, of course, another way to play it. There are several different methods to accomplish the same thing. We saw a spawnless run from Jazz on the Discord channel. Jazz tried to use only LV Veras and completely work without a spawn at all. And I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, he was pretty damn successful with that. And right at the moment, it actually turns out that our storage tank here might be too small for all the water that we are pumping up from the bottom. So that may be another issue. How's the research going? Still 9 out of 20. What is going on here? Why are we not researching? Truly curious about that right now. What's going on in our priorities here? Croc has it up. William has it up. The errands tab shows Croc has it on #1 priority, so why are we not doing it though? Truly curious what the deal is here. Because we do have red bolts in there, I know that for a fact. There he comes. There we go. Now we are getting a few more points in. Very nice. Obviously, one red bolt generator is not quite enough. So are 2 wild Weaswords. Also not quite enough. We could go for more. And Jess says he's still going. So apparently the spawnless run is still going. I need to catch up. I saw you wrote a bunch of posts and I have not gotten around yet to read them all. Not even gonna lie to you. In radiation though, I mean, we could opt for a second one. 559 rats per cycle. That's not too shabby. We're collecting 62 rat bolts per cycle here. Let's build us a second one. Hook that one up to power as well. And hook it up also to the automation wire. And fire it to the right side. Just to speed up the research a tiny little bit. With those 2 wild Weaswords here. If we can save us the phosphorite, we might as well. Might as well. And currently we are also running only 2 electrolyzers. We are still good down here with our hydrogen generators. We are still good with our ethanol right here. The only thing that I'm slightly worried about is all of this stuff in here. Let's tear out this mesh tile here temporarily so we can build that one piece of pipe. And then go with this pipe here straight across. All the way to... where are we going with it? Let's see. Not here. There's really no good place, honestly, to go with this pipe. I guess we don't really have a choice. We will have to come through here, up through there, and then connect it up right there. Not the prettiest solution, but it will do. The only thing is, we do need the wire to be connected right here. What do we have on this wire right now? We have the liquid stabilizer, and that's it. Should we run the risk? Should we try it? What is it currently set to? It could turn on any second. That is our problem right here. We can say below 10 degrees. Sorry. I meant below 5 degrees. The other way around. So it doesn't turn on anytime soon. And then we can just use this wire right here temporarily. We just need to empty it out. That's all we need here. It's really not that big a deal. We're just gonna snip it off the moment it's empty. Croc says you will need a lot of dupe labor using LVO. Oh yeah, you most definitely do. Unless you completely automate it. I don't know though. Can you? Well, I mean it is technically harvesting, right? When you grab the oxalite, so an auto sweeper can't do it. An auto sweeper can feed them, but an auto sweeper can't do anything else because they do need 20 kilograms of ice per cycle. But other than that, the dupes still have to do exactly what we just saw here and actually get the oxalite out. So that doesn't work without dupe labor at all. I just use them right now to get rid of the carbon dioxide down here on the bottom. And the oxalite is a nice byproduct that we're just storing indefinitely up here. Let's see. We just need to connect this to here. That's all we need. And put it into our fancy infinite storage. Very simple. The only problem is now, we do have that one piece here left. Let's open this here up. And let's fill it more and more and more. And see if we can get this piece of oxygen out of here. Or if it will be stuck in there forever. Even if it is, it wouldn't matter. Enix Man is here, says, hi y'all. Enix, how you doing? Always glad to see you. Glad you could make it today. The ice distribution helps a lot with sweeper arms. Oh, I have no doubt about that whatsoever. Something tells me that this oxalite is still going to be pretty useful. Oh yes, it will definitely be still very useful. How's our tamer doing? Very nicely. Why are we not picking up this stuff here? I literally need to put a high priority on it. So we can get the rest of that debris out of here. Just to put it to right there so I can then start cleaning up this area right here. It's still dormant. How about steel? I can still make 2 more steel, and I do also want to track steel so I can see at all times how much we have. We have 1200 kilograms, so that's already enough for our first building that we definitely need in here, and that's a Storm Aqua Tuna. We will need more though. Would a vacuum work in here in the infinite storage? No, you can't have a complete vacuum because what you want is right here. This polluted oxygen here will eventually... How is it now carbon dioxide? Son of a gun. Regardless, right here, you want to have a gas. You need to have a gas because this is what stops this liquid vent here from overpressuring. So complete vac is not going to work. You know what? Screw it. I'm just going to live with this carbon dioxide in here now. Because if I open this here up now, we're going to have a whole lot of disaster in our hands that I don't want to deal with. Unless... Let's see. If I build an airflow tile right there, and then open up that door, the carbon dioxide should be able to get out without all of our polluted water leaving. We will see if that works. There's Jazz. Has been a member for 9 months. Level 3, the highest level that I offer on the channel. So thank you very much for that, Jazz. Especially for the 9 months, which is crazy. And yes, CO2 crew, represent. I don't even know what to say about that. Let's open it up. And let's see what that does. Theoretically, it should be fine. Okay, so far so good. If I now close it again, it should be gone forever, right? Because it can't get in anymore. Come on, somebody come by and close it. There we go. That's all I wanted. Was that so much to ask for, really? Why don't you just delete the power doors until the liquid level pushes it up? It's not the power doors that stops it because they're open. It's just that it's carbon dioxide, and carbon dioxide has that habit of just sitting in a corner and never disappearing. And that is not what I wanted. These mechanized airlock doors right here. Building melted. What the build? Did we build another one out of ice on accident? Really? Thought we had iron. Plenty of it, as a matter of fact. Good grief. Build it out of iron. Damn it. These two here, though, we don't need anymore. We can definitely get rid of them and recoup a little bit of our iron. And the truth is, we also don't need to come with our radiant liquid pipe that low anymore. There's really no point in doing so. So let's connect this here up. And then get rid of the bottom as well, which will, of course, recoup even more. But as I was saying, these mechanized airlocks right here are just what enables us to use our bottle emptier here in case we ever need it in the future, which we probably will one way or another. The only thing is now though, gotta close this one to actually make it an infinite storage. Now it is, per definition, an infinite storage. Okay, in F6, it's coming. All we gotta do is snip this here off, and then snip the other side off too. And that just saves us, once again, a little bit more iron. How are we skill-wise doing? How is Martin doing? Martin's doing great. You are now in aesthetics design. One more level, and you are going to be a masterworker. Schlapp ore is a brand new dupe. Brand new dupe. Improved carrying. Definitely won't hurt. Any other dupes that are low? You can very easily see it, by the way. We have here the morale, the current morale 13 and the need. So if the need is very low, we know it's a brand new dupe, like Jenkins right here. There's only a need of 5. We can give him both critter ranching and improved farming without an issue, and then the appropriate hat for it. Other than that, what else do we have here? Dizzy Diana, basically the exact same thing, is going to help us greatly with critter ranching. Crockett 12, Barris right here. We haven't done anything with Barris. Well, that's no good. Definitely need to make sure that Barris gets some skill points in here. In plumbing, and then probably we could go towards exosuit training, but pyrotechnics, we will need it eventually. Might as well give it to him. And it also comes, of course, with a nice hat as well. Admiral Akbar, improved carrying. Gonna do that. Other than that, I think we are pretty decent. We can give here grilling too, might as well, so we have it available when we need it. That is not the case right this very second. That should be okay. All right, very, very good. Did we clean up the floor yet? Only iron is left. That is fine, which means this one right here, we're going to turn it completely off. All of it. Don't need any of it all the way on the bottom. Let's make sure nothing's here. And theoretically, we can even delete it, but we're going to leave it here just for a second. These two up here on the top, though, we need to turn these back on. Enable building and enable building. And then right here, let's start the cleaning action in this general area right here. Not that. That was the wrong button, not G, but in K. That almost ended in a disaster. Of course, we cannot store anything anywhere right now because, of course, these have not been enabled yet. But as soon as they are, the dupes can run back and forth and grab that stuff for us. And maybe, just maybe, we can make their way a little bit easier. Could we come? Let's see, we're right here. Yeah, there's nothing stopping us from literally just digging straight through here. Digging that up. Actually, we don't even need to dig it up. It's fine. They can come all the way over. The only thing that's really missing is a piece of ladder right here. Right here. Yeah, that should do. Alright, that should make the way for the dupes a little bit easier. And we can start on our first volcano tamer in this series. Mainly also because we haven't found another volcano yet, so there's that. Can't forget about that fact. Another temp shift plate made of iron over here. We'll finish up the bottom. Jess says I need to take off for about 30 minutes to pick up the lady from work. Please don't drop me in the volcano. You are totally fine, and I'll make personally sure that your dupe is safe, Jess. Don't worry about it. Do hats got anything to do with stats or doing duties, or are they just cosmetic perk for getting the skill? It's literally just cosmetic. But it also tells you just at a glance what a dupe is, if you know what they look like. Not a worse seed. Like I said, we are already at 16 dupes right now. We're going to hold off a little bit longer in getting us another one. Especially since we don't really need anything right now. We're just going to grab us a seed. Definitely won't hurt. Doc says I started giving advanced research to new dupes first. I start skilling up really fast. That is very true. If we take a look into the skills tab right here. Advanced research gives him +2 science. And +2 science increases the ability to gain skill points by 20%. 10% per point. So yeah. But yeah, other than that though, we are looking better by the minute. Not even gonna lie about it. I truly like what I see here. Everything is perfectly fine. Tiny little bit more ice that needs to be molten. Our liquid pump is empty. Just putting in the rest right now. So we have literally out-pumped our heating capabilities right here. Just a few more tiles right here, and we are absolutely golden. There are another 800 kilograms up there. One temp shift plate in this area right here will solve that problem. And we can dig up these 2 tiles around it to prevent the heat from going into those 2 tiles. It will only go into the ice from the temp shift plate, because if you remember, the area of the temp shift plate is looking something like this here. So digging those 2 tiles up here will be helpful in that particular case. And then we can rip this temp shift plate here back out basically immediately. How are we looking right here? Iron to steel, we are out of lime. That was expected. Let's make us 50 more. Actually, can we? How much iron ore do we have? We have 17.2 tons. So 10 of them would be 1 ton. We can easily make us another 50. We can always dig up more. There's plenty of it sitting around. We just haven't touched it yet. And what about this Bamus up here? How are you doing? Your scale growth is now at 39%. So yeah, I would argue it is not worth it. Trying to even feed it those 2 plume squashes right here, because it takes forever if those things are wild. That is relatively pointless. At least now we are sure about that as well. Are we doing on research? No research selected. That is fine. And also, where are you pointing? I thought you already pointed in the right direction. Apparently I was wrong about that. Let's see if we can use something else. The molecular forge, we don't need that yet, that's for sure. Durable life support, don't need that yet. Superheated forge. What I do want though, solid controls. We will need those for our tamer. There's no question about it. Most definitely. Steam turbines, we'll need those for our tamer. Once again, most definitely, as well as the solar panel. We're gonna mess with this here too in a minute. Now that we have our Mercury light, that's gonna be quite fun. And then valve miniaturization. Always like this here because I have a mod called Smart Pumps, which gives us a filtered gas pump and a filtered liquid pump. Those are 2 of the very few buildings that I have from mods and that are not in the game, but in my opinion, should be. Other than that, we could go for a Criticon though. Yeah, should be totally fine. Other than that, I can't really think of anything else that we need for our tamer. In any way, shape, or form, really. Yeah. That should be golden. The only thing that I do want eventually, though, is the window tile. So let's put that on number 5. Gunnar says, Morning! Morning, Gunnar! How are you doing? Glad you made it. Love, love, love those filtered pumps. So do I. That is my favorite mod, quite honestly. That's the one mod that I wouldn't want to live without. It's just such a big quality of life improvement. In my opinion, that should be in the base game. How did this Phlox Fawn get down here? Well, who knows? Kinda hard to tell nowadays where those things come from. Okay, a little bit more ice, and we are golden. Now that we have the Mercury light, though, we can start on some kind of a ranch. Question is once again where we're going to put it, and I'm still considering this area right here, especially since we have now so much oxygen that we don't know what to do with it. This may be a good area for it. Question is just how we're going to build it. The other mod I do recommend is the airlock door. You mean this one right here? I use it every once in a while if I have to break into something and want to save myself the work of building a liquid lock just because it's faster. But other than that, it's not something that I would use permanently in my base for anything. Because if the mod breaks, it's game over. It's kind of like the same with the smart pumps though too. If I for example, had a mixture of water down here and let's say polluted water and I only want to get the water out, I would use it for that. But it wouldn't be detrimental to the, or it wouldn't be fatal to the structural integrity of the entire map right here if that mod would fail. And with that airlock door here, if you use it permanently for something and the mod breaks, that map is done for. So gotta be careful what you use it for. That's my recommendation. Right here though, we can see we have nothing left. Our 2 mechanized airlock doors right here have done their job. They can now be deconstructed and we can actually dig into here. At the moment we dig into here, we are going to build us a new one. We don't have enough materials, which is why we first have to deconstruct it and get rid of those last 10,000 germs over here. And then we are completely zombie spore free. I used both mods past last year and it never broke. It has never broken for me either. But just because it hasn't happened doesn't mean it can't happen. That's my point here. Not iron. Uranium, please. Thank you. Right there. And then we can dig up the rest of this fossil here as well. Dig it all up, dupes. Get it out of there. Very good. As a matter of fact, replace this PC with a ladder. That allows us to reach basically everything. Let's just make this here number 9 priority so they dig it up first, because we won't be able to reach it anymore if they dig the rest up first. There we go. Don't even need this ladder. Turns out we could reach it without it. Even better. Let's come with ladders further over though anyway. Actually, we can come up here. So right here a ladder, right there a ladder. That will help us here tremendously in a minute. But first we do need this mechanized airlock right here. And we can get rid of this abyssalite here as well while we are at it. It doesn't make a difference. True, but I have used it for months on a map with no issues, but you're correct. It's very true, but you know, for me, being a streamer, using this here, and then coming back, let's say next week, and I open up this map here on stream, and I figure out that all of my liquid locks, or all of my, you know, hot gases, cold gases, whatever it is, are broken, is not really in the cards here. That is something that I cannot have happen, because it would make me unhappy, and probably you guys as well. Okay, guys, you need to do this here just a little bit faster. Doesn't have to be super fast, but a little bit would be okay. New Savage raid tiers coming in Tuesday for Final Fantasy XIV, and it's time to make big profit quick. I do not know what that means because I've never played Final Fantasy in my life. Maybe I should, but I haven't. Right here, a little bit more temp shift plate out of iron. Few more tiles left. We almost made it all the way down, or better to say all the way over here, which then allows us to go deeper and explore this big dark area here as well, which is going to be very nice. Also, look at this here. We discovered the teleporter transmitter and receiver. I just realized that. That just happened when we dug over into this general direction to get our iron. I was just thinking of that. That we dug over here to get more iron. Speaking of more iron, let's dig more. All of this stuff. All of this stuff. All of this stuff. And all of this stuff. Very good. What else do we have going on? We have our uranium ore door here. And in here, the carbon dioxide, is it already germ-free? Yeah, that was this fast. It was only 10,000 of them, so it killed them basically immediately. Very, very good. Which now allows us to dig all of this here up without a problem and recover our uranium. Very, very nice. Also, are we cleaning this here now? Looks like it, that it's getting less, especially up here on the top. And also right here. They are picking it up. Just takes a hot minute, but again, we are still not ready. We don't have the all the ingredients that we need, so it's really not that big of a problem. This here, on the other hand, though, is a problem that we can't use our research station. That is an issue. What is here? Ice. How about you get rid of the ice? That would be nice. Let's clean up here a little bit. Everywhere where we have something sitting around, whatever it may be. That can be with a low priority though without an issue. And then, up here on the top, like we said, we have nectar, which is nice. But now we actually need to utilize it for something, well, useful, I suppose. And that is, of course, making plastic. We don't need a hell of a lot of plastic, but we do need some. So we might as well get started on that. The polluted water here does come out at 30 degrees. That is exactly what I meant. And our infinite storage is still not an infinite storage. We still need more liquid. That is okay. And over here, though, this pump right here doesn't have to be running the entire time. Like I said, this entire thing here is just temporary, so it doesn't matter to me at all in any way, shape, or form. I guess I even put in a signal switch to it. Yes, we can leave the wire connected because it doesn't matter. But yeah, this here is just temporary for right now, so we have some power from this petroleum generator on top, of course, of our hydrogen generators down here on the bottom. But generally speaking, this is not going to stay here forever in any way, shape, or form. We do need plastic for our tamer, and we do need mercury, and we need to melt the mercury. So those are two things that we need for the next two builds that we are going to be working on. Let's see what we can make happen here. For the plastic, it's of course going to be, well, obviously easy to just use this little area right here to, well, extract as much of the plastic as we can. The only question is, how do we get up here with power? Because we don't have anything nearby in any way, shape, or form. The second question is in refinement. How much does a polymer press need? 240 watts. So we need 240 for the pump, 240 for the polymer press. We can afford that on this wire right here. So this wire right here, we are just going to utilize it and go all the way to the top. That would be one solution. And I think that's the solution we're going to take. It's going to be expensive. But what has to be done, has to be done. We can see it live on screen right here beside our mouse, how much it's going to use. And the answer is everything that we have. That is, of course, an issue, but not the biggest issue. Especially since we have a lot of iron tied up in those temp shift plates right here that we will get back momentarily. So that is always a good thing as well. .8 degrees. And our oil is coming in at 180 degrees. Let's see if something else just has molten or melted over here, however you want to say. Still don't know. Or are we going to get some heat injected into this thing? 0.8 degrees, 0.9 degrees, 1 degree. Yep, you're getting there. Slowly but steadily. And over here, one more temp shift plate built out of not ice. Guess we have to wait until we get rid of this one right here. We can then also start making more steel. We should be getting a little bit extra lime here. We can make 5 total right now with 50 kilograms. Every little bit of heat matters. But yeah, first we need our wire. I suppose we could literally just dig into this area right here, or we could go below it. It doesn't really matter too much. And leave the spigot here alone. Yeah, let's leave the spigot alone. Spigot is okay. We're just gonna dig into here, and we're gonna build it something like this here. Let's just make it that size right here. That's more than sufficient. And all we then are gonna do is put a polymer press into here. We're not gonna do anything else. There's also nothing else required. And then with a conductive wire, of course, we still need to make it all the way over here. And then in F6, we have right here, of course, our pipe that somehow needs to feed in there. All we need. That will probably drain everything that we have, but that is totally fine. For our rather temporary purposes, that's totally okay. What do we have in here right now? Guess what? Who could have seen it coming? It's a little bit of carbon dioxide. Surprise, surprise. Let's play the old game again. Let's open this door here up. All the other doors can already be locked. And let's see if we can fix this here for good. That would be nice to see. Not entirely sure if it's possible or not, but we will try. I love the efficiency of the ice melting rather than digging. Well, yeah, of course, because, and that is the reason why we are doing it in the first place. Yes, it's tedious, and yes, it takes longer than just digging it up, but we are getting so much water out of it. Because if we just dig up this ice here, we lose 50%. 50% of its total mass. And that is a no-no. We want to avoid that as much as we can, especially when we are short on water anyway. So in this case right here, that is a massive game changer, that we get that much water out of this area here and not lose 50% of it. So yeah, sometimes you gotta consider what is more worth it, spending a little bit of extra time in melting it, or just digging it up and get it done with. Doesn't the polymer press produce a bit of water? It produces a bit of steam, actually, which is not going to be a problem at a temperature of negative 44 degrees, which means it produces a little bit of ice. You can see it right here. It produces 500 grams of plastic, 8.33 grams of steam, and a little bit of carbon dioxide as well. And the carbon dioxide, of course, we need to vent somewhere. That is the only thing we have to do here, though. But the water is not going to be a problem. The carbon dioxide, not either. I couldn't care less about you, honestly. We can't just bring you... Like I said, I couldn't care less anywhere. Anywhere where we have space. Right there, for example. Are we looking in here now? That's all oxygen. Lock the door. And keep it locked while you're at it. Also, this one here is not reachable, which is okay. No problem at all. They will lock it as soon as we eventually dig through here and we make it accessible. Birkin is here, says, Guten Abend, dear friend. Good evening to you as well, Birkin. Thank you very much for joining, and how are you doing today? Okay. Let's see. Can we get this here done, please? As well as the rest of our wire. Of course, it is a little bit tedious because that's where our iron is. That's where our pipe is. Or better to say, our conductive wire. So, of course, they need to get all this stuff all the way from the bottom, which takes a minute, but that is totally okay. Can airflow tiles break now? Is that why you're using doors for the storage? No, they can't. But it doesn't make a difference. Those versions are still the same. You know, I just go back and forth randomly, honestly, what I use to make an infinite storage. It really makes no difference. Also, an airflow tile, when we take a look at here, costs 100. And a manual airlock costs 200 for 2 tiles. So cost-wise, it is also basically no difference. There are always several ways to skin a cat, right? Okay, that's coming together. We are going to get our wonderful plastic, which we will also track over here on the right. Everything that is somewhat important to us, like iron ore, iron, is all going to be tracked over here permanently, so we see what we have at all times. Burkon says, I finally played a game, almost 500 cycles, and if you didn't, I can say you're gonna have too much fun. Yeah, it is a fun game. I mean, at the beginning, the learning curve is extremely steep. Can't deny that in any way, shape, or form. That is just how the game goes. But once you overcome that learning curve, it's probably one of the, if not the greatest games ever made, in my humble opinion. Do I see something here? I do. Can we already see what it is? We can't. We need to get over there a tiny little bit further. Give me a dupe real quick. What if I send a dupe all the way to right there? Is that enough? Is it enough? Yes. What are you? Aluminum volcano. It's an aluminum volcano. We have 2 volcanoes. We have copper and we have aluminum. That is amazing. That is absolutely amazing. Okay, we need more plastic than I thought we would. And that's totally fine. Aluminum is a complete game changer. That's the best thing since sliced bread. more meat near the press? Meat. Meat? Did you just say meat? Where would he... What? Not entirely sure what you're trying to say. I don't know where a meat would come from. Let's put in this wire bridge right here, last but not least, and power this thing here up and see how much plastic we can make with what we have here. I mean, that is 2 tons right now. That should be pretty decent, I believe. In the cave. Oh, right here. That is very true. I'm just blind as a bat. I was looking beside the press right here and didn't see that hole over here. That's tunnel vision for you. I mean, there's nothing stopping us from grabbing it, I suppose. We don't even have a grill right now or nothing, I believe. Do we have a grill? No, we don't have a grill. We never built one because we don't have anything for it. Let me check these here real quick. We should probably, slowly but steadily, come up with a way of drowning those floxes here as well while we're at it, but that's a different topic. We could build us a grill real quick for some meat. In food, where is the grill at? The only question is, where can we hook it up to? Because we don't really have any power in this area. These two right here, the one on the bottom we said is at 1980 watts. What are you supplying? You are supplying all the pumps, which are running sometimes at the same time. What else are you supplying? The massage tables, which are not in use at all. Okay, so that is good. We can literally just plop us in a grill real quick anywhere and use this power wire. Just gotta find a place for it, I guess. Where do we have a space for it, damn it? No, we haven't built a grill yet. Because we are so good on the calories that it just doesn't matter, to be quite honestly. To be quite honest. 50% increase to food supply. Very true, but I mean, look at our food supply right now. We have so much we don't know what to do with it right at this very second. That is usually something I don't worry too much about, to be very honest with you. Maybe I should, but I don't. There's that. As a matter of fact, we will have to come with these tiles here further over. Right here. And tear out these two right there. So we can put in 2 more fridges. So we have more storage, because we are running out of bloody storage. Back to the grill though. Where can we put it? What do I need for a kitchen? Let's ask that question first, because I don't know that from the top of my head. A spice grinder, a cooking station, a fridge. We don't really have a good space for that, do we? A spice grinder, a cooking station, and a fridge. Doesn't fit right here. We could theoretically just build it in this area right here, because it would fit right here, I believe. How much area do we have? That's only 5 tiles. That is enough for a spice grinder, a grill, and a fridge. What is the space requirement though? Didn't check that either. Minimum size 12. That would work. Let's make it happen. Let's build us this. Then let's go in here. In food, we will need the electric grill. Oh, the electric grill is 3 wide. Gosh darn it. I thought it's only 2, so it doesn't fit. I thought it's only 2. That's my mistake. We really don't have a good space for it. Not gonna lie to you. Not gonna lie to you at all. I guess we can make us a space over here if we absolutely have to. Not gonna use snow tiles though. We're gonna use wood. All the way through. Let's just come all the way over. Same length. Made out of wood. Maybe we can put a couple more rooms in here. Maybe a medical room in the back or something. That could work. Don't see a reason why not. Let's put us one right here. Get rid of all this stuff. Put us 2 doors right here. And then let's go ahead and grab us in food. First of all, of course, the electric grill. Second of all, the spice grinder. And third of all, the fridge. And that is literally all we need. 2 doors in the back, and we are golden. You only need a kitchen to use a spice grinder. It gives no speed. It doesn't. Is the heat from the grill going to be a problem for the plants? That's what I'm wondering. And that's why I'm wondering about replacing those snow tiles right here with wooden tiles. Because wooden tiles are surprisingly good as an insulator. Or we put insulated tiles in here. Probably insulated tiles, as a matter of fact. Let's see. Yeah. Let's make these tiles here insulated. Just in case. Wood tiles, though, would be nice for the added decor. That's why I was thinking wood tiles. But if you don't have any, it's not the end of the world. Also, in the back, so we can still get down there. Let's put a ladder in as well. Just so we have access from this area down here. Just as much as before. I never use the spice grinder, but I always have it. Usually me too. I also never ever use it, but I always build it in a kitchen. And I never paid attention if there's actually a speed bonus or not. Is there any kind of other bonus? There's not even a morale bonus. There's nothing. Well, I guess it's just for bragging rights that we can say we have a bloody kitchen. What we could also do is... I'm running closer to edge of colony than beer, I guess, which is why I got a grill early on for the increased food. Yeah, that may be it, potentially. I really only worry about it if I absolutely need it. Like, I know how you see a lot of YouTube videos and stuff where people have 5 million calories. I just don't really see a point in doing that. Damage overheated. Oh, really? I did not even know that the anti-entropy thermal nullifier can overheat. That is the first time I've done that. I guess it overheats at 125 degrees. Maybe definitely slightly warmer than that. Let's get rid of these here, and let's rebuild our radiant liquid pipes here as well a little bit. Let's bring the heat. What makes sense? Probably further away from the entire thing here, because it doesn't matter anyway. And then bring it up here. Run it along here, and then bring it over. That should do the job, I believe. You can break it, news to me. I mean, usually you don't really heat that thing up. It's usually the other way around, so I guess I didn't know that either. I guess you never stop learning, just like in real life. It's the same in oxygen not included. Every time you think you have seen it all, something like the anti-entropy thermal nullifier takes bloody overheating damage. Like, what? Let's get rid of some background buildings here and recoup what is rightfully ours. Not this thing here, though. That is not what I want to do in any way, shape, or form. Didn't I just say deconstruct? Oh, it was on background buildings is what I want. There we go. We don't need any of these here anymore. They're completely pointless as of right now. Every day is a school day with oxygen not included. 100%. Couldn't agree more. Like I said, the moment you think you've seen it all, you're proven wrong. Time and time again. And you know what we also haven't done in a while? We haven't looked at another blueprint. I will say, let's take a peek on the next one. And we have a sunny hanging pot. I'm pretty sure I already have this one. Suspended vessel, really elevate a plant display. I'm pretty sure we already had that one. But still, I take anything over bloody gloves. So, you won't hear me complaining about that one. In F6, we can now also get rid of these two connections. Not exactly like that, though. More like this here. And grab us this. Nice, not gloves. I agree, Jazz. 100%. Anything but gloves, and you won't hear me complaining. Last few pieces of ice. Even if we don't get to the very back one here, it doesn't matter. But very easily, we can melt these here on the bottom. So we will. It's that simple. Only on the bottom, though, what we can do for it, damn sure, is we can start mopping all the stuff here. And we already have right here our bottle emptier, which just puts it automatically back into our tank. Which is, once again, very nice. Also just realized we can't actually reach this stuff here. Because first we have to get rid of this tile and this tile right here and replace them with ladders, and then we can reach it. Then you can turn it into 100 filaments and get something else. Yeah, I've messed with that before. But you guys know it. I'm not really too keen about those blueprints. If we have a nice one, I'm happy to use it. But spending too much time on trying to get the nicest ones or whatever, that's not really my interest too much. Let's put in those extra 2 fridges. Copy the settings over once we have them. So we have a little bit more storage for food. Then we can also go ahead and turn on our grill. Again, need the power wire, but other than that, we're golden. Can we build this thing here, please? So I can zoom away from it. There we go. How are we doing on plastic now, by the way? We are up to 390 kilograms, and we're still working on it. And as we can see, a little bit of liquid carbon dioxide. Yes, of course, I put it on top of negative 41 degrees abyssalite. So yeah, of course, it immediately becomes a fluid, but that's fine, and we couldn't care less. And we are putting out more and more plastic. But I hope it will be enough for our use case here. In research, where are we at currently? Looks like everything that matters we have already. Yep. You're already up to the creature comforts, which is just an afterthought. We don't actually need that. In power, we will also have our steam turbine available, and we can build 2 of them right here, right beside each other, because we need 200 per, and we can already afford that. We need to get basically to a total of 800 kilograms of plastic. That is really what we are after, and I hope we have enough nectar for it. If not, then I hope that those trees here will produce enough nectar soon. How are we looking up here, by the way? Haven't checked it in a while. Yeah, the bonbon trees are growing slowly but steadily. It's all fine and dandy without a problem. All we need. Could also try to get those trees here in. Might as well give that a shot. How are we on reed fibers? 11 units. That is another thing that we need to take care of rather earlier than later. Let's bring us a ladder all the way to up here. And then continue with this liquid pipe here along this ladder and up to the top. And then back down the other side. Yes, we can very easily do that without having to do really anything else. Just need the dupes to actually do it. Spore seed should be put somewhere safe. I agree with that. And somewhere safe is our infinite storage right here. That is more than safe enough. You're correct. Relaxation media. That is a good call. Not gonna lie. Now the power for our grill so we can use it. We could. That's actually why I did what I did right here. Copy the settings over to the rear one. Deconstruct this one. That is correct. In automation, are we correct as well? Let me check. Where's the automation? Right here. Yes, we can rip out this smart battery. And then instead of having a normal power transformer, we're just going to put a bigger one in. Because this heavy watt wire here is actually connected all the way to the bottom. So it is part of our current power spine, if that's what you want to call it. It's just a random wire that goes through the entire base right now. Eventually it will be a power spine, I promise. But right at the moment, it is what it is, and it's good enough for our purposes. Come on. Get rid of it. Then in power, let's build me a heavy one. So we have a little bit more power available in this general area, because we are a little bit low. So might as well fix it in a better way. Let me put it that way. So let's put it in here. In F2, of course, we need to come with our power wire along here instead of on the bottom. And that'll do it. Pretty simple. Let me just check that this here is actually set up correctly. Liquefiable, manufactured materials, you can put all that stuff in here. Liquefiables, not. Other than that, going through here, lumen quartz, if I really ever tell you to pick it up. Nah, we're not going to do that. Other than that, though, critter eggs, nope. Clothing, nope. I guess we could do clothing, because it just doesn't matter. If I tell you to pick it up, then put it in there. And sublimators, definitely not. So that is now set up correctly. It's going to copy it over to the other one, and we're good. We can level the space biome to have better access to the trees in the future. Or we can use pips in the space. They will not die in a vacuum, I think. I don't know. Do they? I don't think that is also not something I've ever tested. What we would really need is some atmo suits here. And we will build those eventually. But first, we need to get us some actual biomass in. And for that, the second thing that we wanted to build, outside of the tamer, of course, is a seal farm to get a little bit of ethanol in. Doesn't need to be a hell of a lot, but we do need to generate a little bit. And I would rather not use our wood if I can avoid it. Even though we currently have 25 tons thanks to our fluxes, still better to do it a different way. Can I please get this here built ASAP? Thank you. Check out the printing pod. We have a confetti suit. I don't think I've ever seen a confetti suit. Increases decor in a small area. Okay. Let's click on this confetti suit. Croc has a warm coat on. I haven't found any of those. Let me just randomly like go up and down right here. Close my eyes. I guess you guys just have to trust me that I'm actually doing it. Then click randomly. Do not comply. It gets the fancy suit. Sure. The confetti suit, I mean. Can't barely see it. There, you can see it a little bit on the ladder. But yeah. You'll have it. Do not comply. I hope you're happy with it. Why is our wood heater here not working? Because it's not on high priority. A 9 is maybe a little bit high, but 7 should be doable. Yeah, this one here in the middle was only on a 5. That's why I didn't get anything. And by now... Yes, by now, this here is actually an infinite storage. The only true mistake that I made is I forgot about the churns. Yeah, they are dying due to cold, I believe. Yeah, current temperature negative 8.1 degrees. So I guess theoretically, we don't even need any kind of uranium in here. The real question that I have is if I go material, and I change the building material, then I'm going to test it. I'm not going to test it on one that is actually important. I'm going to test it on this one right here. If I go to material and change the material to right here to uranium, will they actually rip out the door or will they just replace the material? Will they deconstruct it? That's my question. They will deconstruct it. There's my answer. Okay, so we can't do that. Well, that's okay. It is what it is. Not the end of the world. Best giveaway ever. I just don't have a better method. Okay, if you guys have a better method of giving that stuff out randomly to any dupe, let me know. I'm happy to listen. Currently, that's literally what I do. I just close my eyes and click on a random dupe and call it a day. Suppress current. I don't want to see those error messages the entire time. Why are we never picking up those seeds, though? I could have sworn we had seeds set up. They're all the way on the bottom here, aren't they? Yes, all the seeds are set up. So why don't you put them in here? I guess something else that's a higher priority? That's at least my assumption. That better is the reason, let me put it that way. And then the grill, once we have those wires here built, we can say barbecue forever. And I guess we can go for those pike apple skewers as well forever. Cross buns. Might as well, since we have all those lead wheat grains laying around. Maybe not forever though. Let's just make us 50 of them, so we can store a few. Souffle pancakes. Those we can do forever, if we have raw egg. Make us one, might as well. Yeah, let's go with that. Seeds are the bane of my existence. Time to sleep. I will dream up a masterwork picture after you make a deal with the fossil stuff. After you make me deal with the fossil stuff. I will, very soon. As soon as you have your last point here, you are almost there to level up. So, that is going to be first. And immediately be the number 9. So we can get this here done. And actually our anti-entropy thermal nullifier is broken. But, Martin, thank you very much for joining though. I truly appreciate it. And I hope you have a good rest of your night. Gunnar says I could use some pancake right now. Kinda hungry and haven't had breakfast. I actually had in real life pancakes for breakfast this morning, so... And Croc as well. My eyelids are heavier than my willpower. See you next week. I hope you dig to the bottom. We will definitely make our way down there. But first, we have to deal with this area right here. And for that, we need more fossil. We need more steel. Highly, highly important. We can actually go to 6 now. Without steel, we're not going to get anywhere. Let me actually stop the iron and go straight to steel. And I think we are good now with this here. I think we are really good. I think at this point right here, it's just a matter of dissipating the heat enough, just enough, that we actually don't overheat everything. Our oil is currently at 230 degrees. Let's see. Our loop here got a hell of a lot smaller from when we started, and it went all the way down here. What temperature are we getting out of here? Yeah, we need to be highly careful, and we need to rebuild this here to dissipate our heat better for right now. This anti-entropy thermonullifier, we can just repair it with iron and turn it on and get rid of the heat in this area, so I'm not worried about that at all. Silberbogen is here, says Servus, first time I catch you live. That is awesome, and I'm glad you made it. I'm glad you made it. Always happy to see some new faces in chat. Or it says, thanks, have a nice stream. I appreciate that, and bye to you as well. Okay, how are we going to do this? We can just, because we're going to do that anyway. What do we have here? We have some brine ice. How are we going to do this? Because there is not much more cold in this area here that we can pump our heat into. We might have to find us a new location or actually build a real metal refinery setup here soon. But for right now, I just want to get out enough for one tamer. One tamer would be the goal. So let's just come with some dupes into right here. Something like that. It is actually not that cold in here. We have a better area. How about this side? This side right here is actually slightly better. It's at negative 24 degrees, but trying to think what we could tear up here. Right up here we are at negative 39 degrees and you have a little bit more ice. Why don't we go up? We could go up. There's literally nothing stopping us from doing precisely that. Let's make it that way. Okay. Let's stop the steel production here for a hot minute. And let's get rid of this water right here. And as soon as that is gone, what we're going to do is, in F2, we're just going to snip off this pump right here so we don't pump even more out. And then we're going to release that polluted water here by going up. And then use our radiant liquid pipe to just put a little bit of heat into this area right here. Because here it's nice and cold. We should be able to pump quite a lot in there. That's quite a fancy hot box, I know, right? Let's get this here done quickly. And then let's tell the dupes to come with a ladder straight into right here. Here we have even a little bit more ice that we can use. What was that? Seriously, what was that? That's the problem of playing on 10 times speed. You can barely tell what's even happening. And when we make it up there, we are just going to make it a 3-wide area. And then with our radiant liquid pipes right here, we're going to leave this area alone. We are just going to come straight through here and get the heat into this area right here. That should absorb quite a lot without us doing really anything. And it should be able to make us enough steel for our purposes. That should work without a big issue. And even if this area here heats up a little bit, it's not going to be that big of a deal. There's so much thermal mass around here. It's not going to make a dent into it at all. Still though, I want to see if there's anything else in this area. So we might as well send the dupes into this general direction here. Just don't care too much about it, I suppose. Let's get over here. Let's take a look what is going on with this volcano. Because this right here, by the way, in case you have missed it, is an aluminum volcano. And we definitely want to look at that. Other than that, plastic, we're up to 1,000 kilograms. We wanted 800, we're up to 1,000, so that's very good. I think I am going to go ahead and snip off this pipe right here. So we don't waste it all in case, well, waste. Can't really say waste because we're doing something useful with it. But we do want to have some in storage in case we ever need it for anything, so we have it available whenever that time comes. But so far, we are doing really well. There's just a couple more things once again, the tamer is of course in our mind. We need steel for that. And the second thing is seals. We want to mess with seals. I've said that now many times and we still haven't done anything with them, but now the time has come. It's just a matter of finding a layout. And I don't know what it's going to look like, so we will have to come up with that live and uncut. That's just how it's going to be, and I can't help it. Right here, in this general area right here, I'm just going to go ahead and plop in some tiles. We will need a Mercury light. We will need, right here, a Mercury ceiling light. Let's just plop it maybe right around here. That should do. Then, we need a 3 high space, by the way. Let's take a look at our bonbon trees, so you know what I'm talking about. Right here, that is the height that we need. 3 high and 3 wide. That is the total space that a fully grown bonbon tree takes, right? Therefore, when we come to food, grab us a farm tile. 1, 2, 3 down, right here. That is where we need to be, so a bonbon tree can grow, right there. And then below it, 1, 2, 3, 4 tiles. Once again, we need another one right here. Because one ceiling light is more than capable of fully, with the exception of the top branch on the bottom, light up these trees right here. And that is basically all that we need. If I now come along here and build a box around this, how big is this box going to be at the bare minimum? At the bare minimum, it's going to have this size right here. That is, of course, not going to work, but alone this here has 40 tiles. That's why I'm doing this. So what I'm probably going to do is, I'm going to move this entire setup over. Let's see here real quick. We need, in here, if you like it or not, we will need a critter drop-off that needs to live right there. We will need a, where are we at in stations? Grooming station that lives right here. That is the bare minimum that we require in here. The seals don't need anything else. When we take a look at the seals once again, where do we have one? That's tallow and not a seal. They don't really do anything else. They just excrete ethanol, and when they die, they give us tallow. That's it. There's really nothing else going on here in any way, shape, or form. So we need these two here to tame them. We need one extra space on this side. So theoretically, the earliest place where we can put in what we need, our farm tile that is right here. Let's cancel that. And then in plumbing, not in plumbing, in food, let's build us a farm tile here. Let's go up 3, build us another one right there. And theoretically, this here is the smallest that we can build it. The only problem is now, the seals have no way to get up here. So it needs to be even bigger than this. At 48 tiles, we could try to build a little stairs, or somewhat stairs. Something like this here should do it. That would give us a space that's roughly this big. Don't need the bottom. The seals can't come up here and can't come over to both trees. I think this here looks like a pretty good start that I just came up with out of thin air. So it's probably not going to be the best thing in the world, but it should get the job done for what we need. So let's try this here out and see if it works the way that I envision it, at least. Of course, we will need some ladders in here to actually dig all this stuff out and whatnot. Can't forget about that. But other than that, it should be pretty decent. Let me give this digging here a high priority, so we do that first, and then go from there. And then this here is, of course, only half of what we need. I may be wrong, but I think the seals need the block to the left of the planter to feed. The left of the planter. You mean this block right here? Well, this is very easy, because if we need this block right here, we're just going to put a glass block in here. That should not stop us from anything. You're going to need mesh tiles for the seal stuff? Yeah, down here. That I will put that in too, but yeah, you're correct. I should build at least these here already out of mesh tiles. But I was waiting to see if this here even makes any sense before I built the bottom area. Of course, they're not going to get in there first. Who could have seen it coming? Let's do it this way. They also... No, they can't come in there. Just need to do exactly what we're doing, and we should be okay. Also on the top right here. Let's come through. And then probably for good measure down on the other end. Just so we can get all the stuff here properly dug out and built all around. Okay, yeah, just gotta build it. We're good. How much steel do we have? We have still only 1,200 kilograms, because I have never turned it back on, obviously. How should we ever get any more if we don't build this here? Let's do that first. I really want to get started on that tamer. Once we have the steel, it's going to take no time at all to build it. It's a very, very simple system. We just need the steel. That is the important part here. And yeah, for that we need those radiant liquid pipes coming through this extremely cold area right here. With obsidian and igneous rock and ice and all sorts of stuff all around. And in the meantime, let's start. Is that just barely too much? Of course it is. Dig out one tile, and we can mop up all this stuff right here on the bottom. Okay, so far, so good. The Mercury, though, is going to be a slightly bigger issue. The Mercury, we need some kind of basin for it. Does it matter where? Probably not too much, to be quite honest. You can literally just put it into this area right here. In this basin, what I want this to look like, first of all, what are you? Let's get rid of that bad boy. And then let's put us in just something very simple. What is the temperature here? Negative 21 degrees. That's perfect. Right around here. Let's come all the way down. That is then 3 deep. Let's come all the way over to something like here. Let's make it nice and big. And let's make these walls here nice and high. So we don't have any problems with it in the future. We will need one piece of ladder right here, one right there. And then get rid of all this stuff. Get rid of this ladder. And get rid of this ladder. That's basically what we need on each side. Just so we can build the outline of it without a big problem. Yeah, that looks good. Just have to think about it for another second to make sure I don't forget anything, but that will get the job done without an issue. Very nice. Okay, how is our research going, by the way? Are we still doing anything? Or are we through? Couple more pieces of novice research, really? Is it blocked again? No, it isn't. There comes some dirt. Somebody brought 10 whole kilograms of dirt. I guess that's good enough for what we are doing. And other than that, we are good. Research is now completed, and we are golden. So what we're trying to do here is getting those seals, those 4 seals that we're going to put in here, to basically just recreate infinitely. As much as possible, be happy, produce a little bit of ethanol on the side, and extract as much tallow as we can from eventually killing them in one manner or another. That is the general idea here. Let's dig the rest up all the way through here. Now we can. Very good. This Mercury ceiling light here. Telling you guys, if you haven't seen it yet, if you don't know yet how it works, it is a complete game changer for so many things. And that is another reason why I built this here so low, so we can use this Mercury without having to pump it through the entire base further down here for something else once again. But we're going to do one step after another here. First, we're going to get started with our seals, and then we're going to move on to the rest. Jess says I love it so much. Me too. Me too. When we found that out in the beta, that was absolutely insane and amazing. Can somebody tear out this tile? Please, for the love of God, do it. We can get the rest built. Thank you. Appreciate that. Now we need an automatic dispenser right here. There we go. And then we need a heat source, and a very simple heat source that produces actually more heat than you would expect. Here's this wood heater right here, because it produces a whopping 20 kilo DTUs, and that is all we need. And then with our automatic dispenser, we are going to drop Mercury down here to the ground. The dupes won't be able to reach it. The wood heater is going to heat it up, in the beginning at least. That's basically just to kickstart it. And from that point forward, we are good. that's basically all we need. Then we can tear the wood heater back out and just drop all the mercury we have in here into this area. It's very, very simple and straightforward. No issues with that at all. Still happily building away. This area right here is actually almost the area. Let's see. It is already a stable. It's 72 tiles. And we said what we need for 4 seals is 48. Our room size is 64. So once again, it is not the optimal size because I just came up with it and have not done any testing as I would usually do in the sandbox, for example, to optimize this here at all. I haven't had time for it. So I was like, you know what? Screw it. We are just going to figure it out live on stream without me doing any prior research. So that's where we are right now. Other than that, though, pick all this stuff here up. And once it's gone, we're going to start introducing the seals. And William Lai is here. I rise again from my slumber. Good morning, William. Glad you made it. Always happy to see you. You know it. The only thing that we need is some power on this thing, and that's 60 watts. And 60 watts of power. What is on here? Oh yeah, we put this pump on here. That is actually turned off. And we're only going to turn off very rarely. I think I'm just going to use this wire here again. That's going to be a universal wire for anything. We're just going to screw it. And what is here going on? Why are we not building this one here? Unreachable? Really? It's 5 high. Gotta be joking. Build a ladder, get it done. But yeah, we need a little bit of power right here. 60 watts, that is. I think we can afford that with this particular wire right here. And we're just gonna build it out of, what do we have? Iron. Iron is fine. Eventually we're gonna replace it with something better in the future, but for right now, it will do. Without an issue. So, let's plop that on here. Okay. Very nice. Let's take another look into our printer. We have a pipsqueak. That's okay. Not really used for that right at this very second, honestly. And we're going to find some as soon as we dig further down as well. Usually I would take it. But at the moment we have so many other things going on. I'm going straight for the fertilizer. Because the dupes right here cannot do building and nyctophobic. 2 things I don't want to deal with. But we're just going to get us the fertilizer. It will come in handy eventually. So, might as well grab it while we have the opportunity. And no food. Very true. This stuff here you can leave here. Couldn't care less. This here is now done. We are going to say in here right away a spigot seal and spigot pup. 4 of them. Not more. Not less. Maybe less. But definitely not more. What is going on over here every once in a while? It's gotta be suffocating, right? Has to be. But yes, let's build us the wire first. This here is now done. Let's get all the debris out of here. Everything that's laying around. Highest priority, get rid of it. Set this one here to Mercury with the highest priority. Whenever we have a Mercury, plop it in there right away. And also suppress the current. Just so we can get rid of that problem. Do we have any mercury? I don't know if we already have dug up any. Yes, we have 3,231 kilograms. So wherever those happen to be, you might as well grab it and plop it in here right away. And then the wood heater right here should be running as well, preferably. That would be very nice. I don't have it on sweep only. Nope. Just gotta find it and grab it, wherever that may be. Probably up here somewhere, I would assume. We may have found us some. Or right here actually is probably where we got it from. Yeah, that looks like that's where we stole it. And we're gonna get us right away a tiny little bit more. Let's go all the way over here. Don't need a hell of a lot right at this very second. But we do want to get us some in here. And then right here we can immediately start putting the bonbon tree in. Which we can't do for what reason? Because we don't have any seeds. Of course, we haven't dug up any. We only connected to them. So we need to find us one tree somewhere. For example, right here. That'll be perfect. That will give us even more mercury in the process. That actually works out just fine. Well, let's dig up this mercury here as well while we're at it. And then let's just come all the way through here. Don't even have to be 3 high. 2 high will do. As long as the dupe fits, we're happy. We're just going to do 3 high right here for the Mercury. You're still broken, are you? Huh? That's okay. Looks like this is now completed. The only thing that's still lacking is this radiant liquid pipe here that needs to be torn out. So let's increase the priority and in F6 snip it off while we're at it. And then we can start making steel once again. Iron to steel. Let's say forever. Might as well. As long as we have lime, make me steel out of it. That should probably be the easiest solution. And then in skills, Martin can now get Masterworks and get rid of this fossil fragment right here. And, of course, the story trait, the ancient specimen, might as well excavate that as well. But more importantly, the fossil fragment doesn't need to go into the priorities because Martin down here, yes, decorating, that's your thing. Alright, let's see if we can make that happen. I'm also not entirely sure if this amber fossil right here actually needs a floor underneath it or not. I guess we'll see. And here, lots of fossil, 1,300 kilograms, that have to be converted over, of course, into wonderful lime. That's what we're here for. There's also no point in really repairing this thing here because we're just wasting iron doing so. Let's check out the temperature. Let's see what this here does. Give it a little bit more speed. How much heat are we putting in here and how fast are we dissipating it? Oh yeah, look at that. That is what I wanted to see. Yeah, all the thermal mass around here is picking it up without an issue. That is what we want. Good. That should allow us to make a little bit more steel before anything goes horrendously wrong. And as soon as it does, we just need to keep an eye on it every once in a while. As soon as more lime has been made. Up until then, give us more steel. And down here in the bottom. Didn't we mean to do something like this here? Pretty sure that was on the agenda. Kinda like picking this bad boy here up. Was also on the agenda. But either way, we have now Mercury in here. Unfortunately, I didn't pay attention and now it's 9.7 tons. So that will take a hot minute to melt. We're going to turn it off and we're just going to wait. It should be relatively simple to get this thing here to melt. The only problem is, of course, that we have now such a great mass of it. I was more thinking about 3 tons instead of 9 to actually get some heat transferred into it. Thankfully, though, let's take a look at it. It only needs to get to, in details, negative 38 degrees. You can make melt shift plates out of it. I think that is what we need. I think we need some kind of fluid in here on the bottom to actually get the heat a little bit faster in here. I think that is the idea. That is actually a great idea. Even only one of them should be enough. We can probably build 2 of them just to be safe. That's 1,600 kilograms worth of it. So let's try that out. It's going to melt basically instantly, I believe, the moment we build it. Apparently not quite instantly, but it is going to go faster. There it is. And that brings also the Mercury down here on the floor. Now we can actually see it down a hell of a lot faster. That is what we were after. That's what we wanted to see. Now the wood heater here can also go again. As soon as those 8 tons here are molten, we are going to be just fine for a good while. That is also why I built those tiles right here out of normal tiles instead of out of insulated tiles. So we have heat exchange between the 2 materials, which allows us to just melt this mercury here by doing absolutely nothing at all. That makes it very easy. Just not like this, like that. Let's get rid of this little bit here as well. Just so we have it out of there. And also here, negative 38 degrees. Another 4 degrees, so also something important to mention. In case you don't know, if the melting point here says negative 38.8, it's actually 4 degrees higher than that. So in all reality, it will melt at negative 34.8 degrees. And that is true for every material. It's always 4 degrees off from the actual value that you see here. In case you did not know that, now you do. Okay, that's all we need for right this very second. Other than, of course, a pump, which we're going to plop anywhere. For example, right here. We need a insulated liquid pipe. Doesn't even have to be insulated, as a matter of fact. Temperature out here is nowhere near freezing. So we're just going to make it a normal liquid pipe out of granite, which is totally fine. Going to bring it probably something like along here and down, because we have to go deeper with it later as well. There's just one thing that we are going to change about this here. We are not just going to bring a full pipe in there. Right here on the top. What we are going to do is, in plumbing, we are going to grab us a liquid valve. And the liquid valve is going to live right here. Which then also makes our pipe one higher, I suppose. Might as well. And then connect it up. That is what we want. And there's a good reason for it. Do we have bonbon trees yet? I will get to that reason, by the way, once we actually start the system up. For right now, though, I first need bonbon trees. Where did the mercury come from? How is there mercury right here? Was 8 tons maybe a little bit too much and it overflowed a little bit? Yeah, that's exactly what happened. You son of a gun. Of course that's what happened. That is okay, though. Because the other thing that we're going to do is might as well put right here a ladder in. So we can get across. And then in plumbing, a bottle emptier right here. Number 9 priority, build it right away. So we have somewhere where we can put our mercury. Are you going to do an achievement run with this new DLC? We might eventually, yeah. I mean, why not? Might give it a shot. But at this moment, though, I'm just trying to figure stuff out, though, obviously. It's a little bit too early for an achievement run on it. With those new mechanics right here. But eventually, there's literally nothing that would speak against it. How are we, temperature-wise? Well, it's still at 25 degrees. A little bit of water is now coming down again, of course, from this ice up here, I would assume. That has molten. Actually, it's this ice right here that has molten. Either way, don't care where it comes from. Any water is good. Hook it up and pump it up. Making sure that is actually all water. Yes, it is. Not that some bloody mercury or something came down here. But yes, if we have liquid mercury somewhere sitting around, we're just going to put it straight into this tank right here. At the moment we have 910 kilograms in here. I think we can put a little bit more mercury in here. Let's try it. Let's turn it to mercury once again. And let's see what the dupes come up with here in the next couple of seconds. This liquid valve here, we are going to set it to 130 grams per second. Gonna do that right away with a number 9 priority. Dupe has to come by to actually change it. That's why the 9 priority. And then we will go from there. So we have now power. What we do not have, though, is, of course, mercury. That is still lacking, but we will get that here momentarily as well. Probably just gonna go ahead and put another wire bridge right here. Just so we can then go ahead and come with the heavy watt wire through here. Might as well. Since we have it available, might as well use it. Oh, you're actually connected to it right now. Of course you are. How else would it be? You can see the mercury coming in. And due to the temperature down here on the bottom. By the way, you're missing some mesh tile for your seal stable. Seal need tile next to the bonbon tree to suck the life out of. Yes, that is very true. And I'm actually aware of that. The only thing is, those things take forever to grow. Even if you give them what they need. So we have so much time. It's really negligible. What could we use? Iron. Sick and tired of running out of bloody materials. Because we build it out of random stuff like Cinbar ore. That is not helpful. How's our F1 overview, by the way? Oh, we're looking golden. Look at this. Beautiful. Couldn't be much better. Yes, of course. You gotta start an endless loop of mercury right now. How else would it be? Okay, here is our light. And our light is already on. we can now plant those 2 trees that we just dug up. So let's do that right away. With a high priority, please. Let's get it in here so we don't waste anything. And we can see that this Mercury ceiling light here is currently powering up. It says powering up 50%, 60%. When we take a look at the light overlay, we can see this here is what that looks like. And we can see that the lux are going up drastically. Even on the very bottom tile, we're already up to 16,000. And when we reach 100%, right now, we have down here on the bottom 1 tile. And this is actually the maximum range. It wouldn't go down any further if there were no mesh tile. You have 20,000 lux right here. Here we have 3 tiles worth of 30,000 lux. And here on the top, you have a total of 3 more tiles worth of 60,000 lux. Now, what we can do is, we can have all of the requirements of this Mercury ceiling light. All of them. It says it takes 130 grams per second of mercury. We can cut that down to 65 grams per second. It also says it needs 60 watts. We can also cut that down from 60 all the way to 30. And how do we do this? Very simple. We are putting in only 65 grams of mercury. And that is exactly what we need the liquid valve for. And now we can see it flickering like this. Let me turn down the speed so you can see it a little bit better. And when that happens, the output is still basically 100%. I mean, the difference is 100% negligible. We are going from 60,000 lux to 59,500 is the lowest I've seen. Yeah, I don't see a 400 there. So we are basically losing 500 lux every so often. But at the same time, we are inputting only half. And you can see it here, 60, 0, 60, 0, 60, 0. Which means, on average, we're only putting in 30 watts. That is exactly what's happening here. And that is what makes this light here really powerful. Because it only needs 65 grams a second. That's nothing. That is absolutely nothing in the grand scheme of things. Because if you look up here on the top, how much mercury we have is absolutely nuts. All over the freaking place is that stuff. So much of it that we don't even know what to do with it. And if we would go to the star map, which we obviously can't see yet, we have up here in the space a point of interest, a POI, that actually also gives us more mercury. And I believe, if I remember correctly, it's like a 40% mercury gain from that POI. So an insane amount of mercury is available to us. And we can use these mercury lights here, of course, for something else. But for that, we need to create more heat. And that is what I would like to avoid as long as we are still making steel. We are up to 2200 kilograms, which is a good thing. That means we can start now actually with our volcano tamer. So let's do that right away before we forget about it again. So you could use that to power a solar panel. That is exactly where I'm going with this. That is exactly where we are going with this. You're basically putting in 60 watts of power and 130 grams because you need 2 ceiling lights, and you get the entire output from a solar panel. And the entire output from a solar panel is 380 watts. You put in 60 watts, you get 320 back. It's nuts. It is completely overpowered that you can do that, and I cannot imagine that this here will stay like that forever, and it will probably get patched eventually. I would be highly surprised if not. But for right now, we can use it, and so we will. Either way, though, we need to go to utilities. We need to find us our thermal aqua tuner. And our thermal aqua tuner needs to be built out of steel, and it needs to live right there. In automation, in plumbing, I mean, we will need insulated pipes built out of Ignis, right there. And it's going to look something just like this. Very, very simple. It's going to come along here. On the other side, though, we need more piping. Piping is going to come from right here somewhere. And we need a liquid pipe thermosensor built out of anything that we have sitting around. The same goes, of course, for the automation wire. And yeah, that is the basic outline that we need for right this very second. I'm going to come with this ladder here further down, though, so we can go below it 3 high all the way over. Also, this one right here can catch up to it. So yeah. Defying the law of energy that you cannot create or destroy energy. Yeah. Hey, we don't talk about the laws of physics in oxygen not included. We have given that up a long time ago, I believe. Well, you're using up the mercury to make that power. That is correct, though. You could argue it's coming from burning the mercury. I guess that would theoretically be a valid argument. 25% of the mercury if you melt it rather than dig to it. It's very true. We can do something very similar that we are doing down here with the ice. Just a hell of a lot easier and obviously also a hell of a lot faster. Because we just need to increase the temperature of the mercury by a tiny little bit. And the mercury itself already has a thermal conductivity of 8.3. Therefore, pumping heat into mercury is very easy. Right now we're just digging it up for the short term. But eventually, like a big blob like this one right here, oh, I'm definitely going to melt that. And that's going to take no time at all. So we use the word transforming in science. That is very true. In this case right here, don't know if that is very accurate though, what we are doing, honestly. But yeah, let's build the rest of what we need right here. I believe we have everything that we need. In shipping, we will need a, where you at, conveyor loader built out of steel, needs to live right here. Right beside that, we will need a conveyor shutoff built out of steel, and it needs to live this way around, specifically right here. And then we will need an auto sweeper that also needs to be built out of steel, and that needs to live right there. Those are basically the things that we need that have to be made out of steel, if we like it or not. There are a couple more rails that we need as well, but that's it. That is all the steel that we require. Of course, might as well put the automation in while we're at it. Let's see, in shipping, actually, conveyor rail, right here. Conveyor rail made out of iron ore is more than sufficient for our purposes. It's basically just going to come right here. That is what that will eventually look like. Going to come into here, going to come out of there, going to come out of here and connect back up, something just like this. Why am I building this already? Well, because in automation, do we not have those unlocked yet? Or am I crazy? Where are we in research? That should be in solids, I believe. Do we not have the... Nope, we don't, because we actually do need 30 data analysis research for that. Okay, this is the one thing that will kill us. We don't have the conveyor rail thermosensor, and that we need. Okay, let's get started on the research though, at the bare minimum. Let's see how many data banks we have. That is another good question. We can see that, thankfully. And currently we have a whooping 3. That is not a hell of a lot, honestly. That does sound too little, though. That sounds way too little. We have unearthed a few of those points right here that we can then research. Not this one right here, that's a bad example. But over here, for example, inspected, which gives us a data bank. So either they're not accessible right now, or we have different issues. Not entirely sure what exactly the problem is here, but we will find more of them. For that to be used, we do need the virtual planetarium, though. Do we have that available? Yes, we do. Obviously, it doesn't fit in here, so we will probably just do something crazy and put it in here, maybe. Yeah, why not? That would theoretically make it once again a lab, so we might as well. The only thing that we need for that is, of course, in radiation. We don't have that either, do we? I mean, I thought we had more stuff available to us than we all actually do. Where is that? In radiation technologies, right here. Yeah, that's further down in the tree that I thought. Red bolt joint plate. Red bolt joint plate, I mean. So I guess we're just going to plop it here for right now anyway. It won't matter. At the moment, though, it will not get the bonus. But for the 1 or 2 things that we need, it will be sufficient. But okay, we're building it. The databanks will come automatically. Pretty sure that those are laying around somewhere where they're just not accessible. Where that is, though, we will have to find that out. Like this one right here is actually accessible, I believe. We can always, for example, on purpose, dig into an area like this one right here, where we can then just inspect a bunch more stuff to find us more, of course. This one right here, no, that one we can also not look at. That's sad. That's okay. And we are just making more and more steel for our second volcano. That is going to be right there. This one here, though, can we look at this one? No, not either. We can only activate it, which is fine, I suppose. We do need more, though. How are we gonna do this? Also, this one here cannot be excavated because we don't have a floor underneath it, I suppose. So let's build us 2 pieces of floor. So we can actually excavate this here properly. So we have this one here off our list as well. And where this one piece of ice here comes from, I'm also not entirely sure. But that's okay. William Live's dupe. Object on the decor of the virtual planetarium, and the Bamas are chewing on his research paper. Probably so. That is too funny though. But we do have insufficient resources though. That is actually highly surprising. Do we literally have to go to bloody space real quick to get us some bloody databanks? Are you joking? That can't be right. This one here is inspected, for example. Where did the databank go? I'm truly curious about it. Because we have clearly not used it for anything else, why is it not laying there? Or they picked it already up and brought it down here. That may well be. Yes, our 4 databanks are in there. Okay, that answers my question, at least in that regard. Yes, I know. Here we get one more databank out of it. Here we can rummage through it once we get there. Not really helpful, though. We need something bigger. We need something much bigger. Up here on the top, maybe. I think this may be our way out right here to get more databanks. Analyzing the volcano gets you a databank too. Yep, that is also on the agenda. But the moment I open it, though, we are in a world of hurt because it's not dormant anymore. I'm trying to avoid that as long as possible. Let's see if we can get a dupe to just nonchalantly walk over here and dig themselves quite literally a hole. Let's see if we can make that happen. Keon is on the job as usual. The oil reservoir hasn't been analyzed? No, I don't think we did, and I think we cannot anymore either because it's bloody hot in here. We would have to come here with atmosuits. Which I guess in a pinch we could make that happen. We have to come over here anyway. We could literally, yeah, let's do it. Because for our seals right here, we do need a little area underneath here anyway, as we already spoke about. Let's make it 3 low, 4 low. Something like this here. That's all we need. Obviously we can't yet build all of it. There we go. Then we can just come right underneath it. Maybe. Right here, across. What was this one here again? Can't recall. Use something important here, water geyser. Yeah, we don't want to mess with you. Too much heat right now. But we can come literally all the way across here. Come up here. Build us a door. Where is the door? Am I blind? There's a pneumatic door. And we just... I'm not gonna let any dupes through here. There we go. Which then means automatically the dupes have to come in here with their suit on. There's no other place, no other way to get there. That should work. So that will give us a databank. Still, it's nowhere near enough for our purposes. As soon as we're done making steel here, with everything we have, we will have to relocate this metal refinery anyway, and find us a better location for it. But right at this moment, how much more fossil? We get another 3,800 kilograms of fossil out of this one. Good grief, so I don't think we can sit that out. I think we just need to have enough steel that we can build us a second tamer. Because slowly but steadily, we are heating this here up. Remember, we were at negative 39 degrees. So it will only work as well as it does right now for so long. Eventually, it will become a problem, if we like it or not. Don't you plan to use that oil later? We will use it for something eventually, yeah. I just used it for this metal refinery right here. Temporarily. But right at this very moment, there is no other use for it now. I mean, we see that. That was so long ago that we built this metal refinery. And in all this time, I don't remember what cycle it was, we only filled this much oil in here. But this output here is abysmal. But our bonbon trees are growing up nicely. And that's definitely good to see. So at least right here, we can plop in some seals shortly, if nothing else. We can also build the rest of it. Obviously, what we can't build right now, it is what it is. Nothing we can do about it. But the rest of it, we should be able to build without a big issue. So let's go ahead and grab us the conveyor rail right here. And with the conveyor rail, we're just going to come all the way over, built out of iron, all the way through here, all the way to right there. And then these two tiles here, usually these two tiles here actually as well, I built also out of steel, just to be safe. So a total of 400 extra are needed. It will be used on a geothermal heat pump later for achievement run and some laugh and beer mess it up. We will see. We will see how it goes. But that is actually a good idea. Since we have the oil that has that high of a temperature, that we would use it for the pump down there. That is actually a good idea. Come on. Built the last couple of ladders. And then we just block you guys from going through here in any direction. And that is all we need. Don't stop there. Get over there. There you go. That's all we need. At this point, no dupe can come in here without having a suit on. Where are you coming from, Brandon? Didn't I just tell you there is no access here? What in the actual hell, where are you going? Oh, you have a death wish. Cool. It is rather warm here. Brandon's like, I don't give a shit. How about you move up here, will you? Those dupes. Always trying to find the best way to kill themselves. That's what they're very good at. And that is all we need. Famous last words. Very true. Very true. Let's analyze this here with a number 9 priority. We have 2 dupes that can do it. Let's click on this here so it's gone. We did not get a data bank out of this one, did we, by any chance, huh? Would have been too nice. We do need a total of 30, though. I don't think that is obtainable, no matter what we do. How much are we getting out of here? Are we only getting a 1 out of actually researching something? I can't recall if that is the case or not. Never trust a dupe not to kill himself if possible. Yeah, I know, right? I think we may have to bite into the sour apple and fly to space to actually get that real quick. Probably with a carbon dioxide rocket. We may have to. We may not have a choice. What do we have over here? Where you happen to be carbon dioxide by any chance? No, you're not. Of course not. That would have been too easy. I thought we had carbon dioxide somewhere, though. Where is the carbon dioxide hiding? Well, let's use our trick with the relative temperature again. I think it's you or you all the way over here. That's polluted water. And that's carbon dioxide. I knew we had one. It's just so far away from everything. There's a lot of sucrose on this map too. That is actually a good call. How much sucrose do we have? 710 kilograms, but there should be more. You are actually very correct about that. That's phosphorite. Where do we have sucrose? I don't see a hell of a lot, but there is some. We saw it earlier. Just cannot remember for the life of me where that was. Was that in here somewhere? Where is the sucrose hiding? That's igneous rock. Phosphorite, everything's phosphorite, but we had sucrose. You are right. Where is that stuff hiding? Because just to go to orbit, that would be more than sufficient. It's right here. Right here. Let's dig this stuff here up, so we have it available for when we need it. Might as well. Let's see what's the smartest way to do this. Probably doesn't matter too much because 4 high is all we're going to get out of this bad boy anyway. Unless we do something like this here. And then kind of try to turn around up here on the top. That should work. Not a virtual planetarium, you crazy. Yeah, right here. We can go higher right here. Let me do it this way. Right here we are still... Yeah, a little bit more right there. We have these two here that we're going to dig out. We can just use this natural ladder right here to go through here. That's probably the easiest way, yeah. And then dig the bottom out. That should work. It looks purpley. Yeah, I know. I was just desperately looking for it. There's a little bit more up here that we can snag whenever we feel to do so. Yeah, that should be good. The only problem is, though, we are running out of fibers. We only have 3 units left. And we would need an atmo suit. Probably not just one, as a matter of fact. And I really wanted to wait with BAMS until we have the seals up and running, but I may not have a choice. I really don't like it when I have no choice. Anything else that we can do in the short term, all these here cannot be sheared. And I don't see any more, with the exception of this single one right here. Yep, literally. That's all there is. That's all she spoke. Okay, we don't have a choice. So let's make the best out of it. Up here on the top is where I'm going to build the BAMS farm. And we're only going to be ranching like 3 BAMS or so. Don't need a hell of a lot of them, because once they're up and running, they're producing A, a lot of heat for no particular reason, and B, we don't really need to. So I'm going to make it a large area though. The first thing that we are going to do is right here. We're going to tile this here off and push it further back, so it is nice and straight with all the other stuff. That should only take a second, and it should be okay. The only thing that we have to do is we need to relocate this liquid pump right here. Very easy, very simple. Just literally like this here. And then F2, of course, the power wire will have to be relocated as well. And then we're just gonna build all those tiles here. Why are you unreachable? Ah. You lost the tile right here. That'll fix it. As soon as we have those tiles in here, we're just going to build them stack by stack by stack without a big issue. Until we are all the way here at this same line right there. That is where we need it, right beside our ladder. And then we're fine. What geysers did you receive on this run? We can look in the star map. That will tell you exactly. Leaky oil fissure, a water geyser, copper volcano, infectious polluted oxygen vent, polluted water vent, carbon dioxide vent, the aluminum volcano, saltwater geyser, and oil reservoir. And there are still 6, apparently, that we have not found. And yes, what we are trying desperately to accomplish is to tame this copper volcano, but for that we need one highly important thing. And that highly important thing is right here, the conveyor thermal sensor. Without that, we are not going to do anything at all. Therefore, we do need data analysis research, and for that we would need 30 data banks that we don't have. So, we need to do something about that. And to accomplish that, we need to go to space. And to go to space, we need more fibers. So, it's basically this death spiral that we are in that we are desperately trying to get out of. But should be no problem. By the way, has anyone figured out if the new plants have mutation versions? I, at the bare minimum, have not tested it yet, no. Come on, put in the walls. Let's see. Bonbon trees are at 82, 81% respectively, so that's very good. Let's see, what do we build this out of? Cinnabar ore. We don't have any cinnabar ore. Learn it, dupes. Use anything but bloody cinnabar ore. Good grief. How is it every time the same? We can put in another row right here. And there we go. Let's get this done first. Everything else doesn't matter too much. We do want to empty this here out though. Clean it all up so we have access. And right here, Croc is almost done. He picked up 12 data banks. Did he just pick up 12 data banks? He just picked up 12 of them. Maybe we don't have to go to space after all. Close this bad boy here back off for right now. Just because we can. The LVOs have mutations. Okay. I wonder what those do. Now the question is, what else can we research? We could check out this one right here. That is the aluminum volcano. Earlier or later we will have to get to it anyway. We will need once again our 2 tiles plus the wall. So right here is where the ladder goes either way around. Might as well put the ladder in correctly right away. Or high, all around. Leave this tile right here so we can see what's going on. And see if we can also maybe take a look at this bad boy right here. That would be very nice. Did you inspect the replicator? You mean the printing pod? Yes, we inspected the printing pod. Use a blueprint. 12,000 calories in barbecue. Yeah. I don't know about that. Dupe-wise, we have 16 dupes. We have more than enough oxygen. We have more than enough food. Everything we have more than enough. Do we have a good dupe? Cooking and rocketry. We don't need another cook. Rocketry, I mean piloting. Nobody cares really. We have a Ruby right here with suit wearing, cooking and ranching, but decreased construction. Always hate to see that. And we have Ada right here with building plus 11. Cannot do researching. All those tubes are really not that great with the exception of Ruby maybe. But even though decreased construction. Yeah. Aesthetics too with ranching, cooking and suit wearing. That's just not a good dupe. Let's go with the barbecue for right now and call it a day. I hate all the choices. So do I, William. So do I. This here should be okay now. The only thing that we need is actually the liquid pump. So we can tear this pump here out and get rid of it. In F6, of course. And in F2, of course, as well. Let's rip everything out that we don't need to live. Passing up free barbecue? No. Only if we would have had a really good dupe. Which we didn't. Oh, took it. Phew. Another colony achievement. I don't even know what we did now. Have a duplicant eat any cooked meal prepared at an electric grill or gas range. Okay. Yeah, I guess we did do that, didn't we? Speaking of it, cooking. Who was our cook again? Nobody's very good at it, I suppose. Who was our cook? Who had grilling 2? Didn't we just give somebody grilling 2? Am I crazy? Who was that? It was Words. Words got grilling 2. Okay, so Words. We gotta increase your priority here a little bit for cooking. Where is Words? Right here. You're gonna be cooking. Building, we're gonna give you a little bit less because, you know what, screw it. You are gonna be cooking. Now we have Brandon right here. I do have a mod installed, by the way, in case you're wondering, called Engineer Building, which basically helps the engineers to build the stuff that they're supposed to build. So we just need to find our engineers and give them that. Right here, for example, Emery already has it all the way up. Not Words, not Akbar. Let's see. Can't recall what we did with whom. I think Schlappor is going to be one. I think Martin is going to... Barris is going to be one. And I think we had one more. Was it Brandon himself? It may have been Brandon. Yeah. Just so we have it later. Speaking of food, what sort of food are they serving in the French Olympics? Baguettes? Sounds like a good mod. Yes, it comes in very handy. It comes in very, very handy. Especially when you're trying to build, for example, right here conveyor rails and stuff like that. Obviously, dupes are not too inclined about building that stuff, as we all know. Okay, last but not least up here, what we still can do while waiting is, of course, well, a couple more things that we can do and should do. In power, we can build us the steam turbine that's going to live right here, built out of literally anything but steel. The second one is going to be right beside it. And in F6, let's wait a second with F6 actually. Let's grab us the conveyor rail first. It needs to come down here. Put a conveyor bridge right there. Conveyor rail down here. Conveyor meter right here. And then we need 4 metal tiles. We could do 5. Let's do 5. It doesn't matter. What is that mod you like again? Engineering something? The one with the pumps? Or the one that tells the engineers what to do? When to build what, to be precise. I don't know which one you're referring to, but if you are interested in a full list of all my mods, guys, by the way, I have them always up to date at all times in my Discord channel. You can have access to them whenever you want on Discord, always up to date. The moment I install one, I add it. The moment I delete one, I get rid of it. And then last but not least, the conveyor rail, of course, needs to come through here as well. Just all the way to right there, for example. And then since we are on the other side of the base, we're just going to build it back out here again and up to the top. So all that can be built without an issue. No Gravitas says, can confirm, just used the list recently. Yep. I wouldn't lie to you. Did you miss a thermal sensor on your rail? No, I didn't miss it. Made a mess. Why? What? What? Are you stuck or something? How are you stuck? How did you get stuck at where you at? Seriously though, what am I missing? How are you stuck? What happened? Oh, right here. Something has molten. That's what happened. You should probably replace all of these tiles right here with some real tiles, just so that doesn't happen again. There we go. And specifically, build me this one. He's also running out of oxygen, so he definitely needs to get out of here. Really, that's what you choose to do with your leftover time. Really. How do you feel about that? These dupes. It's crazy. I even gave it a 9 priority. But back to William. No, I didn't miss it. We don't have it yet. We need more research. And that's what we are working on over here. To get more research in, up here on the top, is our conveyor rail thermosensor. And we need more of this research ready. And somehow one novice research. How is that one still missing? That's how. Brains not included. Very true. Truer words have never been spoken. It looks like we finally ran out of lime. That's most likely because we are still, up here on the top, hacking away on the fossil eggshells. We have everything. We are up to 1,500 kilograms. That is not enough. We need more for a second tamer. We're just going to ignore it and let them do what they do best. Probably kill themselves, but... You can click on a dupe and show navigation. That's very true. That does give us everywhere where they can go. That would have been easier. Is there an oil biome? We don't quite know yet. But we could, theoretically. Not like this, though. Yeah, there's not really much stopping us from also digging down and exploring further down into depth. What do we have here? I just noticed you. Another infectious polluted oxygen vent. Seriously, though. That's the last thing that I wanted to see here. The very last. You know what? Let's grab us a ladder. What's the temperature here? I think we are okay. To literally just go low. Even if it takes a little bit, we will find out. What's going on down there? Did you queue up insulated tiles in the metal tiles? Did I? I might have. Yes, I did. Of course. Good catch. Very good catch. That is not what we want. I would have definitely missed that one. Even out here, we don't want him. All the way across here. Also, what I just realized is I built the conveyor meter one step too far to the right, so the entire build actually needs to move one over. Nah, damn it. Good that I looked at this again. No harm done yet. It would have just been a pain if it would have already been built completely. One little mistake. All it takes sometimes. Of course, we cannot build it here on the edge. We need to build it right here in the conveyor meter. And then the metal tiles. Right along here, obviously. I've done that so many times. Yeah. For 1 second you don't pay attention. All it takes. Quite literally. Of course, the conveyor rails still have to go in there. Just a little bit different. And also, can't forget about the automation wire. Almost forgot about that bad boy as well. Could also plop one right here while we're at it. Oxygen not included. Noob here is 3 iron volcanoes on the normal starter asteroid at normal. No, they're random. Sometimes you get 1 aluminum, sorry, 1 cobalt, 1 iron. It's just completely random. It's kind of worrying me that Icarus, out of all people, say we must go deeper. I'm not used to that from you. Usually you want to go the other direction. And yes, Jazz is of course correct. Welcome to the stream, Varric. Feel free to ask any questions if I read it, which I try my best to read all your messages, of course. I'm happy to answer any questions. And if you need any help in general, feel free to join the Discord channel. We have a lot of people in there that do nothing else all day than help other people. It's quite crazy. Now it should be correct. Now we should be good here. How are our bonbons doing? Bonbons are doing fine. Just this very top one here, like I said, doesn't do anything. And of course, what we also don't want to do is, we don't want to harvest these. In any way, shape, or form. This granite right here, we could also get rid of slowly but steadily, please. Because we are about ready to get seals in here. These branches here on the side only take 4.5 cycles to grow. So those don't take quite as long as the tree. The tree right here does take a little bit longer. Just enjoying the stream, also attempting my first all achievement run, but I think I'm gonna miss out on carnivore. Damn. Aiming high, I like it. That's rough. I have tried and failed that achievement many times. That is probably the most difficult one, quite honestly. To get carnivore. That one does truly suck. Basically everybody hates it. Okay, so far so good. What about deconstructing this stuff up here, guys? What are we doing? Get rid of it so I can build those last 2 rows of tiles and can get started with the Bama's wrench. Can you link in Discord where the mod list is, please? It's in the Oxygen Not Included channel in the pinned messages. That's where it's hidden. What is your plan for this stream? Right at the moment, we have several plans, as a matter of fact. We are trying to tame this copper volcano right here, first and foremost. We are running real low on reed fibers for our atmosuits, so we are trying to get the Bamas here in check right in this area up here. Then down here on the bottom, we have our flashing Mercury ceiling light that is currently powering bonbon trees, and we are about to put seals in here in literally the next couple of minutes, just having the dupe finish this area here up. First clean it out, pump in there, call it a day. And then we are going to generate a bunch of power with Mercury ceiling lights. So yeah, our list here is relatively extensive, but that is what it is, and that is okay. Other than that though, looking pretty good. I'm just really annoyed that we are not picking the stuff here up, so I'm just going to get rid of it, because those flashing messages here are truly annoying. The volcano is trying to erupt right now, which is okay. we still need this sensor right here. Power from lights, huh? Yep, it's gonna happen. As soon as we have this here done, that's the next thing on the list. You plan to make a gym to improve some athletics? No, I usually don't do that because usually I'm not too worried about it because I have usually so many dupes. I mean, we're in cycle 139 right now. We have 16 dupes. Probably gonna have 17 or maybe even 18 if we find a couple more good dupes by the end of the stream. They increase themselves just by running around. Let's see here, where are we at? 38%, 38%. Very good. This here is now nice and clean. What do we need? In plumbing, we will need us a liquid pump that we're just going to plop anywhere. It doesn't matter too much where that is. Right here, for example. Insulated pipe comes out. In F2, we need us a wire. Not this wire, though. It will also take a good amount of time until we fill this here up with only 4 seals, so I'm not too worried about it. Probably should wait with blocking that off now that I think about it. Buildings cancel here and there. And should we put in some automation just so we have a little bit of control? We can't just use anything like a switch, but I usually just choose a hydro sensor that I set to lower or higher at will. Let's put it one step further over, huh? That seems like a good idea. Just need to build this here. And then, one more thing that I want to do real quick is get us a tiny little bit of glass. Not a hell of a lot, but just a little bit. So let's grab us in the... Don't have the glass first either. I thought we had glass. Where is the glass forge? Right here. This one we can get. How did I miss this one? I looked through it earlier, and I outright didn't look at it. Of course, though. Let's get this one here first, because right here we don't miss anything other than data analysis. And data analysis we currently don't have. We first have to research something, and we will do that here, hopefully momentarily. This aluminum volcano here is dormant. Do we have coal to block it back up? We do have 3,000 kilograms. We are golden. Okay, let's go ahead, analyze this thing here ASAP, and then block it back up with coal. Coal temp shift plate is most definitely your best friend in those kind of things. Kuko says, yo, Kuko, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for joining. Do they make enough ethanol for reliable power? Ethanol and meat seem underwhelming for them. They're not giving meat, they're giving tallow. I gotta keep that in mind. Will a dirt temp shift plate always work or just coal? Dirt can turn into sand, exactly. I was about to say that. You do need coal. Coal always works. But thankfully, William himself is already here and taking care of that very nicely. So we can also see when this bad boy here goes back active. And maybe, if that is in a relatively far point in the future, we can then go ahead and actually build a tamer around this bad boy here as well. If we have enough steel by then. Which we have 2,200 kilograms, we just need a tiny little bit more really. It's really not much that we need. Down here on the bottom, we are building happily away, very nicely. I guess we can also hook up the power while we are at it, before I forget it later on. We just need to come with whatever we have, for example, right down here. All the way through there, all the way over to right there. Hook these two together and come down, and here's our power wire. Very simple, just need to supply it with power from somewhere over here. May have to utilize this here a little bit more. We will see how it goes. Temperature-wise, we are still good in this area right here. Still at negative 25 degrees. I'm not too worried about it. That's good. And we can also put in the last tiles right there, which then allows us, and we are just going to prepare this area right here for a stable as well. If we should ever need it, I really don't anticipate it, but might as well. Rather be ready for it in the future. Let's put us 2 doors in. And then on top of the doors, of course, more tiles. Straight over. Just like that. Dig out all the stuff here. Might as well while we are at it. And then on top of right here, also 2 more doors. And then a ceiling all the way through. while digging all of this here up and then deconstructing this stuff here as well. That is what's needed. And when we take a look in here, these here are 92 tiles and these here are 96 tiles. And even though we are not going to have the full amount of mammoths in here, we're still going to go 96. So yeah, there's a lot of digging that needs to happen. Most of it is not even reachable right now, so let's build us this here. There we go. What are we making those out of? Iron ore, that's fine. And let's dig all this here up as well. Very nice. Okay, yeah. Here, there's nothing we can do other than wait for this to happen, no matter how we look at it. And then here, looks like the pump is done. Everything looks to be in decent order. It's just a matter of where we're going to pump this stuff eventually, and we can close it off. All we need. Where is it here? Hey, Bier, just dropping in for a moment from the deep artificial wilderness of NH. I don't know what NH is. LF takes a lot of heat to convert dirt into sand. How much does it take for dirt? Thankfully, we have dirt right in front of us, so we can take a look at that. In properties, details, actually, we can just look it up right here. It's only 326 degrees, actually. That's actually not that much, honestly. What are you drinking? I just opened me up a sparkling water. NH is New Hampshire, of course. I should have thought of that myself. I guess in my upcoming immigration test for citizenship, I should have known that, I suppose. Let's see. Almost done. Come on, get it done, so I can put the temp shift plate. Actually, I can put the temp shift plate in it right now, before I forget it. Because if I don't do it now, I will forget it later, and then I will be wondering what the hell happened. Right here, in this spot, is where we need it. What do you think about complex systems? For example, if I want to use the heat of the hydrogen geyser, would you build a steam turbine on it, or would you divert the medium and use it in industrial? I'm trying to combine a few things, but at the moment, it seems that everything works out in separate autonomous ways, which is not a material-saving thing. I mean, for example, what I usually would do with a hydrogen vent, right? Hydrogen vent is something very simple. Let's assume this is a hydrogen vent here just for 1 second. I would usually build a box that looks something like this here, all around it. Yeah, doesn't matter what it's built out of. You're not actually going to build it, so it doesn't matter. Then right here at the end would be a door. There would be insulated tiles all around it. Something that looks kind of like this here. Just very quickly plop together to save a couple of tiles. We don't need these here. And then in here, just some automation. And on top of here, we would have a gas pump in here made out of steel. That would be the only steel building. And then on top of right there would just be a steam chamber with one single steam turbine on top. That is the very, very quickly cobbled together version of my steam vent tamer. That is what I would do with, not steam vent, sorry, hydrogen vent. Literally, that is what my tamer looks like. It works very well. You can adjust the temperature right here to whatever you want, even to roughly around 100 degrees if you really choose to do so. You can get it out at 200 degrees, whatever you want to have, and then use it to generate it. Insulated tiles to the steam chamber? Well, no, of course. Like I said, I cobbled that together right here. You saw it live in 10 seconds. Oh yes, it would look like this, obviously. Insulated about the metal tiles. Come on, guys. Obviously, that was a mistake. They don't go here. Other than that, though, that is what it looks like. A tiny little bit of automation together with a, what is it called? Let me take a look real quick here. A thermal sensor and the atmos sensor into an AND gate when those are true to whatever you want to set it. Open up the door, turn on the pump. Simple. Very, very simple. So, that is what I would do. Is that the best possible option? I don't know. But at the same time, I cannot complain that it has ever not Worked for me. Don't insulate the steam chamber though. Come on. Why the pump behind the door? Because a hydrogen vent outputs hydrogen at 500 degrees Celsius. And if you put a pump directly in there, it may be that it overheats. So I just put it behind the door. That insulates it from the heat a hell of a lot better. Coal is being delivered. We got 11 databanks out of it. That's very nice. That should allow us to finish this here. No, we need 14. Son of a gun. Where do I get another 3? From this copper volcano right here, I suppose, but... My one is using door compressors and infinite storage. Because usually my hydrogen vent is not in a location that is suitable. I mean, usually your base is here and your bloody hydrogen vent is over here somewhere. So I usually just pump it then into an infinite storage. I barely ever built an infinite storage directly beside a vent, because usually it's not in a location where I would like it to, where I like to have it. In, I would say, 9 out of 10 cases. What's the vent next to the copper volcano? That right here is a polluted oxygen vent. Polluted infectious oxygen, to be very precise. Or infectious polluted. That way around. You know what I meant. Stop that. We're just ignoring it. What about the teleporter? What about the teleporter? That's very true. Is that only one? That's a... Yeah. Cool, I can see the destination. That's nice, but that is certainly something that I'm not going to tackle today. I'm only here to inspect it. That's 2 databanks. Anything else here that can be inspected? Yes. That's 3 databanks. Plus the one that's already there. That is exactly what we need to just get us to the finish line. Just barely. But sometimes barely is enough. So I would say... let's dig this here out as we planned in the beginning. Not 5 high, but 4 high, please. And let's just come straight through here. Like a bulldozer. Doesn't matter. And then build us a ladder up here to the top. And get rid of it. That should help us. Was there not a ruin up on the surface? Oh yeah, we also wanted to come here. Ah, and that actually happened. Completely forgot about that bad boy. What do we have here? Anything that I can inspect. Yes, this bad boy. And that's it. Literally, 1 databank. Hashtag sad. I expected more out of this building, quite honestly. I guess it wasn't to be. There's more stuff to inspect on a second planet too, that's very true, but just to establish a bare basic base over there is just too much for the scope of right now, with everything that I'm still planning on doing for today right here. 113, you growing? 91%. You are getting high up there. In research, so we have now enough for this one. We have now the glass forge that we need right away. The glass forge is absolutely required instantly. Just need a space for it. Anywhere, really. Just has to be temporarily good enough for what we're doing. We don't need a lot. As a matter of fact, we can check it out. The window tile right here needs 100 kilograms, and we need 2 of them. We only need enough for that amount. So that's that. I'm just going to plop it right down here. It's already a little bit hot. Might as well get a little bit hotter. It doesn't matter. So should be okay. In plumbing, we're going to grab us an insulated tile and just bring it. I truly don't care. Somewhere over here. Should be okay. For those 8 pieces that we have to make, because the glass forge makes 25 kilograms at a time. So we need 200 kilograms. We only need to make 8 of them for right now. There is a words. I asked him to do it one time, then I teased him about it doing it again. Without a good renewable source of coal to make ceramic, it's not really feasible to use it renewably, though. That is very true. Kind of pointless, as a matter of fact. Von Rhineland says, but I call it a day. Have a great stream, and don't forget to thumbs up and subscribe. Thank you very much, Von Rhineland. I hope you have a good rest of your day. And yes, Von Rhineland is right. If you haven't subbed and/or subscribed yet, feel free to do so. Both of them are, of course, 100% free and help me out greatly. In our molten glass, like I said, 25 kilograms of pop. We need exactly 8. All I'm after. All I need. 4 right this second. And I need them for these 2 tiles right here. Then we can put seals in. Maybe there's a way to use a hot polluted oxygen to make good oxygen without a sand source or coal to make the sand. Yeah, I'm sure there could be, because it's just so cold here that we could somehow make that happen. But the question is, as usual with those vents, is it worth it? And the answer is always the same. No. Yo, Scarlet is here. I'm once again here to leave a like. I'm coming home from a birthday party right now. I wish you guys a nice stream and a good night. I'll watch the VOD tomorrow. Yours. Thank you very much for that. I truly appreciate it. You know it. When you're setting up an industrial sauna, I will probably not set up an industrial sauna at all. I don't think I will do that here. I think I'm going for a dirty brick this time. I'm not entirely sure about it though. But I think this time around, because eventually what I would really like to do is I want to super cool the entire base. Down to negative 40 degrees. We do need some resources for that, of course, so that's not going to happen in the next 200 cycles probably. But eventually, I would like to have this entire planetoid cooled down. Especially the areas where we live in. Because I would just like to find a way to use this Mercury here for something useful. I never understood how a sauna works, or rather what its practical application is. Well, its practical application is that you don't have to worry about anything. You literally just plop your industrial building in it, built out of steel, and you get power on the top if it gets hot enough in there. So if you use it enough, you literally just get power out of the steam turbines on top of it. Cooling the base to negative 40 degrees Celsius, always Celsius. And actually, isn't it the same? That's a trick question. I'm pretty sure negative 40 is exactly where Celsius and Fahrenheit meets, isn't it? Well played, though. Well played. This area here, though, is working out now. There's Chaz, he knows. That was a trick question. You almost got me. Almost. So, for those Bamas right here, let's check them out. We have done it with the seals. We will also do it with the Bamas. The Bamas gives us, of course, reed fibers when we shear them in the shearing station, and an insane amount of food when they die. They're also going to plop out some Bamas patties, which give us, in turn, we can see it right here, phosphorite and clay. One of them needs 44% gross per cycle of a plume squash plant. That's what that thing is called. Here we have the Bamas, and it outputs 30 kilograms per cycle. It can also eat the actual plume squashes, but it needs 1,778 kilocalories of it. The plume squash right here does grow. Life cycle is 9 cycles. So we need quite a lot of them. Let's see if we can find a wild one sitting around here anywhere. There's one. And let's check this one here out. Needs 15 kilograms per cycle of ethanol. And once again, life cycle is 9 cycles. If there are wild, 36 cycles. And that's exactly the reason why even with 2 of them and only 1 Bamas, it is just not worth it, because even with one of them, those here never grow fast enough that our Bamas actually is full. That's why it is now stuck at 47%. We would need a hell of a lot more wild ones in one area to actually make that happen. Or we would move this one here, down here to the bottom, let's say, let it eat these two, then move it back up whenever it has grown 36 cycles later. It's just not worth it. So what we need here is, not farm tiles, but hydroponic farm tiles. And the hydroponic farm tiles, we will just plop along here. Let's see how many we need. First of all, how much space we need at the bare minimum. In in food, we're going to grab us critter drop-off. We are going to grab us then in stations, the grooming station, and the shearing station. Those are the three things that we need at the absolute bare minimum. 16 wild plume squash per Bamas, basically, yeah. I'm planning on having also one more thing that is highly important. They require 16 cells apiece. So if we put 2 in there, then it's 32. If we put 4 in there, it is 64. Here we have an area of 96, so we could put more in here. But I'm planning on putting 4 in here, not more than that, because we don't need more than that. So that is definitely the general idea. Take 4 of them and put them in here. What we will also need though, and that probably leads us down the path of eventually replacing this wire here. 2 more incubators. Not made out of steel though, are you crazy? And then the automation wires that we need as well. So we have 1 for our floxes, 1 for our Bamas, and 1 for our seals down here on the bottom. And by now, we can actually start putting the seals in here. Of course, for that, once again, we need those window tiles. Are we making something over here now? Let's add glass to our list so we have an overview of what's happening here. We're at 100 kilograms, so we can put in the first tile. We may even only need 1 tile, potentially. I guess we can test that. Let's put that 1 tile in here that we can build. And then let's grab us 4 seals and plop them in here. Just need to find, well, 4 seals. Looks like we have 1 right here, 1 right there, and 2 more right there. They're literally right in front of us. Ripe for the taking. That's all we gotta do. Come straight in here. And then maybe a ladder or something. Yeah, probably just a ladder. 2 come straight down here. All we need. Then wrangle this one, wrangle this one, wrangle this one, and wrangle this one. And then plop him in. Since we're only going to put ever 4 in here, let's put that in here right now. Where's the Bamas and the Bamini? We're only going to have 4, like I just said. That's the maximum we're ever going to have in here. We are going to make sure that, or better to say, we are not going to make sure, we don't need the fancy building up here on the top. We do not need the critter condo. There is no point in having it. It doesn't give us really any benefit to the best of my knowledge with just having it. So we're just going to leave that alone for right now. And then down here, the farm tiles. Looks like Words did the math for us. Thus, 4 domestic plume squashes, 4 per Bamas. We will test that out. 1 times 4, 2 times 4, 3, and 4. So that should be the amount that we need for 4 of our Bamas friends right here. Condo still has nice animations. That may be true, yes. Did they add a geyser that vents Mercury? Yeah, Words is correct. There is a space POI that does have Mercury. Ah, crap, you're right. Did you not want to make them hydro ones? Of course I did. Yeah, thank you for the hint. Let's make sure that is the right amount. 16. Perfect. Can Bamas even fit in a condo? No, but the Bamas, what the Bamas can do. Let's take a look at this bad boy. Can't even look at it because I don't have enough fibers. It uses this little scratch post right here. It is a really cool animation though. It just scratches its back on the scratch post. Check out the blueprints. No attacking, no digging. Yeah, we don't want that. Decreased athletics, that's not happening. Decorating and operating though. We have Rowan right here. We do have Rowan right here. With decorating +3 and operating +3. It's really not that good of a dupe either, though. Cannot do researching. Increased agriculture never hurts to have, I suppose. I guess we could make another engineer out of him. We will need more. In the short term, there's no question. Or in the long term, better to say. We could take Rowan. Let me take a look into the vitals real quick here. Who do we not have yet when I take a look into chat? Who doesn't have a dupe yet? Let me see real quick here. We have... Does Gunnar have one yet? That is a good question. It doesn't look like Gunnar has a dupe yet. Well, that will change now. There's our answer. Beautiful. Beautiful timing right there, Gunnar. We're just looking for somebody. We are going to take Rowan. And Rowan is not going to be Gunnar. Gunnar! Welcome to the stream. In skills, we just got to find us. Gunnar, where you at? The only dupe without a helmet, or better to say a hat. And we're going to send you straight down into improved tinkering. You're going to be another engineer eventually. Very good. Everything looks great. How are we here? Number lime, huh? How much steel did we get? 3,100 kilograms. 3,100 kilograms is actually enough. Didn't I build a coal one right here? What happened to my coal? Or is it here? Oh, I can't. I just can't see it. I was like, hold on a second. We still have 18.9 cycles. And I'm pretty sure we just finished the research for the conveyor belt thermosensor. I'm literally questioning right now. I'm literally questioning right now. In 18 cycles, we could very easily tame this one down there. To put a quick hold on this one here, why are we, by the way, not building those conveyor belts? What's the deal with that? Why is that on your number 18 priority? Didn't we just say that I have a mod for that? And that should be the highest thing here. For you. Maybe that changes a thing or two. Well, what about the rest of you? Who is our second one that already has it? I think we have a second one that is already all the way down. Am I wrong about that? Do we have only one single engineer? That may well be. That already made it all the way to mechatronics engineering. Let's see. Yeah, because Brandon here is slacking. But we can't give it to Brandon right now. Schlappohr, of course. You are far behind, but that is not your fault. Mod may not be working. It may not. It may, in fact, not be working the way that it is supposed to. I thought we sent another one down that route. I thought you were number 4, Gunnar. I guess we could send Do Not Comply all the way down here. He has 24 morale, but I don't know why his is so high. Doing that would not be a good idea. We don't have another one. Bears can't do it. We only have Emery. Okay. We need to make do with what we have then. I guess I'm gonna also give you building very, very high and see if that helps. Let's see. It is still only on number 18. I truly don't understand. This one here is a little bit higher now. Like, what is so important that you're currently working on? I truly want to know that. Recover from cold. Okay. Engineering build, and so it seems like the mod is working. But for some reason you decided to go to this tile first and do basically everything else. Very, very odd. Very odd. Not entirely sure what is going on here, but I hope we will build it eventually. Either way around, we do need ethanol through here, and that is why I wanted to wait with Bamas, because we need the ethanol. Bloom squashes, let's put them in here. And then let's find us 4 Bamas that we can plop in here. Literally any 4 will do. Maybe not one that is dying in 3 cycles, that would be nice. You are nice and young. Very good. You're gonna come with me. You are nice and young. You can come with me. What do we have down here? 17, you're very young. And 1 more to go. I guess we will do it 3 for right this second. We will find us a 4th one here shortly. Okay, so far so good. But now, still the question is, should we continue with this one here? Or should we really quickly take care of this one here in those next 18.6 cycles? Because we could easily do that. I think that's almost a better plan, honestly. Because this one here is just, you know, blocked off. Almost finished. Doesn't really hurt anything. I think we're going to go onto the bottom right here real quick. And finish this one here off. So it's a done deal. So let's build us the exact same thing once again. That's all we need right there. Is that one too many? Yes. There we go. I like how the channel basically turned into WODs. That is what happens when you stop making videos because you run out of time. Better to say you just don't have the time to edit. And only live stream anymore. That is how that goes, I suppose. Aluminum is the greater material. I would agree with that as well. Okay. Let's put as much in as we can. Basically, while the dupes are working. Should be fine no matter what we do. We need this one here built out of steel. We already know it. We need in plumbing some insulated pipes that come out here and here with a liquid bridge in the middle. Insulated pipes will go down, switch then over to iron right along here, all the way to right there. Then go back to insulated, and with the insulated come right up to right there. On the other hand, or better to say the other side, we're gonna come right down here. Very, very easy as always. And right here. Right there's our liquid pipe thermal sensor, of course. Might as well plop that in while we can. And right here. On this right side right here, we are gonna go to shipping. Grab us the conveyor loader. Made out of steel. Put it right there. Grab us the auto sweeper. Put it right there. All made out of steel. And then last but not least, the conveyor shut-off that lives right there. Very easy. Also gonna grab us the conveyor rail. The conveyor rail is made out of iron ore. Conveyor rail comes out of here and goes in, out of here, up and over, all the way across the top. And then just snakes along over here on this left side. Yes, right here. This here needs to be steel. Let's swap that out to steel and bring it over. Just as simple as that. Obviously, on the bottom we need a little bit more though. We need to come out of here, put in a bridge, bring it down here, and plop in a conveyor meter built out of anything other than steel. Then the conveyor rail goes in, comes out, and once again we will have to snake it around because we are actually wanting to go into this direction here. Looks a little bit odd, but it will have to do. It just is what it is. In base, we're gonna grab us a metal tile made out of iron. That's good enough. Build us 4 of them. And then insulated tile here and there. In F6, we already have that in here. In F2, we need some power wires. And that should be basically all of it that I can think of as of this very moment. You may be able to tell that I have built this tamer here a couple of times before. No need to justify, we remember still and like to be here giving suggestions and watching you develop your devious plannings. Well, I do appreciate that though. It was this very video that got me back into Oxygen Not Included. Which one? The Volcano Tamer? Because I really like my Volcano Tamer and I'm not gonna lie about it. That's probably my own personal favorite build, not gonna lie. Because it just works so nicely every single time on any volcano without any questions asked. In automation though, now we can bring us this wire over here. And now in shipping, we should have access to the conveyor rail thermosensor that lives right there. Finally. Might as well go ahead and build us the second one up here before we forget it later. And still, not a single conveyor rail has been built. Can we not access this anymore for any reason, or what am I missing? No, we can access it without an issue. I don't understand why we just don't want to build this conveyor rail. Does it work on niobium? Well, that is the one exception to the rule, okay? The one singular exception to the rule. But I do have a version of a Tamo for a niobium volcano as well, if required. It's on my channel. You are correct, Jade. Thank you for the hint. We do need to dig this out so they can actually reach all this stuff right here. As a matter of fact, we need to go even lower because we will have to put more insulated tiles right here as well. You use the engineer priority mod. I am in fact using that mod, but it seems to not do what I want it to do. It's quite interesting. I guess I'm going to turn building back off right here because Emery just came over right here and is building literally anything except those bloody rails. Now we are building rails, okay. Amir was just building walls for some reason. But yeah, regardless though, as I said, taming this thing in 18 cycles is no issue at all. Someone has to build a wall. Yes, someone can build a wall, but not our sole engineer, please. Anybody but our engineer. As a matter of fact, it would be nice. I'm a little bit concerned that this is using up my limited portable hotspot data and I don't want to get throttled. So as fun as this is, I think I'm going to bow out, whereas I'm not mad at all. You go ahead and enjoy your vacation. And I appreciate you stopping by anyways, even though you are on vacation. Which is crazy, but I highly appreciate it. Just don't forget to get rid of all the debris, or else we're going to get absolutely batshit insane from seeing it there. And by we, I mean I. I'll take care of it. As always, thank you for streaming, Beer. Well, thank you for watching. So you ever wallpaper the vents before sealing up or don't care about the cosmetics? I'm not really a big cosmetics guy, honestly. Don't really care too much. Speaking of it though, we haven't looked at another blueprint here in a while. That should be the last one for today. So I would say, let's open it up and let's take a peek what we have. Pants. Basic crimson pants. Like red pants, but slightly fancier sounding. That is actually very correct. That's funny. I'm a wallpaper chunky? Yeah. I don't really put any wallpapers in here or nothing. I just vacuum it out, call it a day, and hope I get a big amount of aluminum out of it. That's usually what I'm more after than anything else. The materials, so I can build more stuff. Still though, we need more rails. Build me my rails, damn it. Speaking of rails, This is going to be an insanely long rail that we need all the way into our base. But it will come in handy later because we're going to put more and more stuff on it. What happened with this mammoth right here? Just dropped it right here? Really? How about you pick it back up, will you? And why do we have, again, a tiny little bit of liquid mercury right here? What happened is my question. Oh, we probably had another 8 tons or something insane like that right here, and when it started to melt, it just went a little bit over the wall, most likely. That does happen sometimes. Other than that, though, we have now 2 mammoths in here. They are doing very well. Wildness is down to 25%, and the scale growth here should start the moment they are up there. So that should be very, very good. And there's our 3rd one. And we're going to get a 4th one in here eventually without an issue. But as I said earlier, though, I don't think this year is going to fly anymore. We still have a manual generator sitting here in cycle 150. Should probably do something about that, shouldn't we? Oh, God. Oh, God. Right here. We have, thankfully, this conductive wire already that is hooked up to a big generator, currently doing nothing at all, and that is exactly why I built this bad boy. What we're going to do is we're going to bring this one here over, and that's going to be expensive. Very expensive. So expensive that we don't have enough. Yeah, nowhere near enough. Don't build it out of steel, though. Whatever you do, do not build it out of steel. You better not. William says I'm off. Bye. Thanks for joining, William. Have a good one. What else do we have here? Are you doing anything anymore? No, you're not. Let's make me another 50 iron. We do need it. We can reclaim a little bit from those temp shift plates right here, though. Let's get rid of those. That should be the last 2 that we have. That's another 1,600 kilograms, though, so that should make a dent into it. And then right here, as usual, we have all the stuff laying around. We're going to use the same trick as earlier. We are just going to grab us an automatic dispenser and plop it right here. Let's build that thing here right away. And then we are going to turn off, up here on the top, our infinite storage, and just have this one here running. So the dupes can just come by, grab something, plop it here, just so we can get it out. That's all we need. Other than that, though, let's double check real quick one more time what we are missing, if we are missing anything. In power, we can already put in the first steam turbine, though. That doesn't hurt anything. Actually, it does, because we're trying to build it out of steel. I'm not going to do that. We're going to wait another minute until we have these here deconstructed. Other than that, though, in power, we will need a heavy butt joint plate. And that one can be made out of anything. And we're just going to build it up here on the top. And we need a heavy butt wire. That comes to right here, I believe. Might as well put that in right away while we can. There we have it, the automatic dispenser. We're just going to grab the settings from this one, copy them right here, and then these 2 right here, we're going to disable the building. Just temporarily. We can then go ahead with a relatively high priority and clean out all this stuff. That has to happen if you like it or not. So we will make it happen. Come on, clear the new stuff. There we go. Okay, so far so good. Up here on the top, we already have a steam turbine built out of iron, as that should be. We're also getting slowly but steadily more iron in. We are producing more and more. That is great. And then last but not least, we will need to build this bad boy right here. We just need a little bit more. Somebody please deconstruct this one. Would highly appreciate that if we could get that done really quickly. There we go. And now in power, we can build us the first one made out of iron right there. In F6, though, we will need more radiant liquid pipes, most likely. We're just going to plop them all the way along here. Very simple. Shouldn't be that big of a problem. The only thing that we are going to do is, in one location, and I don't know yet which one that will be. Let's see, if I build a second one We have now nothing that I can build it out of. Are we low on plastic too now? No, it's not plastic. We don't have iron, and we don't have enough steel. But we have neither enough right now to build it. I just want to see where the second one is. Did you make those pipes out of steel? I hope not. I did. What in the hell? Good catch, Shade. Good grief. Not out of steel. Wanted to make them out of iron. Do we have no iron? What happened to our iron? Was it used up here for the wires, maybe? We just had a bunch of iron. Now it's gone. It's sitting right there. Is that a non-reachable location? Looks like it. Let's fix that right away. I was like, we just had iron and now it's gone. That would have sucked. That would have sucked. Very good attention to detail. I truly appreciate that. Yeah. So how are our seals doing now? Our seals seem to be pretty happy in here, I would argue. All 3 of them. What happened to the 4th seal? We also had a 4th seal. I know for a fact we had a bloody 4th seal. Where did we lose that one? I don't see it. It has to be crawling around here somewhere. It must have dropped it on the way down there. Good grief. You dupes. We do have a little bit of lead though. Should be just enough. Nope. Just short. To hook these here up. So we can at least set 1 to the spigots and 1 to the bimini eggs. SEAL Team 4 is down a man. Could it have died of old age? Maybe. Let's see. Do we have tallow? We do have 150 kilograms, so... we probably dug some up, actually. Could have died from old age, potentially. And it looks like it did. Are we that unlucky that we grabbed one that was that high? Because this one here just grew up a couple of cycles ago. So yeah, it has died of old age. It's okay. Now that we have the incubator, as soon as we have the incubator here up and running, we do have our spigot pop egg, which should be incubating relatively quickly. So that should solve that problem once and for all. And the same goes for our bimini egg. Even faster, actually. It's already at 84%. We just need to give it a little bit of power and hug it out. And we're okay. Very nice. But here we're still cleaning right now. Are we now? Yes, now we have access to our iron again. We are back up to 845 kilograms. I'm going to bed, my friends. Love you all. Gabriel, thank you very much for joining. You know it. I truly, truly appreciate it, as always. And right here, I'm considering right now to make my life just very, very easy. I think that's what we are going to do. What plastic do we have? 580 kilograms. In ventilation, the vacuum pump costs us 50. Would it really take that much longer to just vacuum out this entire area here? Truth is, I don't think so. If we get started on it now with 2 or 3 vacuum pumps, it should be very easy. So yeah, let's do that real quick. As soon, of course, as all this here is done. One thing that we will need over there, no matter what we do, is power. So we're just going to bring in a heavy watt wire. And down here on the bottom somewhere, until we find a more permanent solution, that is, we are just going to go ahead and plop us in a, where you at? In power, of course, a large power transformer. You're just going to live right there, more or less permanently. Until, again, we find a better solution, which will take probably a few cycles. But for right now, it is nice and cold here, so it doesn't matter. The heat that you produce is not going to make a dent into this map at all. So I'm not worried about it in the least. We do need, of course, some wire, though. And the wire needs to come... Also, this is just temporary. We're just going to literally put it all the way through here and in here. That will do. And then, in return, the heavy watt wire from the top. Let's actually do this differently and bring it up here instead. So we can use the heavy watt wire from right here and bring it straight through here. We're going to wait with that a little bit, straight through here, I mean. But we're gonna wait with this one here a tiny little bit. At the moment, there's no use for it anyway, so it doesn't matter. What does matter, though, is we do need to have here and here a connection that comes together. And then somewhere, wherever that somewhere is, doesn't matter too much. For example, right here. I'm gonna bring it straight down into here. Then we're gonna have a liquid bridge that goes over here. That is basically all we need. And then radiant liquid pipes. I believe now we could have enough, barely. Change to steel, once again, really. This one right here we don't have to do anything with. As long as you build me easier out of iron, I'm happy. Yeah, let's build all of this. And then very, very shortly, we're just gonna have a vacuum in here. We're gonna make that with the sledgehammer method. Everything's connected to power. All these here are properly. There is nothing wrong with that. In automation, everything's automated except this here. That has to happen, of course. That's highly important. These here we don't need. They don't matter. That should be more or less everything that we need. Our rail system is completed. Very, very nice. Which means, yeah, everything's good. We should be able to close this here off all the way to right there until this automation wire here is built. That needs to happen first. And then we can close this here off, and that should complete this build. More or less, yeah, completely. Then what I'm planning on doing in here is just vacuum this entire area out. Yeah, it's a couple of extra tiles, but it doesn't really matter too much. We are just going to plop in 4 vacuum pumps. Connect them all together with gas pipes, something just like this here. And bring them out to right around here maybe. Do we not have a high pressure gas vent yet? Yes, we do. I was about to say, gotta be choking. Now we just gotta connect it all to power. And then we're gonna use our fancy airlock door mod right here to make a short work of it. For that we need power though. And that's all we need. That will take absolutely no time at all with 4 vacuum pumps going at full force. But yeah, these seals here producing really not that much. Like I said, 40 kilograms per cycle. It's not a hell of a lot. You're missing a bed for the new dupe. I am missing a bed for the new dupe. You are once again correct, Shade. I know, the next dupe will have your name. There is no question about that. We need an entire new bedroom for it, an entire new area, because we're out of it. We're completely out of it. Right here we have this quartz we need to dig up. So let's do that as well while we're at it. Thankfully, the system is 100% modular, which is always helpful. Does he deserve a bed? Now that's a real question. Does Gunnar really deserve a bed? I guess that's an open question right there. But I'm just gonna assume he does. Only thing that I don't want to dig up is this one piece of ice right here, so we can actually carve this lumen quartz first. At least I would like to do so. Laboratory has to wait for a second then as well, I guess. Let's build our standard system right here. Finally, no more sleeping on the floor. And that is why I always build my bathrooms and bedrooms in some kind of variation of this here. Because the modular system makes it very easy. It seems to be much easier to see these watching your stream. These go unnoticed in my game's constant cycles. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. And I always say, streaming is harder than people believe. Because you're trying to play a game that is rather complicated. I mean, we're not just playing bloody Call of Duty here, right? and trying to pay attention to you guys in chat. So yeah, dupe stuck where? Keonis. Dupe stuck. Good call, Rania. Appreciate that. Just need one piece of ladder right there and get rid of this granite, and Keonis will be free once again. And of course, all the bedrooms are always being built out of wood tiles, because the wood tiles have this insane decor, which is just completely crazy. And that helps our morale more than really anything else. Just using wood for as much as we can. Get your eyes off for 5 seconds and a dupe will either be stuck or dying. Usually both. Usually both. Hi, there's a dupe stuck. Yes, we just rescued old Keonis from up here on the top. Is Gunnar freezing in his bed? He will probably be freezing in his bed, yes. That is also something we will have to take care of. We're probably gonna plop in another one of those heaters up here, because this bedroom here is completely full with dupes that do not freeze. That won't work up here though. So let's plop in another one of those heaters here as well. And there we have it. The quartz has been taken care of, and now we can put in the lavatory. So basically Gunnar is going to have his own private sink and lavatory. Did I reverse these here? There we go. That's what that should look like. Oh, dupes. And that one piece of ice right here, we should also get rid of. As well as... Actually, can't do that quite yet. Is this here all clear now? Everything has been picked up. Dupes. Out of here. Every little piece. That's what I want to see. Then, of course, the heavy watt wire right here needs to be built as well. Why is nobody working on that? You've literally built those two pieces here and nothing else. Seriously? Gunnar likes to suffer. Maybe so. Very nice. Coming in. Coming in. Just need the vacuum pumps, guys. Get it done. Of course, we ran out of cobalt ore. Gotta be kidding me. Somehow I saw that coming. I was like, are we out of ore? Is that why we can't build it? And sure enough, how else would it be? Always the same. Always the same. Make it out of iron. Should have paid attention to that. But reed fibers. How are you guys growing right now? I actually don't know what their scale growth cycle is. 10% per cycle. Let's see here. 1 unit of mammoth gives us 5 units of reed fiber. So to get to 100%, it's 10 cycles of scale growth. 10 cycles. And with 10 cycles, we get 5. So basically every 10 cycles with 4 mammoths in here, we should get a total of 20 reed fiber. That's not too bad. We can work with that. For your filtered pumps, did you increase the power usage or leave it at a standard 240 watts? I didn't know you can increase it or decrease it. I have it at the standard. As the mod comes, it's still 240 watts. And I think it is a fair trade that you do need plastic for it. And further down research, where are you at? In ventilation. So the filtered gas pump is 240 watts, but it also needs plastic. Not a lot of plastic, but it does need plastic. And I feel like that is a fair trade-off because you don't have access to it that early. So yeah. Please give me power. Everything has to be said several times. I guess we can also take another look at this one right here now that we are basically down on the bottom and just waiting for stuff to be built. And finish this one here off. We're probably going to do that in the same manner. Yeah, we're going to do this in the exact same manner, as a matter of fact. We're also just going to pump out the entire area without an issue. Because it's really not that big. I guess that one tile is insulated, doesn't matter. Let me double check everything. In F2 we have power. In F6 the plumbing is not done. So let's fix that up. Something just like this here, just as before. Coming down here. Actually, let's bring it down there. So it's the exact same. Not that it matters in any way, shape, or form, but might as well do it the same if we can. Radiant liquid pipes out of iron, that is. All the way over. Not this one, though. This one here we can't connect because they're right beside each other. We should be good. How much do we have left? 11 cycles. That's plenty. Now this wire right here, we just gotta connect it up to all of those pumps here as well, which again is gonna be very easy. 3 more tiles need to be built out of iron ore. I hope we will get that done as well. And then we can start pumping, and it should take no time at all. But up here, once again, in F6, we wanted to finish this, and we are doing exactly that right now. The one tile is already built. All we have to do is this, and it is done correctly. Connect it up here. There we go. Very, very nice. In automation, do we have everything? This is connected, this is connected, this is connected. That is all we need, in fact. That's it. Very, very nice and simple. Get the stuff out of here. I guess the scones can now go as well. And we are done. Here we are already pumping. Now that we have power, of course, that's not gonna fly because we do need an airlock door. Anywhere really. Right here, for example, we need the power wire first. That's why I haven't built it yet. It needs to have power from the beginning or it does not work the way it should. And then we just need any tile, like an insulated tile above it, to actually block this entire area off. That is what we need right now. We can also build it out of steel. It doesn't matter. It's going to be temporary. So yeah. Just need to build meat. Those 2 pieces of equipment right here. You can also, for all I care, build it out of steel, build it out of whatever the hell you want. Because it's only going to be here very temporarily. Now this is going to load up. Are you stuck up there now? Seriously? How? What are you even standing on right now? Always something, isn't it? Let's build a ladder right here. What are you standing on? You're literally standing on the gas pipe. He's floating. Yes, he is floating. Can you get down there now? No, you can't. Can you dig over here? Are you standing on ground now? It looks like you're standing on ground. But you still cannot get down. Oh my god. Now you can come down. Now he could come down. So he backed out, floated in the air, and as soon as he stood on some normal ground again, he is fine. What are you doing though? Hungry, cannot reach food. Right there. A little bit of extra polluted ice that has formed for who knows exactly what reason. Oh, down here on the bottom, it's Mercury. It became a natural tile? What? Crazy. Every time something else with those dupes. Check him for psi abilities. Yeah, that's what it looks like here. But either way around, now we're finally pumping. All the stuff is coming out of here. Then we can just finish it off in a heartbeat. Only thing that we are waiting right here is 50 kilograms of plastic for the last pump. And that is exactly where this little mod here comes in handy. It's just a hell of a lot faster than building a liquid lock. And it does the exact same thing, so there's really no difference. And it requires power, so it's a fair trade-off. Save time, use power. That's a deal I will take each and every time if I can. Okay, now we just need the same up here somehow. It looks like we have our power wire relatively nearby. We could literally just dig straight through here. There's nothing at all stopping us from doing precisely that. So let's do it. And then with our power wire, we're just going to run all the way back here and do the same thing again. I would love it if they made something in the base game that did that. I agree with that. Just like the filtered pumps. It's literally just a quality of life improvement. It doesn't change the game in any way, shape, or form. You know, it's literally just quality of life. I'm actually surprised how long this here is working. I mean, by now, we have this igneous rock here up to 0.5 degrees. But it's still working like a charm. We haven't even molten this ice up here yet. That is crazy. I did not expect it to work this well, honestly. But I'm also not complaining about it, so there's that. We have a little bit of liquid chlorine right here. That is detrimental to our efforts, but still no problem. We're down already to basically nothing. Yeah, that'll be done in absolutely no time. Up here on the top, when they dig through, I was about to say they already did it. I am very positively surprised, my dupes. Let's bring the heavy watt power wire over, because once again, we need to do it either way. If we like it or not, we need to come through it with it all the way, because we need to hook it up somehow to our steam turbine right here. That has to happen. Therefore, we need it all the way through, one way or another. And usually, I just plop it somewhere up there. The only thing is we can't build it all the way through quite yet. The reason being is that we still need that door in here. And that's probably exactly where I'm going to put that bad boy. So, let's actually bring this back a little bit. Jeremy says, hello, I saw you use the mod airlock. What is your feedback on it? Does it work well? It works very well. It does exactly what it's supposed to do. I just always recommend to not use it as a permanent solution. Because if for whatever reason that may be the mod breaks, it could potentially, depending on what you use it for, render your entire base unusable. So I would just use it for temporary stuff like right here. I'm going to vacuum this here out and then I'm going to rip it back out. It's not going to stay here. That is always my recommendation when somebody asks that question. So let's just build us the large power transformer right here. And then hook up our conductive wire comes all the way through. And again, all these very, very temporary solutions with the large power transformer here in the middle of nowhere. We do need to build the wire first. Highly important with this is you build the wire first and then you build the door on top of it. It will not work the other way around. I had an asteroid on spaced out. It was negative 100 degrees in most places. The metal refiner soon changed it to a more livable temperature. Yeah, like I said, I expected it to make more of a dent into it though. And it really doesn't. I mean, we have gotten a lot of steel and a lot of iron out of this bad boy here. And it really doesn't make a dent into it, which surprises me. Right here, we are very close to a vacuum. Very close to a vacuum, so... hydrogen up here is, of course, stuck a little bit, but that's fine. I guess theoretically, we shouldn't even have to worry about it. If we just put 2 tiles in here temporarily, it will just leave this entire space up here untouched. I don't know how fast the dupes will be, if it still matters by the time they do it or not, but we're going to try it anyway. You need to add temp shift plates to help transfer that heat. Well, the good thing is that I don't want to transfer the heat. With temp shift plates, of course, it would go a hell of a lot faster, but I don't want to actually do that. I'm just using this here as a temporary solution to get more iron out of it. And I want this here to work as long as possible. Truth is, I just didn't expect it to work as long as it already does. I'm happy that it works so well. Let's put this one here to all standard while we are already at it, before I forget it later. And then, of course, set up our conveyor belt thermal sensor right here. So we are going to say, and just from a logical perspective, what does it do? It sends a signal over here, which then allows the material to either go around again or leave the circle. So that is the entire idea. So when we send a green signal, it goes around again. We want to send a green signal if the temperature is above 200 degrees Celsius. Let's check this out one more time right here. So if the temperature is above 200 degrees Celsius, we're going to send a green signal and send it around again to make sure that all of that heat stays right here in our steam chamber. That is what we want. So that is the general idea for this conveyor rail thermal sensor right there. The other question is though, what exactly are we going to fill our cooling loop with? Because we don't really have anything usable nearby. We have a tiny little bit of salt water. We have a little bit more down here. And salt water is not the best solution. The thermal conductivity is comparatively low. But it does work for this purpose right here in a pinch. We could use... I mean, there's a lot of options. We could use the crude oil that we have right here. It's just at 278 degrees, so that's not optimal necessarily. We could also use nectar. The only problem I have with that is it's all the way up here, which is also, once again, not optimal. So, what are we going to do? And yes, you're correct. The coal tile is still here too. Good call. Good call, Silverbogen. Almost forgot about that thing because it's hidden behind it. Like you can't see it, so I almost forgot about it. Yeah, looks like we have now achieved a full vacuum in here, which means we can now come in here with the dupes and deconstruct all the stuff that we just built because we, well, obviously don't need it anymore. A vacuum has been achieved exactly as we wanted that to be. And there's nothing in here that can change that anytime soon. The heavy watt wire right here, we can't really go through with it yet. But in F2 though, we can deconstruct all these cables right here. They're completely pointless in basically every which way you look at it. So we're gonna get rid of it. Right at the moment, of course, the conveyor shut off here is set to red. We should be able to see that. In automation, that is. It tries to go out, but the next problem on the list is that, of course, this here currently leads to nowhere. That is, of course, not gonna fly. We need to build it at the bare minimum to... I really don't care. Somewhere right here, just for right now. Put it somewhere. Somewhere is better than nowhere. And then we can go ahead and eventually build our line all the way to the top. Right at the moment, just get it out and plop it somewhere on the ground, which will be fine. Up here on the top, looks like all this has been built, and we can plop us down another one of those airlock doors built out of anything. Again, we will get all those resources back, no questions asked. And then in ventilation, we are once again going to build us our vacuum pumps, one on the bottom right here maybe. Let's first close this here off, and I was about to say go one lower. Yes, we're going to leave that open for as long as we can, and that's the last thing we're going to build. We don't need it right away, so it won't matter. We still need our pumps, though. Vacuum pump here, 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 and here. We're going to build 4 of them, just like we did before. It makes no difference. Should work just as fine, without an issue. And bring it all the way over here, once again, with a high-pressure gas vent. Basically the exact same resource usage as before. I suppose we could tell the dupes to come by and plop in an insulated tile here and there. That just speeds up the entire process because this entire area here will be left intact without a problem. So yeah, let's do precisely that. The dupes are not in atmosuits in this area here, so of course once we create a vacuum they won't be very happy about it, but you know, can't win them all I guess. And also here, we're gonna come with the conveyor rail just out and we're gonna plop it right there. Just temporarily for right now, so we can get it going. And once it is going, we are good. Well, slowly but steadily the ethanol is accumulating. We have 6 tiles worth of about 225 kilograms each. That should be roughly 1,350 kilograms. I mean, that's not too shabby. Slowly but steadily it is accumulating. And that is basically all that we are after anyway. We don't need a hell of a lot. Reed fibers, we are still at 5 units. Our mammoth right here should be fully grown. It just looks like it. It really looks like it in the animation. The scale growth is still only at 75%. So, wait a second, why does it say 3? Oh, we probably used already a bunch to repair some of our suits down here. That is most likely what happened here. We're gonna probably grab the omelets unless we have a really good dupe. Should we make it 18? 18 sounds like a good number, huh? Lindsay right here, decreased construction, suit wearing, doctoring, ranching. And that is something that we don't have. We don't have a doctor at all. I mean, we could just go for an insane doctor. That is completely insane to have a doctor dupe. Because it's completely pointless. But I mean, we could. What about Lyra? Farming, tidying, and cooking. Tier 2 skill in plumbing. Increased agriculture, helps with farming, but decreased construction. I mean, I really hate all 3 of those dupes. We're gonna go with the omelets. I would have really liked to have a 18th dupe just to make it a nice straight number, but yeah, not like this. One thing, of course, is still missing, and that's power to our pumps. Can't forget about that. Do need that. Badly, even. And then we can start. Still making more iron, exactly as that should be. Very nice. I guess they prefer to build on top first for who knows what reason. Come on, dupes. Do it. Fast. All of it, please. Also, this one right here, we can now most definitely turn off. There shouldn't be a hell of a lot laying around anymore. We can actually deconstruct it completely and turn our normal ones up here back on. Our normal infinite storage is perfect for that kind of purpose. Yeah. Now we're doing something. That's what I want to see. We're still, of course, in a wonderful vacuum. As that should be. Still the question is, what are we going to use? Something has to give. Something has to be pumped down there. Something has to be transported down there. The question is just what? Specific heat capacity 4.1, thermal conductivity 0.5. And right here we have salt water nearby. At a 4.1 and 0.6. I mean, salt water should work. I don't see a reason why it wouldn't. And I think that is exactly what we're going to go for. Because it's so close and nearby, that it basically makes no sense not to go for it, quite honestly. So I say we're going to do it. Very simply, with a ladder, we're going to come down here. You will have to come down here one way or another eventually anyway. So might as well do it now. And come all the way into the saltwater area right here. And plop in a pump. Just so we can use it. We don't feel like deconstructing this here, I guess. Apparently I didn't tell you to. That might be the actual problem. And there we go. The rest of the conveyor rail is coming. What about these 3? Don't have iron ore delivered. That's what it is. A little bit more water is coming down here. Might as well. What else would you use it for? That's my point exactly too, yeah. What else would we use it for? That is the big question. There's really no good answer for it. Since it's so close nearby, might as well use it. But look at this here. After a few cycles, we actually have made quite a dent into our water reservoir right here. We are back down again to 3 tiles high. So our 2 electrolyzers here are using a good amount of water. I mean, they're using 1000 grams per second, so 2 kilograms per second in a 600-second cycle. That is how long a cycle is, and oxygen not included. Makes basically 1.2 tons every cycle. I mean, that's no joke. And that's exactly why we have molten all this water right here to help us out with exactly that kind of problem. But okay, last but not least. Once we have this here, we just gotta hook it up. That's very easy and simple. We just need to make sure that this one here gets closed off. That's what it comes down to. All this here needs to be built. We don't need anything else. As soon as that's done, we don't care anymore if there's an atmosphere in here or not. Doesn't make a difference to us. We just need to make sure that we don't have anything at all down here on the bottom. We will need to put some water in there though, so we need to take another second to actually put something in there. And that's going to be another slight issue. We do need to generate some heat in here. So we first need to have the liquid pump down here before we can put water in here, because it will instantly freeze. And that is not what we want at all. So the thermal aqua tuner will have to help us with that a tiny little bit. Let's make it this here a priority. We can also already start trying to figure out what we're going to do with this one right here. We have the same problem, of course. Liquid carbon dioxide is probably not going to work. Yeah, we don't really have much nearby. We could just use the polluted water that's in here. Don't know exactly if 600 kilograms are going to be enough, though. I mean, it should. Theoretically, it should be just fine. But that would be definitely the pipe that we have the closest nearby, that we can't just bring all the way over here and then tear it back out once we have it built. That may be what is going to happen here eventually. Let's build that last tile right here. Very good. And then down here on the bottom, we do have a vacuum. Let's see if we can use that to our advantage, because there's one thing that I forgot, and that belongs right here or right here. Doesn't matter. Can build it right there. As long as we don't break anything open that lets any kind of gas in here, we are fine. And I don't see us doing that anytime soon, so we should be totally okay. We just need to get to right here. Because what I always like to do, without exception, is to put in a liquid reservoir. And the liquid reservoir lives right here. You can build all of that without touching the vacuum, so that's no problem at all. All you have to do is build a piece of pipe right here and a piece of pipe right there. And it's always a good idea, at least in my opinion, to have a liquid reservoir, because it allows you expandability in the future, because you are usually not using all your steam turbine power right here, and not all your thermal aqua tuner power. So if you want to cool anything else in the vicinity, it's always good to have a little bit of extra fluid here. And second of all, it just provides more thermal mass. So if you should have a power outage and your thermal aqua tuner here doesn't do anything, at least you still have the cold water, or salt water in our case, that is inside this liquid reservoir that can hold you over maybe for a cycle or two, or even longer, depending on how much you put in here. So I always highly recommend doing exactly that. Let's plop a little bit of power on here. And then in F6, all we need is some kind of pipe right here. What it's made out of probably doesn't matter too much. Let's make it insulated just to be safe, though. And connect it in. Also, this one right here we wanted to do. And cancel it so we don't rip it out. What did we build it out of? We don't have igneous rock? Are you kidding me right now? Gotta be choking. A liquid pipe right here. We do have plenty of igneous rock. What are you complaining about? Build it out of granite then, for all I care. Yeah, I don't know what it is complaining about. How does it say we don't have igneous? We have like 200 tons laying around. It should be all over the damn place. We need to tear out these 2 tiles, though. Nothing here is snow. Nothing here can have an impact on our vacuum. So in this case here, that works out in our favor just great. And up here on the top, I wanted to save some time and not vacuum this side here out, but we may have to. We may actually not have a choice than to actually vacuum all of it out, because we have the same problem right here. We also will need a liquid reservoir, and this time around we can't reach it that easily. So I'm probably just going to tear these insulated tiles here back out. It will take a minute longer, but who cares at this point. Just need to get this one here done in the next 6.4 cycles, and that should be doable without a problem. Also, it is time to actually empty it out of all that stuff that's in there while we are at it. And then our salt water right here. The only problem with salt water is it has a freezing point of negative 7.5 degrees, which means we will not be able to cool it down quite as much as we can do with polluted water. That is the one big downside to salt water, but it is so conveniently nearby. We're going to use it anyway, and it'll be just fine without a big problem. The question is, though, what do we set our thermosensor to? Our thermoaquatuner right here cools down the water or whatever fluid we have by 14 degrees. Always got to keep that number in mind, 14 degrees. So if we can only go down to negative 7.5, let's say negative 7, you should probably go to 8 degrees. Just to be safe, so we are not accidentally freezing it. Come on, get it in. Wait, what happened to the heavy wrought wire? Didn't I say build it all the way to down here? What happened with that command? What in the hell? Now, we should hopefully build it and do it fast so we can get all this water out of here. We're going to grab as much of the stuff as we can, as much as we can fit into this liquid reservoir. Might as well. We have about a ton per tile. We have 6 tiles. Probably won't be able to get all of it out of here because the liquid reservoir only holds 5 tons, but it should still be more than good enough. Alright, looking decent. Oh, it's built. All that is left over is to build the wire. And up here, all that is left over here is to create us a vacuum. And it actually gets worse because right here, we need to dig into this area right here as well. Again, don't really have a choice. Might as well get rid of all of this stuff right here. Can't go this high though. Only 4 high is doable. Let's dig it all up so we can get rid of this carbon dioxide here as well while we're at it. Alright, are we pumping yet? No, because there's still 2 tiles missing that we don't want to build for who knows the hell what reason that is. Reed fibers are now up to 8 units, so we are getting better. How are we looking on heat though? Because again, these things here are putting out an insane amount of heat. Can we actually see how much? Thermal mass, heat energy, doesn't really say how much it puts out though. But it will heat up this area here eventually. And then, latest then, we will have to do something about that. And while we're at it, this one Bamus up here. Why don't we dig into here? And we grab this one and bring it all the way down here on the bottom into this area. So we can get those 5 reed fibers as well. Durf is here, finally made it, and I'm caught up to it. Thank you for giving me many, many hours of entertainment and joy. Hey, I truly appreciate it. That is Very good to hear. I'm always happy to hear when somebody enjoys my content or learns something of it. That is great. That's why I do it. And I truly appreciate that, Durf. And I'm happy you made it. Will this colony hit 100 dupes? Who knows? Who knows where we will go? Always hard to tell. Are we pumping yet? Yes, we are. Why are we not pumping it through here? Because I built a bloody bridge the wrong way around. What a noob mistake to make. Did I do the same thing up here? Of course I did. Because I built it basically at the same time. Alright, rip it out, turn it around, let's try it again. We obviously want to flow from the right to the left and not the other way around. Snip this here off so we actually go into the liquid reservoir and build it right away. That should solve our problems. Here comes Doc number 27 with his beautiful lime green atmosuit. And now it is flowing as it should. Also right here, we are starting to produce a little bit of heat. Therefore, we will have to turn this thing here off in a minute. Let's plop in a bottle emptier and get started with the water. This one right here. Did we actually make it? It looks like the water temperature is actually low enough right now. Ice temp shift plates. We could do that. That is actually a great idea. That would be a hell of a lot faster. Right in here, though, we always want a good amount. We have 30 tiles. 30 tiles is the entire area in here. That's what I'm trying to say. And we want to have roughly 50 kilograms or so of steam per tile. That is usually roughly what I'm trying to aim for. So we need roughly 300, 600, 900, 1200, 1500 kilograms worth of it in here. So 2 ice plates should work. Let's see, temp shift plates. Built from ice. Where's our ice? There it is. Let's just build one here and one there. That should be good enough. And let's deconstruct it. That is a good idea. I always forget about those ice temp shift plates. I'm not gonna lie. Our thermal aquatune is turning back on. Just need to be careful with that though. Just a little bit careful at least. The temp shift plate made of ice should be... The problem is though, that is not going to work because we don't have anything hot in here. Other than our thermal aquatune itself. Yeah. That is a problem that I didn't consider because we don't have an atmosphere and all of our insulated tiles are at negative 23 degrees. Does it make a difference if you put too much water in there? Yes, it does, because our aluminum volcano can actually overpressure from steam. At around 150 kilograms is the overpressure point. So you don't want to have more than 150 kilograms in here per tile, or the aluminum volcano will not erupt anymore. What are we gonna do though? We don't have anything in here that could provide heat to the temp shift plate. Temp shift plate behind the aquatuna. Yeah, we may have to bite into the sour apple once again and open these 2 tiles here back up. This here though, we want to have to above, let's say 50 degrees for right now. To actually not overheat our thermal aquatuna. It's already at 250 degrees. So we need to chill out with that a little bit. Stop the build of this one right here. I guess that works. Does that heat it up? No. There's no interaction there, is there? Nah, that would have been too easy, huh? And the truth is, I also don't know if the temp shift plate will actually interact with the thermal aquatuner without an atmosphere. I honestly don't think so. I guess we are going to find out, but I do not believe so. Can we do this here a little bit faster, though? Why not the other one too? I will never understand it. Let's try it. Let's build us a temp shift plate. We already have one right here behind it and see what that does. Because I don't think that works. $280 kilograms. How much is schlap ore having here? Now let's see what that does. Are we on our vacuum up here in the meantime? Well, it takes a little bit longer now, of course. But we are down to micrograms, or milligrams, not micrograms just yet, but milligrams. Almost done. Our liquid reservoir, on the other hand, is almost full. I think that is plenty. We are just going to go ahead and snip off the power. And then rip it out. That's all we need. Of course, the fluid first needs to drain out. And then we can rip out all of this here as well. None of it is needed anymore. And yeah, as I figured, the temp shift plate made out of ice does not interact with the thermal aqua tuner without an atmosphere. That is what I thought. And sure enough, it's true. So let's deconstruct it. Throw it on the floor. And we will have to go back to the original method. We should have done that, or I should have done that, I suppose, before we created a vacuum. Can we still do it up here, though? No, because we already have a vacuum in here, too. The only thing that's left over is here in the back. So also here, we will have to use the old bottle emptier, if we like it or not. I guess we could leave the ice right here. That should melt in no time. As soon as water touches it, liquid, water, enable auto bottle, number 9 priority, and let's go. As soon as it touches the thermal aqua tuner, it should be golden. If it doesn't freeze immediately when it touches the insulated tile, which it shouldn't, because the thermal conductivity is so low, it just needs to touch the thermal aqua tuner. That's all we need. Maybe I'm wrong about that. It does touch it. Okay, we are good. That is literally all that we needed. That means we now have already 800 kilograms of ice in here. That will melt. Should be able to turn this bad boy here back on now. And hopefully more water is being brought soon, because at the moment, of course, it's not a hell of a lot. Any dupe with a bottle of water would be appreciated. Thank you very much. There we go. Bring in the liquid. Keep down the temperature. Add something a hell of a lot more reasonable. You just gotta keep in mind, we still have another one right here. We have 800 kilograms right here on the bottom. Wait, what? Whoops. Shouldn't do that. That, of course, is a problem. I still had it set to 50 degrees. And I just changed it to below because that's what I usually do with polluted water. Of course, it doesn't work right this very moment. How much water do we have now? 72 kilograms. I think we don't need any more water. All we have to do now is close it off and just heat it up. The volcano here will take care of the rest because the temp shift ice plate here will melt just as well as this ice that's just laying here eventually. It's just a question of time. In fact, we have 800 kilograms of ice here. We should even be able to just build us another temp shift plate of ice. And this time, we are just going to plop it right here. Hopefully they're going to use this ice here, but probably they won't. As far as I know. Our nice dupe friends. If they don't take it, we will have them clean it up. Either way around though, we are good. Vacuum, almost 100 milligrams. That's okay. And exactly as expected, they did not use this ice right here. We should be able to just clean it up though. I believe. Do we have storage for it? We do, right there. And there it's all gone. Now just right there, temp shift plate. And this time around, it instantly becomes water. Very good. We will just probably need a couple more of them. So currently, once again, right here on the bottom, we have 10 tiles with 183 kilograms each, which is not too shabby. If we put another 800 kilograms on top of here, it should be sufficient for our needs. And the extra 800 kilograms we have right here on the top. So I think we don't need anything else anymore. We can just close it off and then put in a second steam turbine that is hopefully built out of iron. Yes, it is. And that should be the end of it. At that point, it's just another 2.2 cycle until it erupts, and we should be good to go at that point. All right, let's get this here built. And while we're building it, I'm going to hit the bathroom real quick, and I'll be back in 2 minutes. Alright, everything should now be working as intended. All we need is to close this here off. Well, yeah, all we need is really to close this here off. That is basically the end of it. One more thing that we need is some kind of fluid that is in here to help cool down our steam turbine, because currently it's in a vacuum, so that is not going to fly. But other than that, and what that fluid is doesn't really matter too much as long as it doesn't freeze. So we can use literally anything. For example, more salt water. We're going to get rid of the liquid pump, and we're just going to put it in plumbing right here in the bottom. Where are we at? A pitcher pump right above it, right here. We're going to grab us one single bottle, and that should do it. No problem at all. And then just the supporting structures like the airlock door, for example, can then go. Everything's closed off. Everything's good. But at the moment, our power, of course, is also not connected. But we also don't need it right now. We just need to get rid of this, rid of that. In F2, we can then, once we are rid of it, go through here. That is why we can't right now, because you cannot build heavy butt wire through the airlock door. That is the reason that it's not connected yet. And then we just wait. That's basically what it comes down to. And of course, right on top of here, we are going to let some gas in, because this area here doesn't matter. And one singular bottle of salt water. That's all it takes. And again, it can be literally any fluid that will at least not freeze or melt. These two tiles here can be torn out. Our vacuum in this area here has been annihilated anyway, so there's no more point in having those insulated tiles. And the heavy butt wire just comes straight through. Very simple. And now, in 1.2 cycles, we should be able to witness the thing here erupt, hopefully for the first time. As soon as we have the tiniest little bit of steam in here, this one last temp shift bed up here will also melt. How many cycles till the volcano activates? In 1.1. So, very, very soon. Up here on top, do we still have a tiny little bit in here? Yes, now we are down to micrograms. Very few of those. So that works. Just another matter of what fluid are we going to put in here. I guess before we do anything else, let's plop in what we talked about earlier. Liquid reservoir. That cannot go here because we have ladders in the way, of course. As soon as the ladders are gone, we can put it in. And we just need a ladder here and a ladder there so we can actually get up here. There we go. The dupes will have to work in a vacuum for a minute. It is what it is. I can't help them. They will survive it though. It is most definitely not the end of the world for them to work for a few tiny little steps right here in a vacuum. Now we should be able to plop in our liquid reservoir. Sure enough. And in F6 right here, we need to go ahead, go here, go there. And just as before, snip this off and this off. And then, yeah, that should basically be it. One more liquid bridge, this time the right way around though, preferably. That completes our plumbing in F6. The only thing that I apparently did wrong is right here. That doesn't go there, that goes here. Obviously, doesn't really do us any good inside the heavyweight joint plate. And then, yeah, 0.8 cycles plus the actual eruption cycle. Gotta keep that in mind as well, so it will be a tiny, tiny little bit longer than that. We can deconstruct this tile right here. And then liquid and salt water. Then we just gotta enable auto bottle, and they're going to put the salt water in basically right away. Oh, looks like there's even some fossil here for us. Let's take that out while we're at it, huh? Every tiny little bit of fossil matters that we can get our hands on. Even dirt right now is valuable to us. Gamma Dragon says, has everyone liked the stream yet? That is a very good question, Gamma, and I appreciate that. Because if you have not liked the stream yet, I would highly appreciate it if you could do so. It helps me out greatly, and it doesn't cost anything. And of course, if you haven't subscribed yet either, that would also be great, and you will be notified about the next stream as well. I'm also going to open this here back up, just because we can and we have the time to do so. And clean up here, just a tiny little bit. Tiny little bit. It will bother me if there is igneous rock in here, and we could have avoided it. And right at the moment, we have all the time in the world to actually avoid it, so might as well. Very good. Couple more tiny little pieces right here. Not a 500 kilogram total. And we should be good. At that point, we can also check out this area right here. I see 2 lockers, and I really hope for some warm coats. That would be nice. Some warm coats would definitely be helpful. Wherever we can find them, we are after them. And the other 400 kilograms. Let's get rid of it. We still have 0.2 cycles. All the time in the world. And yeah, speaking of it, there's really nothing stopping us from just literally coming straight back all the way to right there. And then right here building us a ladder and submitting a bioscan. Just as a tiny little bit of a side project. And there's nothing else going on, might as well do that. Kionis, of course, our master digger, is here. And digging his way all the way through to the door. Insulated tiles are here. Now we're going to turn this one here on to enable auto bottle. And somebody should hopefully come by very soon with a tiny little bit of salt water that we can plop down here to help out our steam turbines in cooling themselves. And there we have it. Coming in. Starting to melt, actually. Or better to say, to freeze a little bit. Of course, it is rather cold in here right now. As soon as this thing here erupts, though, that shouldn't be a problem anymore at that point. So, at this point, we put in another bottle. No, we really should not. Because we don't want to overpressure our steam turbines. That would also not be good. So, deconstruct it. And build once again a tile in here to close it all off properly. In the meantime, up here, why are we not doing anything? Because we can't get through here anymore. We don't have enough space. This one insulated tile has to go. We can't reach this here because we can only come in from the top. Of course, should have seen that. That is totally fine though, and can be fixed very easily. Here comes Elfie to take care of that for us. How much do we have left? 0.7 cycles. Yeah, plenty of time, no problem. And as I said, now we can actually build. I think this vacuum pump here is also completely for nothing, just as much as this one. If anything, we may still need the top and the bottom. No, it's now a full vacuum. We don't need anything anymore. That problem has just solved itself. No issues anymore. 0.6 cycles. The countdown is going to get the first aluminum out of here. God, that will be a complete game changer for us, because the aluminum is, of course, extremely helpful and valuable. It's crazy how helpful and valuable. Combining that with copper, which is dormant, I just realized. That thing must have just gone into dormancy. I guess we can now actually unearth it and analyze it while we're at it. Which sucks a little bit right now, because of course we are in a vacuum now, but it was just active. We just saw it being active, and now it just must have switched into dormancy. Which may be a good thing. So apparently it will probably end up being that the aluminum volcano is active, while the copper volcano is dormant, and vice versa. So one of the two is basically always running, which will be nice. Also here, we're gonna say all standard. Everything goes. No problems. Then we're just gonna put this here to a random value. This one here is gonna go once again to above 200 degrees, just like on the bottom. No change there at all. The only thing here is, now we can also build, of course, our steel versions right here. These need to be steel. And then over here. Just to be safe, that nothing can melt in any way, shape, or form. Croc is here. It will take him a little bit longer this time, due to a lack of oxygen. But of course, that'll be just fine in the long run. Now that it's dormant, we have 0 time pressure left to finish this thing, which is very nice. And this one here in 40 seconds. We can definitely sit that out, especially on 10 times speed. And let's see. Give us some wonderful, wonderful aluminum, will you? Maybe a little bit faster though, just a little bit. Yeah, we are heating up the water more and more and more, up until it eventually becomes steam, which will then get rid of this plate right here. Looks like we already got rid of the plate. Very nice. That was quicker than I thought it would be. Right at the moment, the bypass is active. Of course, our thermoaquatuna is not doing anything at all. And now we are just going around and around with our aluminum right here, up until it is below 200 degrees Celsius. And as soon as that happens, we are basically spitting it out down here, and it comes currently out at 17 or 18 degrees. The nice thing is we can adjust this amount to, let's say, 3. And let's say if that will make a dent into it, because the smaller the packages are, the faster they will lose thermal mass. Still at roughly 18 degrees though. We will probably not get it much colder though, unfortunately. The reason for that is that the water that we are having flowing through here is not that cold. It is not polluted water, it is salt water, which is not optimal. We could go all the way down to 1 unit and see if that makes a dent into it. That's only 1,000 grams. And it's going down slowly but steadily. So that would just take longer to empty it out, but it would decrease the temperature, which may be something that we may have to deal with. So one of those packets right here is 20 kilograms, and we are letting 1 single kilogram through at a time to achieve the desired temperature, which is still at about 9 or 10 degrees. But by the time we get over here, thankfully we're on a very cold planetoid, it doesn't thankfully matter too much. And we have aluminum now. That's very nice. Always nice to see some aluminum to join in, and we can track it so we can actually see how much we have at any given time. And now at this point right here, we're just having it erupt and erupt and erupt, and we don't have to do anything anymore. We are effectively done here. This thing here will now just run exactly as expected. Everything is set up correctly, and there shouldn't be any more issues out of it. Now it's just a matter of finishing this bad boy here up. Well, nice finish, good night and have fun. Silberbogen, have a good one. I hope you have a good night. I'm assuming you're in Germany. That would make it 4 o'clock in the morning right now. So, good, very short rest of your night, I guess. And then last but not least, I'm also going to finish this one here real quick. All that we need for that is a little bit of fluid and we are done. Just a matter of what fluid are we using. Or what is easily accessible right now. Yes, it is. Good night. Yeah. I had a feeling. I had a good feeling about it. We could use nectar for once. Just for the fun of it. We haven't really used nectar for anything yet. That would be quite a long line, but what's stopping us from doing so? It's not going to freeze. It is already very cold. We can use just a normal pipe, built out of literally anything that we have laying around, like igneous rock, and then just come all the way down here. Let's see. What's the best way? Where are we even? Right here we are. Where can we fiddle through here? Right there. Right here. Come over here. And then right there, get through there, and all the way through. A little bit further down, and over. Connected right there. What was the word again? It's kind of suboptimal, but it's definitely suboptimal. Let's hook this here up. And yeah, that should be the end of this one here as well. Obviously, the stuff that's here going around is just the random stuff that we still have in here. We are just emptying it out, currently all in this one tile right here. And if we put nectar in here, we can cool that stuff down drastically. So, where down here on the bottom, we have a very, very small amount. The limit is 1. Up here on the top, we can have a very, very high amount due to the better material that we are going to use. That should be quite a different look down here on the bottom compared to up top. It's also just normal pipe. So, on the bright side, it is getting built in absolutely no time. We can already start and build us a 1 piece more of insulated tile. The dupes can still go in and out, so it's no problem. And up here on the top, what do I see? Oh, one tiny piece of igneous rock. Get rid of it. Yeah, having 2 volcano tamers finished would definitely be a good end. I don't think we will see this one here erupt, but at the bare minimum, we should be able to get it to a point where it doesn't matter when it erupts and we are ready for it at any given point in time. And that's basically the state that I want to reach. And shouldn't be a problem at all either. Let's deconstruct the vacuum pump while we're at it. We won't need it anymore. We are good in that department. Completely. All the way through. Including the high pressure gas vent. None of that's needed anymore. Get rid of it while we have the time. Then in F6, the nectar is already coming. Look at that. Very, very nice to see. We also got to keep in mind that the line is extremely long. So we're probably just going to let this here run for a couple more seconds and then we're going to turn it off. Because it will be more than enough. Also right here, we are currently not doing anything. Temperature of it is very low already, so there is no need for the thermal aqua tuner to turn on right now in any way, shape or form. And I think that is more than enough. And we can just snip it off right here. Also, that actually turned on our polymer press again, which we can leave running for a little while. Definitely doesn't hurt to get a little bit of extra plastic in. And as soon as this line here is empty, we're just going to tear it back out and be done with it. Croc has almost finished his duties right here. One more breath. One more breath. You got it, buddy. I have full faith in you. I guess it's nighttime. Or you're hungry. Bathroom. What is it? Ah, Peter. Of course. Come on. Get her done. Let's see what we're working with here. 12.4 cycles. That's actually not too long. I expected it to be a hell of a lot longer. But that's okay. It has an active period of 38.4 every 59.2. So yeah, it actually just went dormant not that long ago. But the dormancy phase is not that long either. We will just have the exact same problem again. Tiago is here. Good evening. Good evening, Tiago. How are you doing tonight? And thank you very much for joining. What other thing you have near the copper volcano? That right here is a infectious polluted oxygen vent. Yes, infectious polluted oxygen vent that we are just outright ignoring right now because that thing is completely pointless. I guess as often as I have gotten that question today, gotta be careful. Can't dig it up yet because there's oxygen in here. I will dig it up though, so I don't get that question every time. Might as well if we're that close, just so we can look at it. There's the last bit of nectar right here. Let's kill it. And let's rip this pipe here out. Its entire length. How fast that is done, I couldn't care less. Just whenever you have nothing else to do, rip it out. I suppose we could leave this pipe here intact. I have a feeling that we will need it again at some point in time. Let's just leave it here. And we will see. Latest, when we build a rocket, we will need to get up there with some kind of fluid. So we might as well. And what's going on with this one right here? Unreachable. What makes it unreachable? Oh. This here was apparently closed off before we could build that one tile. Really? Is there anything else that disallows us from going there? It doesn't look like it. I don't see a three high tile anywhere. Nope. Yep. Right here. We need to take this one here out as well. So then we can actually reach it. And look at this animation right here. Well, if that's not broken, I don't know what is. But I guess that will work. So many trees. Definitely better too many than not enough. Okay, what was the temperature of nectar again? How low can we go with this stuff? Did forget. Was it 80 degrees? Nectar liquids. Can go down to 82 degrees, so we can get this stuff here extremely cold, and that will be helpful because our summer aqua tuna is currently at negative 32 degrees, so if we put any kind of fluid in here, it will freeze because we don't have any heat at all. So let's put in our bottle emptier right here, so we can put the water in that we require, and then we can close it off. As a matter of fact, there shouldn't be any more reason to come in here anymore at all. In F2, everything's connected to power. In F6, everything's flowing the way it should. In automation, we have our 3 automation wires that we need, and that should be it. Let's set this one here to a limit of 20. That is the maximum amount. And we will see if this here works. Why was there something stuck? Not entirely sure what happened there, but alright. A liquid pipe thermal sensor, we're gonna say send a green signal if above negative 60 degrees. Let's turn it on so we can generate a little bit of heat here. Just a little bit more. A little bit more. There it is. And we're gonna say above 40. Not 40. Negative 40. That should turn it back off without an issue. And we can say liquid water 9 enable auto bottle. Let's see if that works just as it did before. Theoretically though, it should, because why wouldn't it? These wires right here though, might as well get rid of those as well. Yeah, water is coming in, of course. Our handy auto sweeper right here is immediately trying to pick it back up. That was pretty clear that that would happen, but that's fine. And I think our water right here should be good now. Kind of hard to tell. It looks like it's still going down because of the insulated tiles being so low. Thankfully, the insulated tiles are not doing a hell of a lot, so that's very nice. More and more water is coming in. And here on the bottom, though, we have now achieved steam. Our steam turbines are now running. So is our thermal aqua tuner right here. And we have about 60-70 kilograms in here, which is perfectly fine. Nothing wrong with that. That is a decent amount. As I said earlier, as long as we stay below 150 kilograms per tile, we are golden. Anything in that general vicinity will get the job done. That's basically what we are looking for here. So yeah, theoretically, this should work from now on, until the end of all time, preferably. We will see how the salt water is treating us here over a longer period of time. It is at 7 degrees though, and we are currently coming out at 7 degrees, 8 degrees, 9 degrees, 11 degrees. It is certainly not optimal with salt water. We may replace the salt water with something more potent later on, if we have something nearby, or if we just happen to, find something. Like, for example, this polluted water over here would be a great idea. If you just dig over here, put a pump in, and then put something in. For right now, though, it will be fine. That will be a very quick fix in the future. Right over here, though, it will not be any problems ever. With the nectar that we have here, that stuff is absolutely amazing. Let's put a couple more bottles in. Let's also get it up to about 150 kilograms or so per tile. And we should be good. Plastic, we're up to 1200 kilograms, so we should be okay in that front as well. So I would say in F6, we're going to go ahead and snip this here back off. Let's make the rest that we can make with what we have. Let's see if we can put one more bottle of water in here, and we should be golden to finish this here once and for all. There we go. 157 kilograms. Let's do one more. One more. There we go. Very nice. Now all that we have to do is close this here off and deconstruct this one right here. Then of course the second steam turbine. Close this here off, fill in any kind of fluid that we have nearby, and we are good. Clean up your mess, dupes, while you're at it. And build us our second steam turbine made out of iron. Speaking of iron, how are you doing down here? Of course, you stopped making iron, didn't you? That is something we don't want you to do. Make us another 50. We also need to dig up more iron. Thankfully, we have plenty sitting around here. We just haven't gotten around to actually dig it up yet. I suppose what we could do is just tell him real quick to get this stuff here done. That should be then just fine. Just so we have more iron ore laying around, so we don't run out of it on accident again. There we go. Also, while you're at it, pick this stuff here up. because you just got yourself stuck, of course. Okay, steam turbine, get it done, plop it in. There's schlop ore on the job. By the way, can we make us by now a second engineer? That would be nice. Looks like we can. Mechatronics engineer schlop ore is ready to go. Very, very nice. And Brandon right here. You're still a little bit low on morale though. We're gonna wait a little bit longer for you. There. Nope. Just looked like it. You have the pyrotechnics hat. It looks exactly the same. Come on. Build it. And then, of course, in priorities, our second one that we just made us. Who was that? Damn it. No, I can't remember. Schlop ore, that's right. Schlop ore, not in skills, but in priorities. Needs to have engineer building all the way on the top. Very good. In F2, of course, you're not connected to anything. That was expected and is no issue. Everything else is good to go, which means we can close it off here and open it back up here on the top. We put in a bottle emptier. Roughly right there. Now it's just once again a question, what are we going to put in there? We still have all the way down here this pitcher pump, so I think we're just going to put in salt water once again. Or, well, the salt water is going to freeze now. We probably have to use nectar actually, because we are that low in temperature. That is actually an issue. That we now, or ethanol maybe. How is ethanol looking? Properties, not the database. Good until a negative 114 degrees. That will do. That will do. So we are going to use ethanol. In this case, the enable auto bottle, number 9 priority. Get it done right away. Grab us a bottle and plop a single bottle in here. Other than that, though, I think we are looking pretty decent. We are up in reed fibers to 28 units. We haven't really made a dent into it. The only thing that I forgot to do is the eggs. I'm currently storing the eggs back here. But I don't think I have Bamini eggs in here. No, Bamini eggs are not in here. And also spigot pup eggs are not in here. We need to put them all into here. That has to happen one way or another, just so they're out of the way. Where they end up doesn't really matter, but they cannot be in here because, of course, it will overcrowd our areas. And if you need to retrieve one and put it in here to actually breed some stuff, we can do that at a moment's notice whenever we want to. And also that these here are just running around is perfectly fine, because in an absolute worst case scenario, eventually they will just starve to death. Which is, again, totally fine. And if we need one over here for this area, right, for example, our floxes, they will just grab a fresh flox out of the egg instead of, well, one of those that are running around. So it's basically a starvation farm without doing anything. Which makes it, of course, very simple. Alright, can anybody grab, please, this ethanol that we were just talking about? Or can you not reach it for whatever reason? Yeah, you can't reach it because we tore this here out. Now you can. Please get it done. And while you're at it, I guess, let's build us 2 ladders right here so we can actually dig this stuff here up. Now we can reach the pitcher pump once again. And we can also start digging this stuff here up to make sure all this here is gone and available. There are our 200 kilograms of ethanol. That should be delivered right here. Something just like that. Now we can deconstruct it and turn off the liquids because we don't need it anymore. And an insulated tile for good measure. I guess before we put the insulated tile in, I always like to have at least a little bit of gas in here, just to make the exchange a little bit easier. So let's dig up this one right here to let out this hydrogen before before we built this insulated tile. Everything else down here where we need a vacuum, it is closed off. It is good. Let's see it. Perfect. That's what that should look like. It doesn't need to be a lot. Maybe a little bit more than milligrams if at all possible. But other than that, it should be fine. Let's dig up these 2 tiles here as well. The only way to get down there, though, is with a longer ladder. Unless we do it like this. That also works. Somebody dig up this 1 piece of ice. There we go. Let it out into the atmosphere. Let's make it at least a few grams. Doesn't need to be much, just a tiny little bit. And then close it off, this time for good. And at this point right here, we can also deconstruct this airlock door. We don't need it anymore. Which of course then allows us to do this here as well. And get rid of this thing here right away, will you? There you go. And the heavy butt wire all the way through. Yeah. The only thing that bothers me is this 1 piece of igneous rock right here. Let's take care of that really quickly. And now, of course, we can also build the extra insulated tiles down here on the bottom that were still missing. Now they won't be missing anymore. And we should be good. That completes the build 100%. Did we build this 1 piece of pipe right here? Yeah. And look at that. There are even more bonbon trees. What if we just go ahead and hook these ore here up as well in any way that we can? Of course, you can't reach it right this second, but we will take care of that right now. Let's bring this here down to here and in. Then why can we not reach it? Oh, we can come up here, can come down here because of this tile. Any other tiles that are 3 high along here? Yes, this tile. Anything else in our way? Yes, this here is blocked off again. And right here. That should be it. Very good. That should give us a hell of a lot more nectar, so we can use it in the future, for example, or more plastic. Which is, of course, always good. Next time on the list will be, of course, space travel. We do need to go to space, slowly but steadily. We will need to find us a good location for it, which means we will need atmosuits right here, because currently the dupes are just running around without atmosuits, as you can see, and they're not very happy about it. Yes, I know you're suffocating. That may actually be too far away that you can actually do anything. That is what it looks like. Yes, that is exactly what it looks like. Okay, forget about that. Let's say nobody gets this way anymore. Everybody who makes it back into the base is currently not allowed to go back out. Let's send all the dupes that are up here back into the base. They're too far away. They're not happy about it. Who else is running around? Gunnar, of course, has a death wish. All of you, get back in there. That should be the rest of it. Very good. And right here, as I just said, let's clean this here up. And then close it back off, and we are done. Also, there's 1 more piece of conductive wire. What happened with that 1 piece? Gunnar says YOLO. Yeah, right. That is what that looked like indeed. Okay, at this point, I do want to see this thing here erupting at least once, just to see at what temperature we're gonna get it out of here at a 20 unit limit. Thankfully, it's only 4.4 cycles and at 10 times speed. That happens in absolutely no time at all. 1 cycle at 10 times speed takes roughly 1 minute, which is of course absolutely insane. Our aluminum here goes around and around, producing wonderful power with our steam turbines up here on the top, of course, and producing us more and more aluminum. We are now already up to 3.3 tons roughly. Very nice. And that is, of course, with absolutely no effort from this point forward, which makes it even nicer. How are our seals doing, by the way? Oh, it looks like we have a bunch of ethanol in here by now. 690 kilograms per tile at 6 tiles wide. That's no joke. You didn't put the connector? I didn't put the connector. Good call, Victoria. Thank you very much. Didn't pay attention to that. We do need that. That is somewhat important. Not gonna lie. Right here. That bad boy here is what we were talking about. That is somewhat important, because otherwise we will not get the power from our steam turbines, which is, of course, what we are after. But yeah, our spigots right here seem to be pretty darn happy. Just running around, producing more and more eggs. And, of course, right here, putting them nicely, or putting the ethanol nicely onto the ground. And when they die, we even get tallow out of it. Let's check that out. How much do we have of this stuff now? 200 kilograms. That's very nice. Is there a design for the tamers on the Discord? Thanks again. New here, Uther. Of course, no problem. On the Discord, I believe there's no design for it. But I do have a video on it, where I explain in absolute detail how to build this thing here, step by step. You just gotta look it up on my channel. It's called the Volcano Tamer version 3.0. And it works on each and every metal volcano, with the one exception of niobium. But everything else, aluminum, iron, gold, whatever you might have, it works exactly like this. However, Cooler, thank you. You are very welcome. And it's also, out of all my videos that I've ever made, out of all the builds that I've ever made, this here is literally my favorite. Not gonna lie about it, because it just works so well without really much effort at all. Donald says he has the best volcano tamer on YouTube. I truly appreciate that. Yeah, at this moment, right here, like I said, next time around, we will go to space. We will need to get us more databanks in. How many do we have right now? Not this. I wanted to click on see all, please. Thank you. Databanks. We have 11. That's not a hell of a lot. Let's check out the blueprints while we're here. We have a snazzy suit. For our 18th dupe. What do we have? Frostproof. That's always good. From Liam right here. Doctoring and supplying. We don't have a doctor. Bottom of the stomach. I really don't care anymore. At this point, we're up to 400,000 kilocalories right now. So that is nothing that faces me at all. We have Amari right here. Masterworks, cooking and rocketry. We don't need another cook. I think we're going to go with Liam. And I did promise that the next one, the next dupe that we get, will get to Jade Falcon. So Jade Falcon, welcome to the game. You are going to be our doctor. Of course, among other things. But mainly, you will at least get the doctoring hat. Because we don't have one yet with a doctoring hat. How's our water supply looking, by the way? Hasn't really changed that much, has it? We should probably start cleaning up here a little bit. Mainly, not because of all the random stuff that's laying around. Don't really care too much about that. What I do care about, though, is ice. If we have some ice laying around, might as well snag it. Because the ice storage is, of course, in here. It's currently completely empty. And that is where we are melting our ice. So, let's see if we can dig up this stuff right here. Just the top layer. The bottom layer we can reach from the ground. So that's very easy. Just need to do it a little bit faster, guys. Yep, that is kind of what I hoped for. Saving the game right now. There we go. And then dig up this here as well while we're at it. And get rid of those ladders. Very good. Then just gotta pick it all up and get rid of it. With the exception, of course, of our carved lumen right here. We are not going to sweep it. We are going to move it to... I don't care. Somewhere up here, let's say. Shouldn't cause any trouble right there. And here we have even another one. Let's move that one right beside it. Let's just have a little storage right here for those, because we will definitely use them again in the future as well. Much is left, 1.1 cycles. Yeah, it's just playing the waiting game at this point. And then also, we have uncovered, of course, right here our teleporter, so we also need to check out the second planetoid, where it is not quite as cold, which is definitely going to be a little bit of a difference from this planetoid right here. More and more aluminum. By now we're up to 4.4 tons. It's absolutely crazy. Only thing that I would really like to see is a hell of a lot more fossil, because steel-wise we're down to 700 kilograms, and fossil is currently what is blocking us. And what I forgot about is this ladder. Did we discover anything? What are you? Did we already look at this one here? Can't recall. Yes, infectious polluted oxygen vent. We did already look at this one. Very sad. Very, very sad. But down here, we're also starting into the hotter temperatures. We need to be careful with digging into this area right here. Not very careful, just a tiny little bit, to see what's going on further down. So yeah, by now, here is where we started. Here is where we are right now. So I expect the end of the map. Actually, if this here is right there, it may be even deeper. It may be even down here. Good grief. We have nowhere near reached the bottom yet. Not even remotely. So yeah, there's that. We have also, or should at least, have uncovered this area right here, which we can inspect, of course, and rummage. Same as here, inspect and rummage. The computer desk can be inspected as well. And here we have a neural vaccinator. We will just once again give it to a random dupe, as I usually do. Because I... What? Because I really don't care too much, is what I'm trying to say. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to scroll, move the mouse a tiny little bit in this area, and then blindly click on anyone. Right here. That's the one I wanted to click on. We were right in the middle, but Schloppohr has it. So Schloppohr can come by here whenever he has time and actually grab his prize from the neural vaccinator. Just not sure entirely if that's reachable. Yes, it is. Perfect. And he gets negative 20% stress per cycle. That is a very nice thing to have. And we have two snazzy suits. On the very top, we already have a warm coat and a confetti suit. So I'm going to do the exact same thing for both of our snazzy suits, just randomly. Gunnar gets one, and let's see, another one. Anybody? Keon is right here. There we go. Just completely random. Whichever dupe gets one of our snazzy suits. Here's our teleporter output. We also found the input, didn't we? Where did the input go? Over here. So we found the input, the output, and the actual teleporter up here on the top. We're definitely making progress here. That's very good. I'm just wondering if there is another volcano, or are we good with two? I'm always on the hunt for medals, so if there's another one, you won't hear me complaining. But this thing here is about to erupt, and that is the one thing that I still want to see before we call it a day for today. Anytime now, 0.3 cycles. We're still running on 10 times speed, so it goes by in absolutely no time. Let's save one more time on the autosave, and erupts in 80 seconds roughly. And then we, of course, we are also gonna go down in the speed right here to see what that here looks like. Right around now, 3 seconds left. Let's take a peek. Copper is coming out. Of course, it's getting picked up by our auto sweeper, put into the conveyor loader, and sent around. Did I set this conveyor rail thermal sensor up? Yes, I did. Perfect. Just making sure I didn't forget about it. Yeah, very good. Our water here should get a nice heat injection just by default. Very good. Going up and up in temperature. And I'm just curious to see what it looks like when it actually comes out down here on the bottom. Let's see, can we see the temperature? Why are you at 757 degrees? Excuse me? What is that? That is not how that works. Why are they all showing 700 degrees? Am I crazy? How can you even have 700 degrees? That shouldn't even be possible. And then, especially, above 200 degrees, we are going to send a green signal. And with a green signal, let me double check that I didn't reverse it on accident. No, with a green signal, you're going around again. You're not supposed to go down here. That is not how this is supposed to work at all. That must have been a glitch. Yeah, now it's getting better. 165 degrees, 90 degrees, 150 degrees. Yeah, that's more like it. There we go. And we're coming out at roughly 7 degrees here. Very nice. Yeah, our nectar is making some very short work of this stuff here. And the nice thing is, we can go even lower. Much lower. We can put this here to negative 60. Let's turn it up again. Couple more pieces are in here. And let's see if we can cool down our nectar here just a notch. Negative 53 degrees. 55 degrees. We're getting there. And yeah, that's basically what that is supposed to look like. And now we don't only have aluminum, we also have copper. Which means we're also going to throw copper over onto the right side. And we have 543 kilograms already from one single eruption. I don't think we really had any before that, so that should make quite a dent. I'm going to give it one more, those 0.9 cycles. I do want to see it one more time now at negative 60 degrees. We should be able to reach negative 60 by that time without a big issue, so that should be okay. It is now so cold that even the carbon dioxide up here is freezing, which is crazy. Our water right here is picking up a nice bit of temperature, so we should have steam here any second as well. We have liquid carbon dioxide right up here. I hope that's not a problem for our steam turbines. But by now it's solid carbon dioxide. Maybe we overdid it a little bit. Let's go lower. Lower is always an option. Here's the first steam. There we go. And the copper volcano will also erupt again in another 90 seconds or so. Very nice. Let's see what it looks like this time. I just want to see the output temperature. All of it is now steam at around 60 kilograms, which is perfectly fine. Don't need any more than that. Let's check it out again right here. I need to go a little bit slower than that. 137 degrees in on the right side. And coming back out on the other side at a nice negative 25. So theoretically, with this system right here, using nectar, we could use this here. Not just to produce copper, but even to cool our base if we wanted to. So yeah, nectar is incredibly powerful. It's absolutely crazy. Look at this stuff here. Negative 44 degrees. That may actually be a feasible way to cool the entire base down to a nice, chilly negative 40 degrees at the bare minimum. That may work very well. The nice thing is, once again, when we take a look into nectar in liquids, all the way to negative 82, which means at negative 65, we could go lower. We could go negative 69 even, for example. Negative 68 to be precise. And we should never ever have a problem with our nectar at all. And now, our copper is at negative 65 degrees. That is completely crazy. And even at this mass right here, negative 30, negative 25. And the last piece right here, let's see what that temperature is. The very last one is at negative 26 degrees. So yeah, no problem whatsoever here. Very good. But yeah, I think we are doing very well. We have our spigots right here tamed. We are getting ethanol in. We have our Bamas here tamed, and we're getting reed fiber in. We're by now up to 42 units. That is no joke. We're up to 400,000 kilocalories. We have tamed 2 metal volcanoes, aluminum and copper volcanoes. We have molten this entire area here and converted it to water for our tank, which we still have to refill once again with something. Shouldn't be that big of a problem though. For example, we could find a way to cool down right here this water, and I'm thinking about something like that. I think I already have an idea how we are going to accomplish to use this 95-degree water right here and fill it straight into our tank. Just not at 95 degrees, of course. On top of that, we have discovered our newest planetoid, which is Blagolin. Not entirely sure how to pronounce that. With our teleporters, we haven't sent the dupe there yet. That will be on the agenda next time around. We have found our supply teleporter output and the input, so we can send stuff back and forth at will. And yeah, overall, we can just see a hell of a lot more of the map. And we are digging deeper and deeper. I definitely want to find the bottom here relatively soon, just to see where we're at. And on the top right here, now that we have more than enough, not oxygen, but reed fibers available, also metals, we can put in here a nice row of atmosuits to make sure our dupes can reach all of those bonbon trees along the entirety of the length of the map, but we can also find us a nice area for some space travel. So yeah, I think we're doing very well here. Very, very well, actually. And yeah, I think that is a perfect stopping point for today. So guys, thank you very much for watching. Oh, once again, if you haven't liked and subscribed yet, I would highly appreciate it. It doesn't cost anything. And yeah, a question. The oxygen at the vent is contaminated with germs. You mean this vent right here? Yes. At this vent right here, it would be contaminated. But again, thank you very much for watching, guys. Again, join the Discord though if you have any questions. Me and many other people on the Discord. We are currently, let me double check so I don't lie to you. We are currently 437 people on this Discord. And there are many, many people that are always happy to help. So if you want to help or need help, feel free to stop by and say hello. But that is all I have for you today. And with that, I say thank you and peace.